Mexico. Like,
Yeah. The Mayans and the Aztecs were just in Mexico, and they just vanished from there. What's funny is when you're driving out of Utah, you'll reach like these Aztec national parks. It's like,
mm,
yeah, okay. So explain to me again about this history book of saying that they're only in Mexico when clearly you're naming a park after them. Like, come on now.
yeah, I'm pretty sure they went to all the bits of land that they possibly could. We were talking a little bit on that earlier, actually, saying about how even the like the different. I can't remember what the tribe of the Indians were called again. It was
Well, there's several, but the main one
well,
where
no, the
I'm
main one, the main one, one of the main ones that's in the north of America. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember.
uh,
Cherokees, sorry,
yeah,
Cherokees even,
yeah.
and they found old Phoenician Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew language, like
Mhm.
stones, and obviously the idea that Columbus found America first, and we were talking about how you know
Yep.
obviously the Phoenicians probably came there way before, and that's starting to be proved now. Um, and so yeah, so like just even on that basis, right? Like most of what we're taught in history is all rubbish, or if it isn't rubbish, for instance, then most of it will be, right? Like,
Yeah,
and I know that for a fact.
yeah. The only one that I've actually had a problem with somebody was how um, Vikings came here, and I went and visited a spot that was more so into New York.
Hmm.
And they were saying that that spot was a Viking spot, and that was like what was being pushed in the news here for maybe like 10, 15 years ago, is that, hey, we're finding Viking stuff. When I looked at it, dude, I'm telling you, it looks no different than like Irish coming here. It didn't remind me of like, hey, this is actual Viking
Do you know
stuff.
what's interesting with that? So the Irish.
Mhm.
Where the Irish actually came from, and that goes all the way back to like the Picts, right? And the Picts, for instance, were sort of people that came from where Vikings came from. So the Celtic people are of Viking descent as well. Um, and obviously there's a lot. This is what I mean. A lot of the world itself is more mixed than what they would have us believe, right? Like they sort of want to make us believe that there was like no travel between all of these countries, and that the people weren't mixing, that they were all sort of stuck on their own individual islands. And like now we're sort of realizing that that's complete bullshit. Obviously, if you look at like the progression of human technologies, even just over the last few hundred years, it's almost like people had like, loads. It's like they had nothing, and all of a sudden we're where we are right now, right? And then even in the last 20 years, we've made so many leaps and bounds. But men 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago were just as intelligent as we are. And they obviously didn't have social media where they spent their time. They just did everything in real life for real, right? So yeah, like I think it's a little bit ignorant of us to think that these people were so like dumb. Like that's sort of what evolution I feel like portrays that image, that like the men that were like 2,500 years ago would have been complete stupid.
Mhm.
They were Neanderthal esque type people, because obviously, but that's a much larger portion of time that they're talking about to go toward Neanderthal, right? But still, it leaves that imprint in our mind, you know. That's the way I remember hearing it when I was at school, even though I didn't buy into anything to do with evolution. Um, but you sort of feel it or hear it in that way, that people 1,000, 2,000 years ago were so much more stupid than we are today, which is just obviously nonsense.
Right. Yeah. Now, for me, I mean, I'm deep rooted in Christianity, but I believe evolution to a point. So let me explain. Like, for instance, if you go down to like the islands, Jamaica, Saint Martin, all those type of places that are below Florida,
Yeah.
um, you'll notice that the people who like a tribe, so to say, more so, you'll notice that they actually have like a web kind of between their fingers. Now a lot of people, they'll sit there and be like, whatever, it's just, for whatever reason they have it. Well, the matter of the truth is that these people on these islands ended up developing a web after so many generations
Right.
because would go and swim in the water to go and get their food.
Right. So
So
there's one way of looking at this, yeah. So there is a group of also like native people, right, that have the ability to hold their breath for much longer, right? And
exactly.
these are people that live on the sides of the rivers. The difference is that evolution, okay, is sort of the statement of evolution. If you look at what evolution is, you would never be able to compare those web fingers of those people to people that don't have web fingers, right? Because they wouldn't exist at the exact same time. They wouldn't be able to.
Exactly.
The issue is it's the only form of science that was established almost that was allowed to just exist as history, because it's something that we can never experience, right? So, and this is the issue with that is that the amount of time it would take for that to change to where it is there, right? The web finger thing or whatever, right? It's something that you wouldn't be able to compare to how we are now, like over
Right.
across the people that don't have that. So I don't know how to quite say this, like in the right way, to be honest. But all I'm sort of getting a lot at is that rapid-based adaptation, right?
Mhm.
Is nothing to do with evolution either, right? Um,
Exactly right. And
so
what you're saying is how I look at it as well. It's the way that they say that evolution is that we came from a monkey, and then they'll sit here and show like other things that they think evolution took from, and it's like, well, why is it that where those creatures came from another creatures that the old creatures disappeared, but we still got monkeys that are here? Like
yeah,
there's
and obviously they could have some form of an argument with that, just saying that obviously, well, yeah, but those monkeys, you know, they came from a different ancestor
I
that
guess that's
sort of
true.
that was a few million years behind at that time, so they're just still evolving, right, to get up to where we are. But
Yeah,
those are the most similar to us, right, on a in a genetic sort of sense. But remember, everything that we're like what 80% similar to a banana as well. Um,
that's right.
Right, so like it's just, ABBA, so well, I say ABBA, but God
Exactly. Yep. Yep.
God basically again the materials are used, right? And that's why we're gonna find the makeup of everything to be very similar. The best argument against evolution though is effectively the idea of I don't know if you've ever heard of the term irreducible irreducible complexity. So
I look
certain
at that.
things
Okay.
are irreducibly complex. So for instance, a bicycle, if we take the chain off of a bicycle, it no longer functions correctly as a bicycle. If I
Okay.
take the pin out of a mousetrap, right, um, that it no longer functions as a mousetrap, right? So again, there are microbiological machines, right, that exist, and they're irreducibly complex. Even you as a human, your cells, everything that makes you up is irreducibly complex. The claim of science with evolution is that something came from an amino acid and was able to turn into a protein, right? And then was able to basically do a process of writing, copying the genetic code of what just happened to effectively express those genes in the right way and then rewrite them to another thing in order that they can continue. And the issue with this is that then I think it's like 8 million expressions, and the next time that that happens, for an amino acid to go to a protein and those protein blocks to then attach to another thing that's exactly the same as that 8 million expressions, it goes to like 16 million. It's got a square function. It gets increasingly harder and harder for that to be accomplished, all the way up to get to the level of DNA. This has to happen millions of
Right.
times, right? And the labs that even have him in a cultured situation, labs in a cultured scenario where all of the conditions are correct, right? They've only ever been able to turn an amino acid to one protein. That's it. It's never gone any further than that, right? Some of the
Hmm.
the top people that were looking into this actually became creationists based on their experiments in this field, right? Um, and there's a guy who's basically brilliant. He's called Michael Behe, and he's basically he's a biologist, but he's
Okay.
more in the terms of microbiology, right? And he's looking at these microbiological machines, one of which is called the flagellum, right? So this is something it's an advanced machine, right, that operates as effectively a rotary motor, one of the most efficient motors ever devised. And this is again a biological machine, not an actual one. It has many components. It has a clutch. It has all of these different elements. Like I was saying, it has a propeller. It has, you know, lots of different pieces to it. Um, so the argument is sort of as follows, right? Is that effectively, if this thing is irreducibly complex, meaning if you just take away one part of this whole machine as a whole, it won't function as its entire thing, and it needs every part that's there for it to be able to continue to exist, because every part that's there is crucial to it feeding itself, right? And the flagellum is something that's like I said, I remember a rotary motor that effectively pushes types of bacteria and works in tandem with bacteria through rivers and stuff like that, right? So the argument is sort of as follows: is that if something's irreducibly complex, and there's no way of showing how that thing that's irreducibly complex, if it was to just lose one piece, right? And apparently the
Mhm.
flagellum, in their own story, would have evolved to become this irreducibly
Right.
complex machine that's like an engine, right? That's a rotary motor. Well, you take away one part, let's take away the clutch, it ceases to function. It no longer works as a rotary motor system anymore. It's not able to feed itself, so it would cease to exist. So, and there are lots of things like this, right? And in an evolution, they admit to, well, not admit, should I say, they create a chronological line to the way things evolve, and this became like a case where they were trying to say there was a this thing that looked similar to the flagellum, right? But
Mhm.
they'd previously said that the flagellum was older than this thing anyway. So obviously the flagellum didn't come from devolving of an evolution of that other thing, which is like a microtoxin injector that's very small. Obviously, remember we're talking on the micro scale, right? Microbiology. So obviously, the argument is that if things are irreducibly complex, right, and you can't take away any of their parts. That goes so far toward creationism as a means of existence, because this is
Yeah.
just a very small machine. The idea that anything could support itself while sort of going through the processes of building itself up to be something that needs all these elements to exist, that idea is ridiculous, and there's no way of even showing it, even in a lab, right? Like there's no way of showing. And
Colin.
what's up?
How you, buddy?
I'm good, bro.
I just want to add one thing to what you're saying. You're smashing it. The bacterial flagellum is a single cell. So it's like trying to
Yes.
describe a motor where everything is one part. And that one
Mhm.
part all got created together as one part. And that is where, like, when you describe it like a motor or a machine, machines are made up of lots of little parts all working together for this common goal. And like you say, if you remove one aspect, it renders the whole machine mute. The
Yep.
bacterial flagellum is made up of up to 62 different moving parts, but it's
Yep.
one cell. It's a bacteria. It's one cell. And it replicates itself by just splitting, by dividing. So it has no answer. And even Darwin wrote in his book, if you could find a single celled organism that's too complex to
It
fit
would
this idea
destroy it.
that you
Yep.
need a second cell to add to the first cell to start to make it more complex. When you find a single cell that complex, the argument is now mute.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't
That
know
was
any of
Michael
that.
Behe's main argument, wasn't it? Was like, and even the court case that they ended up in, that kangaroo court case, really, because the judge that presided over it was a firearms, alcohol, and tobacco judge, right? they were effectively trying to, prosecute Michael Behe, or have not prosecute, but they were trying to charge him in order that it would take away the viability of it to be used in education. And he created this book effectively, which was like what you just said about Darwin, right, and Darwinism. Like if you could find a single cell that was so complex, right, then effectively it would just it would get rid of it. But there was more points that Darwin wrote as well, more parts that he effectively said. Also, if this happens, and this happens, this also would get rid of my theory, right? And
Correct.
Michael Behe, the guy that we're talking about, that releases his studies on the flagellum, um, and obviously why that's like a death shot for Darwinism. He created a book called Darwin's Black Box, right? And that book sort of goes through all of the different, things that Darwin listed that would be needed to disprove his theory, and it smashes all of them home like in quick succession, like it really does, and it's done brilliantly. I feel like evolution is something that's so dead that it's unreal how dead it is, right? Like, not that you're
Yeah.
an evolutionist, by the way, the other dude. But
But the one thing as well, which is really peculiar, is that bacterial flagellum resembles a machine, but it's
it
organic.
does.
But it's
Yeah,
organic,
man.
so it isn't actually a machine, but it's got S rings, O rings, P rings,
Clutch.
got a crankshaft, a clutch, got a tail that can rotate at 100,000 RPM. It's got all these things, but it's organic. The
Dude,
only
they
thing that
say it
we can comprehend it, like comparing it to, is a
is a
machine,
machine.
but it's
Yeah.
organic. And that is
But
the
it's
part
and
that
it's
is like
also
mind blowing.
it's also more efficient than any machine that we can invent or conceive of. It's got like a 99.8% efficiency. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's got like minimal friction. Like, I can't remember exactly how many different points that you can be made on the flagellum itself, but like,
Yeah.
as when you look at it as a machine or as like an engine, right? But obviously a biological machine engine, organic material, like, it's pretty insane and intense that to think about it, right? Like, what it actually is, like what its job is, like.
Yeah. And the only point of contention that the evolutionist can then raise is about plastic eating bacteria, whereby they
Yeah,
say that because plastics are still relatively new, thereby that bacteria must have developed the ability through evolution to now live on plastic byproducts, or what do you call it,
yeah,
polypropylene or propols. So effectively, they can never address the irreducible complexity. They always sidestep that argument and go to, but this bacteria can eat plastic, so therefore evolution, and
and
they
actually
can
it is
never
bad.
stand up to that point.
Listen to this though, Flat Earth Solar. So when someone says that and they go, "Oh, yeah, well, these bacteria have evolved to eat plastics," you say to them, "When was the first plastic ever developed?" And then they'll go to like Bakelite, for instance, would be one of the first plastics, which is sort of not a full-on plastic, but it's nearly the first plastic, right? And that wasn't that long ago, right? Even in my own myself, I've used products, old tools that are Bakelite, right? So it's like, okay, so evolution
But
apparently
it's about 100
happens.
years,
Yeah,
150 years.
there you go. So again, think about it. Evolution apparently, remember, and we have the chronological timelines that they've attributed to lots of different things, not only to just like things such as people, right, or things such as what the different categories, and they've even got the chronological time scale that they sort of predict with stuff like bacteria. And it actually makes no sense that bacteria could ever evolve in that short space of time to eat plastic anyway. So they sort of shot themselves in the foot with that anyway, with that excuse. Makes no sense. Like, absolutely no sense. Because then you're admitting that evolution is something that's happening in such a short space of time, right? That that makes no sense. And that's why they like to point to bacteria, isn't it? Because they like to try and use bacteria to reify the idea of what they're saying by sort of making up properties to do with bacteria that sort of aren't held down as securely as the other organic properties in, mammals, for instance, that, they're sort of like it's an accelerated version. But again, it's like there is no evidence for any of that, right? Like they've already writ the chronological timeline for most of these things, and then it's just like they want to change it to try and have an excuse against something else that disproves them. It just shows they're willing to say anything to back up the lie. Basically, they're willing to lie to back up the lie over and over.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
kind
they
of
also,
like
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
no, I was just going to say it goes in with whatever this new age is or whenever it started or whatever. And you were talking about how science today is like a pseudoscience being taught as science. It's not the same. It's the exact same with what y'all are discussing. It's like they're wanting to sit there and talk about this pseudo stuff as if it's facts.
Yep.
And also skirt over certain important issues. Like, for example, with bacteria, you've got gain of function studies, which they often do, and they've engineered certain bacteria to eat oil.
Yep.
So in one moment they'll point, oh look, here's bacteria which is now evolved naturally to eat plastics, but here's our man-made bacteria which can eat these other 10 substances. But we promise we didn't meddle with the plastic-eating one.
Yeah.
But it's the short-sightedness of doublespeak and fitting an ad hoc explanation to whatever they need answered at that point. There's never consistency to it.
That's a good one. That is Solar, bro. I never thought about using that as a rebuttal. Like, the
Your
forms are
point about
programmed.
same thing with your time frame. I hadn't thought about using that because their assumption was plastics were never there, bacteria now eats it, therefore evolution. But if you actually
Yep.
think about, like you say, the time frame, it's far too quick. My argument to that was always, but there were polychains before, so maybe that bacteria was able to consume those type of polypeptides.
Yeah.
And simply because we've now recombined them into something called plastic doesn't mean that they've gained an entire new skill, but it can also mean that they have. So it's like you say.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yes,
No, but
it's
that's
a
a good one. That
reification.
is. It is, isn't it? It's a reification fallacy straight away. Yeah. No, I like that one though. I didn't even think about that at all. Like, that they've designed well, and then they obviously manipulated these things in order for them to have new functions. And it's like, again, we're supposed to expect that, for instance, we have leaks in in biochemical labs. Leaks happen all the time, right?
Right.
And obviously, we're supposed to believe that, different forms of bacteria and manipulation of forms of bacteria somehow, not even ones that are necessarily dangerous, but somehow, even when they find it, and they find this apparently organically in the wild, they see something doing a job, and they can say, well, we didn't program it to do so. And it's like, how could you even know that you didn't program it to do so when apparently we don't have a one world government? We have hundreds of governments around the world that are all manipulating things such as bacteria that could have easily leaked out. So you could just be now looking at an example of bacteria apparently doing a job that it didn't previously do. And it, again, like it's inside of a timeline that doesn't even make sense. And you're trying to claim that that's somehow something that naturally occurred when your government's separate to every other government that exists, and you have no way whatsoever of proving where that thing that is now doing something different is derived from. So it's again another problem there.
True. I guess that's also a little bit of reaching in terms of just trying to assume that someone has manipulated something just because there's a lot of governments. I think that's not quite a solid connection. But we do know that, like you say, each government is doing manipulation. So if you go look into South American manipulation, and then you find Zika, and you find all these other things that seem to originate in South America, pretty logical that you can hand that one to that government.
Hmm. I'm just saying, it's like once the pool becomes polluted.
Were you here just now when the guys were talking about Atlantis?
No, no, I don't believe so.
No, one of the guys posted a video that shows a map from 1670 something where it says Atlantis, aka the Americas,
Right.
and it's linking that the North American and South American continent could have been what people considered Atlantis, and that when Columbus sailed there, he then renamed it to America. And then the guy who was doing the video was showing like a whole bunch of maps and reading from various books called The Lost City of Atlanta, America. And then I was just thinking now, the word Latin could have come from Atlantean.
Yeah.
And that when they call it Latin America, it could have been Atlantean America. And that it's the reason why they've removed Latin from all education systems, but yet why all of our animal species and all genus are all named still in Latin. There was strength in that language, but they want us to not know it. But yet it seems to be like the root form for many other dialects. Your Spanish, your Portuguese, all of those come from the base root of Latin.
Yeah. If you look up the etymology
Latin?
of everything. Sorry,
but
go
like
ahead.
what is Latin? You know, Greek was Greek, Hebrew was Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew was Paleo Hebrew, but then there's this Latin. What? And why do they call them Latin American?
Exactly.
I don't know. I'm just wondering if there's maybe some Atlantean connection there that's actually quite interesting.
Have you ever looked into a place called Aguada Phoenix? Aguadita Phonics? That's what it is in Spanish, and it's translated to watery phoenix.
Yeah, I've heard of this. I don't know
So
anything about that.
perhaps this temple was a temple that was there, and this place is called Watery Phoenix because it has risen back up out of the water.
Rory Phoenix. Are you going toward like the idea of what's said in Revelation there a little bit? Sounds like anyway.
Yeah, like
Beast.
possibly part of the Caribbean may have been linked to the island chain that was Atlantis.
I need a mod.
Larger landings. And there was a cataclysm that had happened at some point where land had changed or the sea level had risen.
Mhm. Someone said they need something.
It makes me wonder about the whole Aztec story and the Mayan story and all the pyramids we find scattered on all the continents, and the whole story about the Phoenicians and the giants. And what if these are all actually connected under an Atlantean civilization, and maybe this was pre-flood, so that it was the one language that was making such progress that they could build the Tower of Babel, and that after the flood, that history was lost to us. And since then, we've been trying to piece it back together.
Well, it makes more sense that there was a lot more developed interactions between different races or cultures or societies, whatever you want to call it at this point, right? The integration is there, and I was talking about this a little bit earlier when you weren't here, Solar. How integrated these different groups of people actually were, I believe to be much more further sort of accelerated than what anyone really has ever thought or what have been sort of reported, right? Like I had a friend that effectively, and I was sort of saying earlier, was a part of a program, and now they're making a film out of it. It's coming out this year, about their voyage, effectively, where they travelled from Lebanon, right? So obviously old ancient Phoenicia, all the way to Florida, and they did so on a Phoenician ship. And they did so using old navigational techniques, celestial navigation, and they only landed at ports to effectively, replenish food stocks and things like this. They used only old methodologies for preservation and preserving of foods, and like I was saying, they used evidence of like what you would call, like receipts, for instance, in the south of England and Cornwall, where the Phoenicians were selling tin to the people of well, at the time Cornwall, I believe, and effectively what they did was is they voyaged from Lebanon, and this is people that aren't seafaring people on the seas every day of their life, and they voyaged from Lebanon all the way to Florida, and they did so easily, right? A lot easier than what they expected to do so. And there's like a list that the archaeologist that started off the program that my friend was involved in. The actual program or the voyage was called Phoenicians Before Columbus. There was a certain amount of points that needed to be met out for it to sort of be, beyond a shadow of a doubt that these people definitely went to America before Columbus type thing. And they hit most of those points, and the evidence has, to me, pretty much says it that these people would have definitely been capable to do so. And they're using an original Phoenician ship to do this, and like I said, they did it easily. And these people are not ship masters like the people before them. Obviously, who it was that was on said ship to that place or whatever, and who they really are, and all of this sort of stuff. And it's like, if it suggests that they could have made it across the Atlantic Ocean all the way from Lebanon to there, right? Back then, I just think people would have been traveling around everywhere on this plane
Correct. Yeah, but I think
constantly.
the trade aspect, the trade aspect makes perfect sense. That people would travel from one place to another place to go exchange goods, but there would still be a language barrier, cultural barriers, and then there'd be very limited exchange because there wouldn't be, say, for example, fruitful discussion. But the points that I've
Yeah,
seen
that's
that are,
what I was saying. That's just why I said
but
it. What were
let me
you
just
just
make my
talking about
point.
then? Yeah.
But so, like, I agree with trade, but the points that have been raised about the construction, firstly, the methodology, the alignment to certain celestial bodies, their precision to magnetic north, which at that point, they claimed that they didn't even know about magnetism.
Uh,
All of these things, which you wouldn't be able to go across an ocean, then communicate with another group of people who cannot understand you, the precision of what the ratio of phi times the diameter, you would have to teach them mathematics. You would need to teach them so many things to be able to pass that knowledge to them, to then be able to do it themselves, that the mathematical probabilities of them achieving the same type of structure, the program basically said, was virtually zero. So in terms of, it would make more sense that they arrived and then built and left, and thereby had the same structures, the same ratio in terms of diameter to height, to phi proportionality, to alignment to celestial objects, to all of these various factors. It makes more sense that maybe one civilization went around building all these structures. I agree that they could have traded, but it does baffle me in terms of how would you portray. Remember, this is before even the number zero or the digit zero. This was still in a 1 to 9 metric system, and you would arrive on a new continent, and they wouldn't have mathematics. They may not even have the same counting system as you. So how would you teach them the proportionality of phi and all those things?
Well, that's not really included in what I was saying. Like, that's kind of the difference, right? This is why it was interesting what you were saying before about the idea of, right, let's go pre-Babel, right? The idea of shared language, or let's say again the Phoenicians, right? The Phoenicians known as the Phoenicians, and again the reason why we say phonetic sound, and obviously seemingly a lot of language sort of originates back to a very similar origin, traceably so as well. And like this is sort of again, I feel like evolution in and of itself has sort of strawmanned the idea of the capability between people to interpret knowledge to one another and understand one another, as if like, one culture from another separated by an ocean would be so vastly different to one another that they would find it so difficult to communicate. Like the idea that, like, like the idea of creating a chronological order to with evolution is like men like 2,000 years ago, because obviously with evolution and the way that's said is it gives us this idea that men 3,000 years ago would be like more stupid on a sort of unobtainable intellect level. Not like obviously that they have got an accumulative sort of base work, like knowledge, like a load of knowledge that's already there that helps us get more educated helps us get educated quickly, um, and a lot of us to get educated to a similar degree and level quickly, because we have this base knowledge, right? We have these books, we have all of that, right? And that's my point, is that we don't know how societies in the past uh, were interacting with one another. We don't know whether they had the same thing back then, that they had base layers of knowledge, that that somehow they did have these ways of communicating that were derived and developed over hundreds of years. We have no clue, right? Like we don't know what they were involved in order to be able to do these things, right? Like it seems inconceivable to our minds, knowing everything that we're taught about history and the way we perceive history to be. But a lot of history is bullshit, you know. Um, so I don't really have a good answer to your question, really. But not everything is as it seems when it comes to all of these different things. So I really don't know.
Yeah, to me, it just like you say, the logic of that and the ability to communicate. I often think about, say, a Chinese individual arriving in France.
Mm.
Think about how vastly different those two languages are, and I don't even think that verbal or non-verbal communication, like doing hand gestures, for the very first time that you'd be able to
Oh, you
find.
cut out there.
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. I
Yeah,
don't know if
no,
it's
it was cutting out on my side as well. Hey guys, I'm gonna cut out for the night, but great talk.
No
I'll
worries.
see you tomorrow night.
Later, mate.
John, later, right?
Yeah, I'm driving at the moment. So if I drop out, then I'll just keep quiet.
No, you seem alright. Like it seems pretty good. Like it just happened like once or twice. You cut out. That was all.
But imagine, like, if there was a single language that pre-flood time, then it would make sense that there was a great library of Alexandria, that all the
Exactly.
knowledge of the world would be kept in one language, in one library, that everyone understood it, that I could arrive on a new continent and say, this is what I've discovered, and everyone would say, welcome, welcome, and the advancements could all be shared
Robot.
between continents. And the Bible.
You're roboting, bruh.
Yeah, he's roboting really bad.
Yeah. I think he's roboting that bad that he'll probably cut out almost in a sec.
Yeah, he has to
drop
check his
out.
internet or something. There's something
He's
wrong with his
driving.
internet.
He's driving. That's all. It's 4G.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Who's talking, may I ask? Can't be bothered to look. No.
Oh, Prince B.
Who?
Prince B.
Not. I don't think I've spoke to you before. Nice to meet you, dude.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
I probably should open up the thing instead of asking a million questions. But yeah, you been in the server for long?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
I've been in here for like a month or two now.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So quite a short time then, maybe. That's why I
Yeah,
was like, you've been here for a while, and you're like, yeah.
relatively,
But yeah,
but I've been a flat earther for longer.
cool, bro. Let's see, VC verified. You've not got your flat Earth tag yet.
Nah,
Then? Oh, so
I'll
oh,
get it
cool, man. I
eventually.
like the fact that you've got I like that you've got some of the middle-aged Paleo Hebrew in your name there. That's pretty cool.
Right. Yeah.
In your you know, you study the
Right.
Bible and stuff like
It's
that.
stands for Yahuwah.
Huh?
The paleo means Yahuwah.
Yeah, no, I can read that.
Right.
Yahweh. So some people call him Yahweh, right? And then some people pronounce Yahuwah, right? They pronounce it the actual Hua, but if you go back to the actual sound, right, back to what was actually able to be sounded out, right, when we were talking about the Aleph versus the Gimel, so like the different characters that are actually there, right? So the Yahuwah, so spelt like this. I'll put it in the live stream, right, like right now.
More like a breath. Yeah.
It's more like Yahweh.
Yahweh.
So yeah, so I know it says Yahuwah, but
Yeah.
it's more like Yahweh, but like Yahweh, like he just said as well.
It's almost like you can hear the birds saying it. You
Yes,
can hear the frogs saying it.
exactly. And even when I studied, like, people
Yeah.
say Yeshua, I believe it's more Yahusha. Exactly, get Yahweh like that. Yeah. It's interesting. So, like a lot of the I'm noticing more of you guys. Someone's hot micing. Mr. Perfect, what are you doing?
Hi, how's it going?
It's just fine if you're talking, but I don't know, you've got stuff playing or whatever in the background.
Oh, you can hear it? Okay, I can turn it down. This microphone is just insane. It picks up everything.
That's all right, dude. Just thought I'd let you know. You're new to the server?
Yeah, pretty new. I just today.
Cool, bro. You come in today, did you say?
Yeah, I'm a flat Earth person. I think it's like flat, like not globe. I
Did
don't
he
have.
just say flat Earth person?
I
He
don't
did.
believe in the globe, so I guess I'm a flat Earth person.
If I
He
may
wants to
ask,
take it.
what's your best proof? Just tell us what's your best proof that the Earth is flat.
Um, some of the videos I've seen and my own experience. So actually, also I've noticed a few things that I really didn't think about till I started looking into it.
Any
So
examples?
therefore,
Well, one
exactly.
example is I noticed that things echo more than they should. Feels like there's on certain days, feels like everything is like echoing a lot more than it possibly should if there was It was like a globe with no dome. It wouldn't
The
echo half
fuck are you
much.
talking? What the fuck are you talking about? Sorry.
All
You
the
mean like
sounds are
standing,
Hey, Greg.
like
Happy
standing
New
in a
Year,
small
bro.
room, like standing in a small room.
Hmm.
well, basically when you're
Oh,
outside,
I
in
understand what
nature,
he's saying.
like all the nature around you, like sounds, all the birds, and then the car noises too. Also, it's like it echoes a lot.
Only in your imagination. Give us
It's
another
the
one.
first. It's the first
Re-
time when I hear such thing.
Right? Get me, get or get
Yeah.
got.
Happy New Year,
there's
Greg. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
brother.
there's nothing close enough to you to cause an echo unless you're living in a valley near mountains. And even then, the birds and the nature will not echo perpetually because you think that you're now enclosed. That definitely would be occurring inside your mind. Have you got anything that you've ever experienced in terms of
Yeah.
the world being
The
flat?
I would call this proof a little bit kind of suspicious. So, do you have any other proofs for
Well, when I
for what
looked out a
you
plane,
believe?
every time I looked out a plane, and I looked as far as I could look, it's like flat.
Okay, yeah,
That
this
was
is a
pretty
good
obvious.
point.
But I do
Yeah,
still think, though, because of the
mm,
dome, it echoes more. But I do live somewhere where there is mountains.
yeah.
There's lots of mountains
So,
where I live, and there's lots of birds.
But
what?
when you give this kind of answer, like when you look out in the distance, you see it's a flat plane. You have to be a little bit more specific. You know,
Like even with the thing with the dome, like what dome?
yeah,
Like, what dome are you talking about? You know?
Firmament?
And just from uh, from a powerful
Solar, you're
noise
right,
to be
Michael.
able to.
You're right. You sound better now. Go ahead.
Okay, let me try again.
No, you're all right.
From a sound perspective, sound diffuses through air and attenuates eventually. So you need a really large sound to be able to travel the distance that you think it would travel. Where it does apply is lightning and thunder, in that sometimes you will hear the thunder and then a few seconds later you will hear it echo. Now, for it to echo, there must be something that it's reverberating off of, but then you also need
yeah,
a couple of hundred decibels to be able to travel the distance to the whatever the containment is and back. But to think that birds chirping is going to be loud enough to travel that distance from a physics perspective is not gonna hold water.
yeah.
So, Mr. Perfect, like, yeah, when did you start looking into flat Earth?
Like 3 years ago, I started looking into it, but
Mm.
Where did you go first? Like, what was the, you know?
I saw it on Facebook.
Whose video have you seen?
Um,
Just okay.
just trying to think of somewhere where I watched something lately.
So you've been really busy over the last 3 years.
Do you remember any personality? I mean, these guys who made the videos.
Yeah, I remember there's a lot of them. Like a couple year ago, I was like watching a couple of them.
Yeah, it's okay to say you believe you're on a globe, Mr. Perfect. Okay. I'd rather have you being honest.
I've seen a couple of journalism videos. They were okay.
Okay. Journalism is good, but he has a lot of flat earthers making videos about him. So it depends what you saw.
I would just say,
Yeah.
give us your biggest proof of the Earth being flat. You know, in your own words.
Oh, one thing
I
that
personally,
I thought NASA was so fake for a while, and then I started looking at it more, and it was like even more fake than I thought before.
Right. But nothing about the Earth then, Mr. Perfect. Nothing you can.
Well, I noticed that they were like giving like false images of the Earth.
Yeah,
Making
do you
The
see
Earth,
curvature?
the Earth itself, Mr. Perfect. The
do I
Earth
see
itself.
curvature?
Right. Yeah. Do you observe
No,
curvature?
no, I
So it's flat.
yeah. I'm pretty sure if I get a camera, I can like prove it like it's more flat than I thought before.
well, you don't need to get a high-tech camera. There are people who already did, like the longest distance world's record photography. And if you look at that picture, it speaks for itself. And you can also get from the World's Guinness Book record website, you can get the official numbers, like how far uh, can you see in that picture. So they give you all the numbers. And if you do the sphere geometry, um, you will find that in that picture is missing like uh, 9 kilometers of curvature.
I guess not.
Did he left?
Professor
Ah,
and Professor Phil is like honestly um relentless.
oh
Continually
man,
DMs me. He's always listening to what we're saying, right? He's
is he
always
back?
listening.
Yeah, he
No,
was
he's not in the.
DMing
He's
me.
just listening on the YouTube.
Yeah,
Oh my days! He's like, you seriously gonna just let Flat Earth Solar talk shit? Like Latin. I'll read it out to Solar a
yeah.
sec. He's like, but Phil didn't understand the point. Even obviously, the fact is that he's not saying that people don't teach Latin at all, but that Latin is something that we all have sort of moved away from, and that actually there was a you know And there was a massive effort toward moving away from Latin for a long time. Yeah, people still teach it. We're not. He wasn't saying that, Phil. But he's like, do you know any top UK grammar or public high school that does not teach Latin? The one I went to didn't.
Latin is a barbaric language.
The name Latin derives from the Italic tribal group named Latini that settled around the 10th century BC in Latium, and the dialect spoken by these people. Cool,
Yeah,
Phil.
Italy was called Lazio before.
Later, Roger. Well, I don't feel like what Solo was saying goes against anything that what he's saying anyway. Yeah, Solo was just more expanding on it a little bit.
Is Flat Earth Solar here?
Yeah, he is. He's just, I think he's got a bit of bad signal in a minute, so
Yeah,
he's on
yeah.
this.
The
Flat Earth Solar.
point I was trying to make with that whole Latin thing was that Latin America is also in the maps that I watched the video on. It's posted in the live stream a few hours ago. Showed that America was often called Atlantis prior to being named America, and I was asking whether Atlantis had any bearing on Latin and why they would now call it Latin America. So I was more trying to ask a question than actually stating anything. When I said that Latin was removed from many schools as an optional language, that is true. There are still schools which teach it. That is also true. But go ahead.
Yeah, Phil like strawmanned what you were saying, basically. But even what he said is wrong. He's like, do you know any prestigious or high up UK schools that don't teach Latin? I know plenty of UK schools that are well known that have Latin mottos and they don't teach Latin.
Correct.
When we started removing it from schools quite a while ago, actually. Maybe like Cambridge and Oxford.
Why did they remove Latin?
Well, because
There's
of
never
King
been a good
James.
reason, because all of our genus, species, all names of all plants and animals have a Latin genus name. And the Latin name often has a lot of wisdom. Like each letter in the Latin word, there's incredible thought that goes into it, but there can often be multiple interpretations of the Latin word. But it's nuanced, so you've got to look at it in its entire context. And they wanted us to learn English as the one world language. So they started taking away the more complicated, well, should I say, some schools started taking away the Latin option. And like you said, why would they take it away if everything is named in it? If every plant and every animal has a Latin name, why would the population not need to know Latin? Just give me one good reason. What were you going to say about King James? Get?
Yeah, in King James times, he wanted to marry a woman, but for that he had to divorce from his actual wife, and divorce was not something common in Catholic religion, influence from the Roman Empire. So they created then their own religion, like Anglo-Saxon church so that they can break away from the Roman Catholic Church. So that's why that's how I would explain why the British broke away from Latin language and using it. And in those times, the church
Sorry,
was
again, just
actually
just
an
explain to me
educational
again.
system. Yeah.
I don't see the link between King James having to get a divorce and removing Latin as a
Mm.
language from the population. Why is that
Well,
connected?
they changed their whole religion, the church.
Okay, how
You
does that
know.
link to Latin?
Well, it doesn't link to Latin. It explains why the British stopped using Latin in their schools because they created this Anglo-Saxon religion, a new church of their own, so they are not under the Roman Empire Church anymore.
And they used the King James Bible as a tool because they stood on that Bible like
Mm,
a Protestant, a protest
yeah,
against the Christian Church, right? Catholic Church.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, the Bible, the King James Bible was actually the book to be taught in school, in the educational system, because the church in those times, it was also an educational system. It wasn't just a place of worship. It was a place of learning. And when they made their English written Bible, yeah, they broke off from the Latin.
Yeah, there was that is attributed to some of it, I guess. But we were still learning Latin, I guess, for a long time after that in the United Kingdom. Well, I feel like we unlearned it, and then obviously we must have
Yeah,
unlearned it for even what Phil was saying about like these prestigious high schools or grammar schools teaching Latin. It's like, yeah, that proves that we went away from the language of Latin at some point, right? Because why
yeah.
would these schools even be teaching it to us in the way that they do as a secondary language, not as something that was our first language? But then obviously the rebuttal
Yeah.
for that could be, well, was it ever the first language in England? Um, I'm not even entirely sure on this. It's something that I've not really looked into much. Like,
Well, back in the days, if you wanted to learn, you were going to this Roman Catholic Church, and you were supposed you had no choice but to learn Latin language, so you can learn and study the Bible and everything. But once they have made the British wrote this King James Bible, they translated it, then they didn't need the Latin language anymore. So they could start uh, teaching in their own language, in English. Yeah. But it's still people were still learning it because you have they were gaining access to a lot bigger libraries. So that's how it was in those times.
Latin seems incredibly hard to sort of, I don't know, I guess, like, get used to or, like, learn. It seems like a really difficult language. I might be wrong, but...
It is complex. I would say for an English person, to learn all that pronunciation and the words, it's totally different from English language. That's why
Yeah.
it seems so hard. Yeah.
I feel like English being like your first language, I think it makes it a lot harder to learn a lot of languages.
Yeah. I
Actually.
knowing the little that I know of English language, but I speak a Latin language, Romanian, and I also learned Latin in school. I know they are such different kind of languages, the way you pronounce the words and the way you read and the grammar also.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, man, there's a massive... I feel like English is actually far removed from most language, like even European, like I don't know, I feel like it's a lot easier for, let's say, someone from your country to learn English than it is for me to learn your language. I don't know why, I just feel like that's true.
Yeah. It's true.
It's not because like anyone that speaks English is stupid. It's just like the English language on its own doesn't really give you much.
Yeah.
It doesn't give you many tools to learn in the other languages. I don't know. I've just noticed this like theme where people in my country.
It's not. Also, it's not your fault, but you see, in the British, in UK and USA, these countries for many centuries they have their own culture to exclusively speak English language and treat it like once you learn it, it's an international language. So people by default will either understand you and know the English language, or if they are not well educated, then they will not understand you when you speak English. So
It's annoying because I'd love to speak another language. Like, you know, I studied German for like 5 years and I can barely speak German. Do you understand? It's like, that annoys
German
me a
is
lot.
hard.
I found it easier than French, but I don't know why that is. I did French as well for many years, and you know, I again, at the minute, I'm trying to learn Spanish, and I'm also learning Hebrew. Hebrew, I'm finding easy.
French for me is very weird. It is a Latin language. When they speak, I almost understand what they say, but the way you write it and the way you read it, it's so off.
It's awkward, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's off, man. It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah.
Like, I found, like, German's supposed to be a harder language than French, right?
Yeah.
But it's not. I don't think it is. Like, I found French much more difficult. Learning French and German at the same time was, like, so weird that my school even like did that. I don't even get why they did it.
Wow.
So annoying. And then they offered to teach me Italian and Spanish for the last 2 years. They're like, oh, you can do. And I'm like, why didn't you offer like Italian and Spanish at the beginning? I would have took Spanish at the beginning.
At
Like,
least you would have learned one language.
right? Exactly. Like,
Yeah,
I dropped French after doing
yeah,
French for
yeah.
3 years. The German didn't really take hold because, like, you know, I was just using my memory to pass tests and shit like that because, like, yeah, there was no
Well,
way for me. Mm-hmm.
Jay,
Oh shit! Oh, I gotta do it this way.
Fire solar.
What?
Yes, Godric.
Hey, thank you. Can you tell us about gain of function? You were talking about gain of function for evolution, and I found it interesting, and how that is a problem.
I think that that's one of those forbidden topics. It's a fascinating thing. I would say look for a lady called Dr. Judy Mikovits. Dr. Judy Mikovits. Go find her on BitChute. She was head of all virology and bacterial studies under Fauci for about 30 to 40 years. And she headed up multiple labs, level 4 labs, demonstrating how by exposing, let's just use bacteria as the example. By using bacteria and then exposing it to other pathogens, you can make the bacteria become more malleable to what you want it to do. So, for example,
Can you
they've
spell her
designed.
name? I'm sorry, spell her name for us.
Sorry, the name
Yeah, her name.
Judy
Judy.
Judy Mikovits Mikow Mikowitz Mikovits.
Mikovits.
That should
Okay, thank you.
get
Continue.
you. I might have
Thank
left out a character somewhere, but
Continue
so
now.
so for example, they've designed a bacteria which they are working on for optical repair of your optical nerve. So they can put a bacteria in your eye, and then it's going to go in and either eat the cataract out your eye, or it can even separate the lens and do other things through bacteria, through gain of function, by them figuring out certain bacteria have certain properties, and then blending certain bacteria types and exposing them to certain things. They start to reprogram them or get them to gain functions, either to become less threatening, more transmissible, and less dangerous,
Or even
or
more dangerous.
more, depending on whatever the purpose is. Like when I saw that there's this flesh-eating bacteria, and people were having like limbs literally eaten away by this bacteria, I thought there's something dodgy there because I know the government experiments with bacteria all the time. But
Exactly.
the gain of function, what they try and do is that I've heard Fauci even describe this, so you can also search for Fauci describing this. He says that you're basically speeding up evolution. So what would have taken that thing thousands of years to learn to achieve, you can now basically get that thing to progress in, say, 2 to 3 years to acquire these new learned behaviors. And the gain of function, the research that they do, is always under the premise that our enemy could be studying this to do this to us.
Yeah.
So we better learn and we better be ahead of our enemy by learning how to manipulate things this way. in case our enemies choosing to use this as their weapon of choice.
Isn't that what Agent Orange was? It was a flesh-eating bacteria.
I don't know about Agent Orange specifically. I know that was also a toxic chemical and caused a lot of problems. But the flesh-eating bacteria, they call it the flesh-eating bacteria. And if you type it into Google, you'll see horrendous pictures of people with half their faces missing. And it's a type of bacteria that eats flesh. And generally speaking, if it ate the flesh, it would kill its host, thereby kill itself. So it doesn't make sense for a bacteria to want to kill its host.
Which is what doesn't really make sense about even with COVID as well.
Correct. It's antithetical to reproduction if you kill the thing that's going to allow you to reproduce.
But they say it's because it's new that the virus has to adjust itself in order for it to get to the perfect levels and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, well, okay, so each new variant that comes out then is actually going to be less and less dangerous.
Well, we are close. We are close to the terminus virus, actually.
Mm-hmm.
We have Omicron, so it's not far from the T.
But yeah, so Godric, when it's like gain of function stuff, that's what I was saying earlier. Like that's why I was saying what I said about how could you ever claim that bacteria have been changed by evolution when part of their claim is effectively that, well, not their claim, but what they've printed even, and actually pretty much been studying labs to sort of show that they can gain functions almost on in bacteria, right? Like, and then they want to claim that you could attribute bacteria eating plastic to natural evolution. You can't really claim that, can you? When you've already admitted that you could have been the ones to program the same said thing.
Question for you, Crack. Do you have your DNA still intact?
Hang on, Crack. What's your point? I missed your point about...
My point is what I was saying about... I was just saying earlier, that's why I said what I was saying. When we have governments or whatever claiming that as a proof for evolution, they'll use bacteria, right? They'll use bacteria eating something that didn't exist in the past. So let's take, for instance, the form of bacteria that eats plastic, like polypropylene or whatever you call it, right? And their claim is that that's because this bacteria has evolved to eat plastic, right? Okay, that's cool. But the problem with that is not only, again, we have evidence where they manipulate bacteria to change their functions, right? For them to function in a different way than what they do now. So you could always say, well, how could that have come about of actual natural evolution? It could have been that you manipulated it, or it could be that the medium that it's in, the bacteria, manipulated it itself. Because obviously we have a very different electromagnetic. We have a lot more going on electromagnetically speaking in cities and things like this, and in labs than what would just occur naturally. I'm just saying that it's kind of like.
Well, there wasn't plastic in the past, was there?
No, there wasn't.
Occurring naturally. No. And then there wasn't manipulating it either. So that's actually going against what they're doing. That they expected to happen in the wild. If you're manipulating it, you're interfering with it.
Well, no, I'm just saying that that's my point is that effectively that even if and again, chronologically speaking, how fast they say it takes for things to gain new functions via evolution. Plastic's been around for 100 years or less. I don't believe it even had enough time for it to have the bacteria naturally adjust to eat said plastics. But then there are bacteria that, again, have the same function, to eat something similar to plastic, something with a similar, like, I don't know, Solo talked about it earlier. But I'm just saying, overall, like, the claims to do with evolution these days, a lot of them are based in bacterias, right? And that's obviously what they're sort of saying. It's like this idea that they can speed up evolution on a macro scale by looking at bacterias and stuff like that. And I'm just saying it's a load of bullshit, because they
Well, I would
manipulate these
say,
bacterias.
how long would it take for you to get a blue-eyed, blonde-haired boy? That's what I would ask him. From your bacteria that's getting you function.
Well, it's never demonstrated. But the thing about the plastics and the bacteria eating plastics, if, for example, let's use this analogy, to make a cake, I need flour and eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Before there was a cake, there was flour and eggs, and that insect would eat flour and eggs. Now, to be surprised when it eats cake is not really an exciting prospect. How do we make plastic? We grind up other earth minerals and we combine them in a certain way, and then we get plastic in this form. But the core ingredients, how do we know that bacteria never fed on the core ingredients of what plastic is for thousands of years, and that now eating plastic is actually no different to them, because it's just like a rearrangement of how many eggs and flour? It's irrelevant. They still eat eggs and flour. So it doesn't matter how you bake the cake, they can still eat it. But the one thing about mankind is that we're arrogant. So if we created that bacteria, there will be a patent number. So there are ways to trace that, to find out if that was actually man-made. And then you've got them balls to the wall. They fucked.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but this gain of function doesn't happen naturally. It's pretty much the same as genetically modified.
Yep.
It's just a genetically modified organism. It only happens through genetic modification, or of the sorts. As far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong.
So the term gain of function is pretty standard and pretty neutral, in the same way that if I take an athlete to high altitude and train him in the lower density oxygen, he's going to gain function and he'll be able to perform better at sea level, or training a weightlifter will allow him to gain certain function. When applied to these specific things like bacteria and the other thing, then there's often a sinister motive that they want to make it more transmissible or more deadly, or that it can carry multiple things all in one neat package, and thereby they start trying to stimulate it and almost like cause it a lot of shock to try and get the most out of it. That type of gain of function is truly sinister, because there's no good reason for it. But if we look at adaptation like gain of function, in the way that if you're placed in sunlight and your skin starts to darken, you are adapting, but you're also gaining function, because your skin will now produce more melanin, and what's going on biologically inside you will start to change. You will gain function through that stimulation. So
But didn't we already have that function? I mean, okay, so maybe you've looked. It seems to me it's pretty clear you've looked further into gain of function than I have. I haven't really looked into it. I've heard it used within context, right, of a conversation. Probably the same one that you were referring to with Fauci, but it's when Rand Paul was questioning Fauci, where Fauci had authorized or approved funding for China for gain of function with that virus. I don't want to say it too much. It's already been said a couple times.
So
But anyway, it's in the research. It's like he authorized and gain of function was the way Rand Paul used it in the context was in regards to how it was able to combine with human DNA. Like it gain of function means it gained a function it didn't have prior through the research or whatever that they did.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's why I said go look for Dr. Judy Mikovits, and look probably on BitChute and type Judy Mikovits and gain of function. It's about a 40-minute video where she describes all the projects she's worked on, where they gave Ebola gain of function, and they gave HIV virus gain of function, they gave tuberculosis gain of function. And all throughout the years, through the 80s and 90s, she describes all the projects that she's worked with Fauci on in terms of how each one was gaining specific targeted function. Now, for example, with the present one, we're talking about a SARS-CoV-2. The SARS and the CoV are two different strains that have been found, they've been smashed together so that you get the best of both of those two. So in nature, you would never have a SARS-CoV-2, which when you go and look at the patterns, you will see how effectively they wanted the transmissibility of SARS. So in other words, there's a high spreading rate, but they wanted the lung infection of the other family
COVID.
of, yeah, that one.
COVID. Yeah.
No, I'm trying not to say the words that are
Yeah.
All the different
unnecessary.
strands. Yeah.
So effectively, once they bundled those two together, they got, it's like the speed of one, but the attacking of the other. And that was one type of gain. And then SARS-CoV-1 came out 4 or 5 years ago. And now SARS-CoV-2 came out in 2020. And that's what everyone now, and they called it the novel one, but it was called number 2. It's like, it can't be novel if it's the second iteration of something else. You know, it was really strange. But like you just said, the gain of function was the SARS also came from animal, but the other version of the family of types effectively was human based, and then they would put it into human DNA to get it to be viable. So the first few iterations, when they place it in monkey DNA, like rotting monkey liver or some agitated monkey liver, then it would gain function, but only in the animal classification. So then they needed human genetic material to be able to grow those things in a human and figure out what chemicals they needed to add to allow the bacteria to not die while it's learning how to grow in a new medium. And while it learns to grow in that new medium, they test every chemical they can to ensure that the bacteria remains viable. And then they figure out then that becomes the additives to what when you get juiced.
Right.
So
So it's a question. Is gain of function possible without human intervention? In your
I would
understanding?
say no, because it's the adaptation of the existing code. Like you said, the skin going darker is existing, just you adapting to your environment. But when you go and start trying to find the patterns on gain of function bacteria and the other word, you'll find that they've looked for sterilization. They've looked for things that reduce IQ. They've looked for things that reduce propensity for your religious. So they are looking at gain of function to attack biological things inside human beings on levels that you can't even comprehend. But yet, what we are discussing is a gain of function from an animal to a human, which is relatively, the way Dr. Judy Mikovits describes it, she says that's routine now. They can get it to jump back to human and from human back to animal. So it just depends on whatever gain of function is desired.
I guess the question I was asking is like artificially, like something that wouldn't. Anyway, we can move on to this. I'll just look into it
So
more.
it's like chemical warfare,
The way it's more like the way I understood it was more like
biological warfare. Sorry, go ahead.
akin to like gene splicing or combining of not. It's something that would not happen naturally. Not when I mean like intervention of man, I don't mean like is in terms of like man taking himself to where there's more sunlight or whatever. I'm talking intervention by man as far as intervening in like splicing the genes or manipulating the genes or the genomes or neutralizing certain aspects of it or whatever. Just in that it's something that would not occur naturally under any circumstance. But I'll just look into it further. Because I'd only heard it in that one conversation in the context of what I'd, previously mentioned with Rand Paul and what's his face.
Yeah.
I don't even like saying his name.
The gain of function can also be for longevity on surfaces. It can be that it's for multiple generations that gene editing occurs or remains intact. So they were testing to make mosquito populations sterile, so to try and reduce malaria. And then entire villages were rendered sterile because those infected mosquitoes would pass on the chemical to the human. And you can tell me that you don't know that mosquitoes also feed on humans, but when they go release 1 million mosquitoes in an inhabited area and then shrug their shoulders when they say we could never have known that could have been an outcome.
Oh yeah, well we know that was their original intent anyway. More than likely.
Yeah, and the method for dispersal, so they use like aerosolized, they call it stratospheric aerosolized injectables. So it's basically chemtrails. They can vaccinate an entire population, and they were testing that in the Iraq War to spray the sky.
They were testing that back in Vietnam with something called, and get this, you ready for it? Q fever. Anyway, go ahead. I just, I guess we can. Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question about that.
Yeah, the rabbit hole goes deep on that topic. But like I say, Dr. Judy Mikovits, she's probably the world's leading expert in that topic, and she's a wealth of knowledge. She's a bit monotone, and she's a highly technical person. So she gives you the technical info. She doesn't simplify it, so you have to go and do a bit of research while listening to her. But she really does explain it in a very transparent way.
Did you say Malkovich or
Mikovits? Mikovitz. Judy Mikovits.
All right, cool. Yeah, because I wouldn't have spelled that. I wouldn't have got the spelling right. Sorry, guys, for interrupting the convo.
But like I said, it's always said is practicing this technology. So we would have to know how to do it and how to undo it. And they go and study the most sinister thing. With one attack can render all of those infertile. And all you need to do is sterilize the female population for one generation, and you can create incredible chaos. And yet that's already patented back in early 2000s and tested, field tested. So some poor individuals on the earth have been rendered sterile as part of a scientific experiment on them without their knowledge.
How likely would it be that if they render like the majority of the population sterile and the only people that are able to have children are the red-pilled flat earthers, how likely would it be that everyone else that is already sterile would just go along with it, considering childbirth without permission a crime? I mean, they don't care. They can't have children anyway at this point. So, sure, why not? They'd go right along with it. If the majority of the population, red-pilled glowers, can't have children, and the only ones who can are the red-pilled flat earthers. Be pretty easy. Anyway, that was the thought that just came to mind, so. Be pretty easy to pull off. Is that what they're trying to do with since nobody's saying anything? I mean, you guys had a good flow going. I was just asking a question about the gain of function. But since no one is that what they're trying to do with the gain of function? Is use it to reify evolution? Their claims of evolution?
Yeah, that's why Crack and I were talking about that they use a bacteria that can consume plastic as their proof of evolution. But I raised the point that we know that they already do gain of function studies on bacteria. So how can we know with certainty that that bacteria wasn't deliberately manipulated and now is the poster child for evolution and just done quietly?
Right. Well, of course. I mean, that would be more likely. Yeah, well, please do carry on, Craig. Flutter Solar.
Yeah, and then my further point to that was that there's nothing on this earth that we haven't used raw ingredients to create. So even plastic has raw ingredients that we have to go and mine from the earth and then combine in a certain way to generate plastic. Then we as humans run around saying we invented it, but actually we just discovered the right combination of ingredients to generate that. So how can we prove that that bacteria could not feed on the raw ingredients prior to it becoming plastic? Because we found bacteria that lives on salt. We found bacteria in volcanoes. It feeds on lava. We found, what's the name? Extremophores or extremobites.
Well, I mean, what mechanism do they identify their food that they eat and consume anyway? Right?
Well, so
Because whatever,
basically for
right?
metabolism. So for reproduction, so bacteria comes into contact with something, it then consumes some of that exterior stuff, and then it divides into two and starts reproducing. And then those two become 4, become 8, become 16. And the bacteria starts to grow. So they look at what can a bacteria come in contact with. Because remember, bacteria breaks down the trees in the forest. Bacteria breaks down the food in our stomachs. That's what bacteria does. It breaks down things. So because this bacteria can break down a plastic, everyone says, oh, plastics is man-made, therefore this is proof of evolution. But it's like my analogy was ingredients of a cake, flour and eggs and milk and whatever. Just because I put them in this order and I get a cake doesn't mean that the things couldn't eat the flour and the milk and the eggs prior to me turning it into a cake. And thereby, if I go feed cake to my worms, or like to garden worms or whatever, the worms will be able to eat the cake because it's made with ingredients like eggs and milk and flour and all these natural ingredients. So it's the same thing with plastics. We have to add raw natural ingredients to create it. So even though it's man-made, it's still eating ingredients that are natural.
Man-made is still from natural things, so it's always going to be, yeah. But I guess they can convince some people that because they make it, then it's this new thing and bacteria doesn't. detect it like that. Anyway, I'm going to hop out because it seems like, I don't know, just seems like you guys are able to carry on a little bit better before I start asking a question or two. So anyway, I got things to do. So I'll catch you later.
Later, Jenny.
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
Hey, somehow, Earth is the place. The moon makes light so cool at night. The luminaries, they all rotate around you. From the point of truth, where is the where is the curvature? Where is the where is the
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Woo-woo! The reading caboose has arrived. I'm Conductor Clark.
And I'm Ms. Janice. Hey, who wants to learn about the letter H?
I do! Now what can we do with the letter H?
We can hula hoop.
Or?
Create a massive global hoax.
What Ernie's referring to is the Apollo 11 moon landing that supposedly took place on July 20th, 1969.
To quote Neil Armstrong, this is one small step for man.
And one giant lie to mankind. Hello, everybody. Hello.
Hi, Ticket Taker Sam. Sam's been riding the rails ever since mean old Microsoft stole his formula for Windows 95.
Hey, Sam, I hear you've got a story for the kids.
I sure do, Miss Janice, and it's a real whiz-banger. Once upon a time, there was a president named Kennedy.
I promised to put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Meanwhile, poor inept NASA couldn't get a rocket into space. Pew!
So, they turned to Plan B.
I'm LBJ. The end of the decade is here, and there's still no Americans on the moon. Those Ruskies are gonna beat us to it.
I'll help you, Mr. President.
Who the hell are you?
I'm Stanley Kubrick, and I'll use some tricks I learned while filming the movie 2001, A Space Odyssey, to fake a moon landing.
Good. While people think they're in space, we'll keep the astronauts busy with whores and gambling. Then we'll pay them off, or brainwash them, or kill them.
The end.
Yay! Squawk? But is there any real proof it was a hoax? Squawk!
Is this proof enough, Gully Bird?
Wow!
I used to fly to the moon all the time.
Hobo Dan! Hey, Hobo Dan, how did you fly to the moon?
With the only real astronaut, Dr. Timothy Leary.
Oh, Hobo Dan.
Hey, that reminds me of a song.
This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be.
Ain't what it appears to be. Ain't what it appears to be.
This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be because it was baked in a kiln
in Japan.
Yay! Thanks, Hobo Dan. That was fun, credible, and the truth.
Uh-oh, someone's ringing the doorbell. To the safe room, kids. To the safe room.
Okay, that's all the time that we have for now. We'll be back with more reading later. Until then, the most important part of reading is reading between the lines.
Sayonara, pigs.
One, two, three. Books are friends. When you can read, the fun never ends.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also, thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space
Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people still believe the world is flat.
Now, scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes,
Flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay?
Yeah, I know that
and
guy.
in this Neutral Buoyancy Lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Len, NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater in a pool 4 stories deep and so wide. We saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
Investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this.
One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. You know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlying materials of variables are, is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable, she's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window. At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline. And you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hurst, CBS, North Carolina.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about my view of the world. Tongue like a slam door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flat earth, flat earth. Flat earth, flat earth, flat earth. Well, gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this. In my head, take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, and stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. And a nerd tell me, I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different. Same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear
That was one of those.
Don't tell me what to believe.
I don't know.
You and your facts, I'm free.
I like it, though.
Don't tell me what to believe. You and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me?
Thank you, Music Bot. Oh, there goes Music Bot. That was good. That was rolling.
Yeah, that probably was Bob.
Yeah, it sounded kind of. It was, his sound. If it wasn't, but yeah, it could have been. I heard his first two albums, and then he, dropped out of the spotlight, or limelight, or whatever. Right? He was told not to continue that pursuit. Okay.
Anyway, they probably said, like, at one point, okay, come out with it a bit to the rap community, and then he did.
Possibly.
And they're like, no, you better stop.
Or he just came out, right? And he was told to stop, right? I mean, it could have been as a gatekeeper. I get what you're saying, just to kind of open it up a little bit, But, he seemed kind of truthful to me. I don't know the man.
You know what? It could have also been to see if, everybody would laugh and, think it was stupid.
But it got traction.
And, ridicule it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it got traction right at that time when B.O.B. came out. Fucking bam. It hit wildfire. That was, 2015? I'm thinking.
And then nobody thought he was trolling. Everyone was like, what? And then they looked into it and they're like,
yeah.
Holy fuck, there is something here.
And a few other people did look into it, right? Like,
Yeah.
We don't see that guy on Mr. fucking Thumbhead's, Mr. Towhead's, Joe Rogan's fucking podcast anymore, right?
No.
Right?
And Joe Rogan is...
Yeah.
Joe Rogan is hilarious because he was this... I don't
know. He's a possessed kind of...
on NASA.
He was a crusader, he said. That was Eddie Bravo said, you're a crusader, right? What happened to you, man? Yeah. Right? But where's Eddie Bravo now, right?
You know what it was like? I think it was like he had this comedy routine thing, and he was like, I'm going to use this as my thing. And then
platform, yeah.
He did. And they're like, no, you can't do that. They've kind of like... Because you never notice Alex Jones? He will never, he's so glober. He's like total globe-tard.
I followed him for a long time, like pre-Flat Earth.
Yeah.
And, and it didn't come up until, he wouldn't debate every debate or fucking whatever, and it got all fucking messy. And I was like, no, you know. Yeah, guys like, yeah, they're total gatekeepers. I don't know.
Oh, for sure. He's like 100% gatekeeper.
He lets the truth out there, and same with David Icke, I find.
Yeah, you're totally right.
But he's like, no. He won't go that far. He won't touch flat earth because he's too much into whatever fucking realm that he's believing in. He's got some points. And they both have points. But only to let the
I think actually I think like Alex Jones is so entertaining, and I think just like a comedian factor. I just can watch him.
I haven't watched him in a few years.
I don't take it too serious. I just
you can't.
It's funny to me.
Right. Yeah. He always reminded me. Well, he was, it was all the Bill Hicks. He's a comedian. He's an entertainer. You go down. He's actually Bill Hicks. And
that's hilarious because there's so why does he look so much like Bill Hicks?
Well, he probably isn't, right? But that's the world that we live in, right? Like he probably isn't. Like, coincidental though.
Actually, if he isn't, I think it's even more funny.
I don't think he is, man. It's just he really looked like him, the jawline and everything. When you do that breakdown, it's like, wow.
I've seen the breakdown. The eyes are the same, everything.
Yeah, right.
Exactly,
and that's with all Hollywood. That's with all of Hollywood, right? You do the breakdown, and then you get into the feminism and the genderism, and the next thing I know, fucking that Hollywood actress is a cat. It's like what? Even I was like, anytime I see that
Baldwin?
That brown hair girl. That brown hair girl. Man, she looks like a guy, man. She's got an Adam's apple.
Oh, Sandra Bullock?
Yes, that's not Bullock. Yes, thank you. Yeah, man. It's like you can't. I can't unsee it, right? You can't unsee it. It's like
when they get older, it's harder to hide.
Yeah.
They do a pretty good job when they're younger. Like they fool us, and then they hit 40, and
it's been going on in Hollywood for years, right? It's been going on behind the scenes. It's all,
And do you know the other thing about that is about the presidents?
Oh yeah. Well, a few of them. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The craziest fucking thing was Barbara Bush was the fucking daughter of fucking Mr. Crowley.
Oh fuck! I heard
Wasn't that the best one?
Yeah.
Mr. Crowley. Do. And they totally missed this fucking script. Right? I'm like, shit. That was one ugly woman.
I seen her on a public service announcement. She was trying to hypnotize everyone on TV.
Right.
She was it was like an MK Ultra thing.
Oh, for sure. The whole. And he was here. Look who her husband supposedly was, right? Right.
Yeah.
He ran the whole fucking program, man. Listen, George.
Oh yeah, and he's
well, we're not supposed to catch on that. We're not supposed to know that, right? Watch your news. Don't pay attention here. And brutal what they expect people not to pay attention to. Well, that's okay. And when you do, you're ostracized, right?
Yeah.
Or you're Fuck 'em.
You know what's funny about the news is like how the news has become the sports too. It's like sports was never news, but now sports is part of news.
Right?
The announcers, so like,
yeah.
and like when you watch Sports Center, you're just watching the news.
Right.
But
They
with
just.
sports people,
Oh, okay.
sports actors,
They're just recapping
they
the
just yeah,
narrative.
they'll push stuff too, like agenda.
Absolutely.
It's
This
so
is,
stupid.
this is why this team can't play or that team can't play. Fucking. There's not enough jabs in that city. They can't play there. We have to do every game in that city. Right?
Oh, it's ridiculous how they have the sellout stadiums, and then they're like in the schools, you just have like all this big separation thing happening still. It's like, oh, but it's fine in a big arena.
Oh, man.
As long as you've been like quadruple jabbed, you can go to the arena.
Sure. Yeah, or you could have a job, maybe support your family. Right? Because most people can't even support their family. We don't. Right? It's pretty fucking nefarious. Get into a nefarious position. That's a chess move.
Sure.
What they're doing, that's a chess move. That's a whole link. They're bringing in this substandard, freaking overlording standard upon populations worldwide. Oh, fuck, man. We don't see that, you're out of your mind, man. They didn't lie about that. They're lying about the whole thing. They lied about the shape of the earth ain't that far away. They lied about the moon land. They're lying about everything. The whole thing.
You know what? I think, like, you know, I was looking into this documentary about the Grand Canyon, and they were finding all this stuff from Egypt in it. They don't want you to know about it. They're like, don't talk about the stuff from Egypt we found. And it's like how it like it's exactly the same as Egyptian stuff.
Like artifacts and stuff.
Yeah, like artifacts and mummies and everything.
Cool,
like
man.
Underground temples. It's like a restricted area.
Absolutely. I imagine it is. I've never been there. I know you're not allowed. You're not allowed to canoe down there without a fucking certain license. I've heard of that.
Really?
I've heard you can't go down that Colorado River without checking in with some sort of authority. Right? You can't just go on your
And it's
own.
funny how they say that these craters are like asteroids. These craters aren't asteroids. They're just where like the water has come up before, and then it empties.
Possibly. I wasn't there to see that. I've never seen an asteroid yet. I mean, that's.
I know.
Right?
It's like I've never seen one either.
I mean, just scientifically, something made a big dent in the Earth, but I mean, that's their best guess. Doesn't mean I have to swallow it. There's a chunk of the firmament that fell down. Right? We're fucking. There's nothing up. There's nothing. There's nothing out there, man. There's no asteroid to fly in here. We'll never. So that goes back to the we never went anywhere argument because we haven't. My older brother, he bought this new fancy just because Tesla put those satellites up in space. This is his globe Earth claim. Well, Dennis, oh, I said my name. Fuck. Okay, he said, hey, I bought this fucking Starlink, he called it. Satellite. I said, that's going to prove to you that the Earth is round, man, because you paid for some cable service that can be done on land. or wireless
is Starlink
technology,
like?
right?
Is
But
that
that
like?
was his
Is
claim,
Starlink
right?
like? They'll come and help you and fix you if you get stranded.
I don't know, maybe, right? I don't know. There's this new cable program apparently is backed up by Tesla to give the world. I tried to explain what I learned about it was supposed to give the world internet. I mean, the world already has internet. I mean, you might get it where you live, but I don't think that Starlink is going to help the guy, you know, living in the jungle somewhere. I'm gonna check to see if my Starlink's going to work in the Philippines any better, right? Probably not.
It's not gonna work when you go up a
No,
mountain, and you think it
no,
would.
man. No.
You
When
like
I
go up a mountain and
yeah
the satellite's supposed to
when,
help you.
yeah, if I'm ever allowed back there, I'm having a hard time getting home to that country. It's not my home, but it is my home. Yeah. But they don't have the greatest service. That's all I'm saying. No Starlink's going to help that. Good one. I don't know. It's a good one. Oh, you get a shot. You get a shot, Oprah. Oh my God. Did she do that? Mr. Perfect. I remember that wrestler. What was his move? Was it the perfect plex?
Yeah, it's perfect
Yeah.
flex.
Yeah. He was enjoyable. Awesome 80s, I think late 80s, 90s wrestler.
It's good to like. It's a good move if you're in shape and you can actually maybe pin the guy, but you got to be jacked to be able to do
Oh,
that.
totally. Yeah. When I was like in my 20s, I managed to do this belly to belly or this overhead suplex in the back alley of a bar one time, and it actually worked. I was like, fucking, it was a perfect flex. I was pretty proud. I sound like I'm proud because I'm speaking like it just happened. That was like 30 years ago, man. What an amazing athlete. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, he was really good. It's like
Yeah.
he should have been their champion. Like, because
Was he
he
not?
had like. Well, he was just intercontinental.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a belt. I mean,
Pretty high.
it wasn't.
And the
It's not.
Macho Man was
Yeah.
the Macho Man was like the first kind of smaller guy, I thought, to win the world title.
Yeah, if you call that a smaller guy,
I know.
Compared to who came after him, then. Like we had Andre the Giant, but the guys who came out after these guys was like, what?
Yeah,
Insane
like,
huge.
they were all big, like monsters for a while.
Oh man, Batista and everybody, and holy! I was like, man, these aren't even. You're not even
I
human
like
anymore.
Batista.
It was good, eh? Our biggest guy was like
Yeah,
the Ultimate Warrior. Ultimate Warrior was pretty jacked.
I like the Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah, the original one though,
Yeah.
not the fake one. Yeah,
Or
man.
the fake one.
Is that Batista? Hey, who's the guy who does the Avengers movies, man? Is that him?
It's like, is that Tom Cena? Or John
Oh,
Cena, I mean?
I don't think it is. No, I don't think
No,
it's
you're
John.
right.
No,
It is Batista.
it's
It's
Batista,
Batista.
man. Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
it was. I enjoy watching him. Yeah, but he was jacked when he was in that phase.
Yeah, he had a good sit down power bomb. It was like, whoa, he'd make the whole ring shake.
Hey, oh yeah. You go.
He had a
He had the
really
big.
good
He
power
had the
bomb.
title at one time. There you go. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty fucking scary looking dude. Yeah.
The one I didn't like is Triple H.
Yeah, it wasn't my fan favorite. He was, but that was his
Yeah.
role, man. He's like an arrogant kind of role. And, kind of the bad
He
guy.
played the role good.
Yeah.
The bad guy.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. He wasn't my favorite either. I was out of WWF. It's always WWF to me. I don't understand
Yeah.
WWE and all that, but it was WWF when I came up. And yeah, I don't know. I was out of there. Yeah, him and the Heartbreak Kid. And, yeah, it was about time I was kind of done with wrestling.
And then maybe you started watching it when the Evolution came out with Randy Orton and
Really?
Batista.
Really?
You probably watched it a little bit. Because if you know about Batista, right?
Well, I only seen him like kind of a oh, that's what's going on in wrestling kind of thing, right? You know what I mean? I'd catch a match or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's just horrible.
Yeah, I grew up with
Happening.
Owen Hart, Bret Hart, and Owen Hart, and
Yeah, I like those
Bulldogs
guys.
and Stampede Wrestling.
Yeah, I wish I would have watched more Stampede Wrestling.
Yeah, I went to it live like every other weekend when I was younger.
Real, that's incredible.
I'd seen Coco Beware. Yeah, Owen. Yeah, man. They changed his name. He was like the Blue something, right?
Oh yeah, I never seen him too much as Blue Blazer.
Yeah, like when he left Stampede Wrestling, that was his persona, was the Blue something. Yeah, Blue Blazer.
Yeah, I actually never watched too much Stampede, but I don't know if it didn't make it on the TV or what.
Great Canadians, those men.
But I thought Owen Hart was like just as good as Bret.
Or better.
Maybe even a little
He
better.
was like my hero in wrestling.
Yeah,
Like,
I thought he
didn't
could
know
have
that
been even
one.
a little better.
I think so.
Yeah. He did this one move where he'd just like run to the turnbuckle and he'd do a backflip, and he could do them all day long.
He was amazing. Yeah. And he did his own stunts, and he died doing them, and that was sad, man. That was terrible. What happened, man?
I wanted to just stop watching. It was like I was so just like it's like I was pissed off with the WWE for letting it
Why
happen.
would you let that happen? How would you, right? Where's the safety of, like, to your members? Like, terrible.
And then I thought they're just so evil how they try to cover it up too. They're like, oh.
Yeah, they fucked up.
And then the harness was all like the wrong type of. Wasn't a really good harness.
I imagine it wasn't. I didn't really get into the technicalities of it. I didn't really know exactly what the fault was in the mechanism, but it was rigged wrong. Right? Well, obviously, wasn't the right people doing it.
The weird thing about it, it's right after Bret leaves, and he's like he's getting all this heart hate, and then that happened.
Right? Yeah. And you know what? That's getting to me being about 13, 14 years old, and you don't understand what's going on at that time, right? Like, you don't know what's going on in the world. You just know that happened, right? And it's only till later when you look at it, it's like, well, connect the dots. Yeah, that could be something, right?
Yeah.
Why? I don't know. Yeah. They had no political affiliations with anything or anybody, but I mean, they were stars of the ring. Yellow Bay. That's right. Fucking Roddy.
Oh, Piper, I like Piper.
Yeah.
He was so good on the microphone.
Yeah.
I think I like Ric Flair on the microphone, but I don't really care about Ric Flair the wrestler.
He was an old man when I showed up. I was like, who is this old geriatric motherfucker? That guy's, did he even die yet? I doubt it. He's still out there wooing. He's still Nature Boy. He's got to be 90. At least.
He only stopped wrestling like a couple years ago.
Yeah. Really? That's right.
Yeah, he tried.
That's frightening.
Forever.
What a trooper. Yeah. Ric Flair was, he was old when I came up. I was like, man, who the fuck is Nature Boy? I didn't know who Nature Boy was. Yeah.
Like, just think about it.
It's amazing.
When he was in the WCW and the NWO
Yeah.
started up with Scott
Right.
Hall, Kevin
Yeah.
Nash, they were like, "Get out of here, man!" Like he was like, "What are you doing here?" They were like that then, and then he hung around for 10 more years. It's like,
and he brought Hulk Hogan with him.
Yeah.
They were a team. Oh, the wrestling world. Yeah.
It's not like that now. Now there's like
no, it'll never be.
I don't. You know what I think actually about the wrestling today? I think that they won't let them just be them. They won't let them be themselves.
Right.
They're afraid. And then whenever they get someone that has too big of like a personality, they usually don't last long.
Oh, they want to be a control personality, right?
Yeah, they're like one of all control.
Like Prince. They want to control Prince. When they took his fucking control back, God. They were musicians, wrestlers, musicians, comedians, entertainment.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what's funny about the control app people is how they all have a different agenda. It's like they all have a different topic.
Yeah. But they're still securing the same lie in their own way, right?
Stuff they can't talk about, like Alex Jones can't talk about the Jews ever.
Well, no, politically nobody can.
No, that's right.
Right.
Can't.
It's a political fucking no, right?
Mm.
That's why fucking Eric Debay ain't around anymore. I was looking for his album the other day. Fuck, I can't even listen to that favorite album of mine. Can't even find it.
Eric Dubay?
Yeah, man.
He's gotten shut down.
Oh, he's been getting shut down forever. Comes back, pops up, comes back, you know. He's got that one album about it had some, you know, topics that was and it got banned worldwide.
He was one of the first people I looked at when I was looking into Flat Earth.
Yeah, and he was the most popular when I showed up, and
yeah, I remember that too.
Him and yeah, he was. And you know what? Yeah, I watched this 101 proofs like I don't know how many times. I was like, okay.
Was he on Joe Rogan?
No, Joe Rogan. He tried to get Joe Rogan to invite him and canceled him. And then we had that one guy running around here, that comedian Ben something, and we were gonna bring Ben. Fucking, he drank beer. He had his little fireside chats and everything, right? He was supposed to bring Eric to be on his show, man, and fucking wouldn't do it. And played him off, and I've never heard
Owen Benjamin.
Oh yes, yeah, Owen Benjamin, yeah, drank bear claws.
The
bear. Yeah.
I got right into him for a while. I was like watching.
Holy man!
And then I was just like, no, something's up. Like,
and
he's
yeah,
under control.
Yeah, and he just disappeared, right? And like,
yeah,
I don't know. Like, I asked Eric to be like, I joined his like, he's got the fucking chat group or whatever it is. I first, and I joined the group, and I asked him a question about Yeah, I wanted to know his stand. And he actually fucking answered me. I mean, he's not, just a dude, right? But I was surprised he gave me a fucking answer. Right? He said, well, he tried to pass on the knowledge, and I watched all his videos and all that, and I tested what I could, and and his idea about certain people. Well, okay, that he said I asked him about fucking whatever the gatekeeper dudes, right? I didn't know they were. I said, well, about David Icke, don't you like his stuff? Oh no, he's gay, and and he was cool enough to answer me. I don't know. That seems like a pretty regular guy to me, right? I don't know. I like his music.
I almost think of him like he is control off, but he went against them a little bit and does his own thing.
Who, Eric?
I think it's hard. Yeah, the only reason I think that is because I think to make it to the top of this game, you got to be somewhat controlled.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I just think they don't want to let anybody go free willy.
Yeah, there's his dad was supposed to be part of a CIA fucking op, and it's all that story too, right? Like you don't know. Like he knew too much. He knew too much. He put on dinosaurs. He put on a lot of heavy stuff, man. Dinosaurs are fake.
Like maybe he knew too much and he said too much, and then he got kind of like, "Oh, you're going too fast," and then they penalize him.
I don't know if he really stopped though. Like
Oh no, he didn't stop. He's still got videos rocking.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like thing about it is like people can say whatever they want about him, but when you watch his video, it makes a lot of sense what he's saying. It's like
he brings out truthful facts that actually make sense.
You could criticize him in other ways, but
sure,
on the just flat Earth topic, it's like knows a lot.
Yeah, well, and he's just picking up from he picked up old books from whatever time. I can't look them up at the moment, but he just, there was an old book there. It was 100 proofs, and he decided to make it 200 proofs. He was just going off old knowledge.
Yeah, that's one of the videos I watched was that 200 proofs.
Yeah. And you can find it. It's probably in 20 different languages, but it's not at the top of the playlist anymore. None of them is.
Would one of those truths be to get the wet tennis ball?
Well, yeah, when it spins, yeah.
Spins.
Yeah, water. Yeah. Because there's a force called centrifugal force, and I mean, a tennis ball doesn't have the mass, and somebody will tell you, well, a tennis ball doesn't have the mass density and hold the water to it. Fuck, man. Like,
well, I could also take a leather basketball.
Sure, but right. But you can't. Nobody's ever shown any sort of gravitational pull on anything within our physical realm. It's all theoretical. That's why it's theory, right? It's a theory of gravity. It's not the law of gravity. I mean, I guess maybe somebody coined it. I don't think it's called a law of gravity. There's not a law of gravity. I'm pretty sure it's a theory of gravity. But,
yeah, once you get up high enough, that theory starts to change.
Well, you got two theories of gravity. You got Newton's theory, and then you got Einstein's theory. So then you have the whole argument on, well, which one you're doing, right? One involves the ether, right?
But you know what I don't understand? Like when you find someone that can gets into the math of it, and it's like their math shouldn't back it up. Or are they just lying about stuff in their math books?
No, the math speaks the language of what it's supposed to, right? The math is the language within itself. And it does describe a situation, but whether it's reality or not is another thing. Right? It's not like what you see. The math is correct within its spectrum of what it's built to, right? To answer a question. That's what I find. And math is awesome. I love algebra. I love calculus. I mean, it's amazing. And trigonometry. It's awesome. But in reality, when you take that to the test, in reality, I think it fails. Right? It only works within the paradigm.
Yeah, it only works within that.
And smart guys. Yeah, man.
They've made a construct, and then what they've constructed, they made it mathematical, but yet did they design it like almost after a clock? It's like, yeah, I know.
And who's to argue, right? It's math.
And you can't argue it because it's their math. Yeah.
Well, but you have to, right? Because when the math comes out on it, the only math that we know is within our physical realm of where we live in, and we can only test within our visual aspect of the world. And we have many, and we're getting better. We're getting better. We're getting more proofs over the years. I've been in this for 10 years.
Oh, wow.
Long time, man. Yeah. And,
that's a long time.
And over the years, there's more and more showing up, and it just bleeds out. It's going to bleed out. It keeps bleeding out. You can't mask it. It's like paint. It bleeds through the tape, right? They're trying to throw fucking masking tape. They're trying to throw duct tape on it, but it just bleeds out. I mean, it comes down to fucking NASA at the end of the day. Why you fucking lying, man? Why? I mean, if it's that true, bring actual evidence. I mean, not cartoons, not bubbles in space, not what you've already showed us for the last 40 years. There's questions, right? If you're going to be authority of this whole adventure, there's a lot of questions on what you actually have for proof. And and we're just people sitting there going, well, you know what? That's not right, man. Right? And that's okay. I think it's okay. I don't know. You don't think it's not okay to question something about somebody? Well, a topic they're supposed to be experts in.
And then the news is like this people that actually believe this theory.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's been indoctrinated for the last, what? Fuck. 500 years? Long time, man.
And then, how can it actually even be a theory when it's actually globe that's the theory?
It's
the original.
Yeah.
We're going back to the original.
Yeah, man. Scrapping. Well, because it's okay to have the theory, but we're not just going back to something just because we can. We're questioning the current.
No, yeah.
The current values of the world that we live in.
I think the Gleason.
Oh, it is, right?
Is a good map.
Gleason?
Yeah.
Which one's that one, man?
It's the older one. Gleason map.
I'm sure I've heard. I know I've heard of it. I can't get it in my head. I know Azamuthu, but which one's Gleason?
I saw it on Flat Earth Truth. Terry.
Oh, yeah.
Right, sure. There's.
I have to look at that one. What does that one pertain?
It's like it looks a little bit almost like the AE map, except it's a bigger.
Oh, yeah. That's the one with the extra fucking islands outside of the circle and shit. Oh, yeah, for sure. Right. That's totally closer. If you ask me.
I think so.
I don't know. I don't know. But why not? Right? If we know already, you're not coming from up there because lied to us. I mean, there's no difference why we come from the right and left or north, east, south. It's all south compared to the comparative middle in our model. And that's a hard one to get across to people. Man, the middle is north. Okay. Within where we are. I mean, there can be multiple magnetic norths across this infinite plane of the world.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, you know. It could be on infinite. We don't know.
We don't know, man. But once you go there, then it's like, oh, but what about the firmament? It's like, well, you know, maybe there's openings. I don't know. Fuck. Right? But we don't know. It's just speculation. We don't know. And that's okay. What I do know, I'm not a flying wobbly thing through outer space going through the speeds. We do know that. So I guess it's up to us to, you know.
Hey, can y'all check this out in your local theaters?
What is?
Can y'all check if the only movie playing from the January 7th through 9th is the 355?
Man, I don't know, bro.
Check your theaters through the internet or some shit, because I just checked it on mine and it's nothing but 355. It's the only movie playing.
What is 355, man?
Has to do with CIA and fucking
really?
Yeah, assassination. But it was like they're saying that some women assassinated there's some weird shit. And then talk about, I just saw the preview to it, but it's like CIA propaganda, but that's the only movie playing in fucking Willowbrook Mall. I mean, in the AMC theater.
I don't know.
That's weird.
From January 7th through the 9th.
Really? Oh yeah, I'm gonna check. Oh, that's a shitty theater. It's like I need a real city. I live in the Boondocks. All right, let's check.
Somebody posted it. My cousin sent me the message. He's like, dude, I just checked. He was in Florida. He told me I just checked my theaters in Fandango, and that's the only thing that's listed.
I'm looking at Cineplex.com.
Did you say Fandango?
Yep. He said he went through Fandango.
Oh.
Tell you, bro. I don't really have a local theater. I don't know. I don't know. What's the movie called?
The 355.
355. Let's start there.
It's like, let's go to January, like if you could select a date. Check January 7th. I mean, January 8th and January 9th.
There's the trailer.
It's weird because it's never seen this, but it says private theater rentals at AMZ from 8 a.m. to 8:45. Then under that it says 355. That's the only movie showing.
I have no idea.
355. There, I see it now.
Is there any other movie showing?
No.
I've never seen that happen.
What the hell's going on here?
Yeah, that's weird.
What the fuck? I didn't even heard of this shit.
Yeah, me either. This is the first time I ever heard about this.
I want to see this. I think.
Because you're ready, right? Hang on. Okay, let's check it out in theaters. Where's it playing?
Watching the trailer right now.
Choose location. Oh, okay. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I totally want to see this.
Yeah, but is it the only
movie?
movie?
Looks good though.
Is it the only movie showing? That's the question. I don't know, man. I can't answer you, man. I wish I can. I don't know.
Well, just click on. Don't search for the movie. Search for all movies out that date.
I was looking at my local area.
Oh, Bourne's in it. Or he did something with it.
I'm not really a movie searching person. I'm looking to find theaters that play this.
You're looking for a specific movie.
No,
what I'm trying
just
to find out is if is it the only movie, because the only way you can check that if you're trying to look at whatever date and see what movie's playing that day. You know what I mean?
Right, a specific theater.
Right. Yeah. Specific theater.
Right.
So what's the movie theater called? The Click? You said it was a.
We're good together. I have a family. I cannot do this anymore. Like I said, right now, you go home. You bring them with you.
I was trying to look up theaters, but all the ones around me are like Duncan Town theaters. Like you won't even get a new movie there. It's because of the biggest theater. Where are they showing? Let me find out. This is a kind of a city. Well,
Wow.
They're not even
Hold
playing
on.
it.
So
Maybe it's by location.
Okay, this is weird. Like, I went to Movie Tavern, and for this movie, it says backs required. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, fuck. That's for sure.
I've never seen that shit.
Well, it's here. Yeah, depending where you're, what I don't know about you guys, but where you're from. But
I'm from Texas, man. Backs is never required here in Texas. They can't. They get sued.
Up here. Oh yeah, you ain't going to the theater. You ain't buying liquor without having it. Bad. Terrible. Shameful. Maybe that's why that movie's the only movie playing. Is it furthering the agenda of propaganda? Is that the
I don't know. It's weird. I've never seen a theaters, even when it's a hot. I mean, shit, they didn't even do it for Spider-Man.
Right.
Only have that movie playing.
It in 2 theaters. I can
that's
find
kind
it
of
in
odd.
theaters.
That's odd, dude.
I don't understand that.
That movie's not even in these theaters up here. It's not even on the west.
What's crazy? I've never even heard of this movie.
Yeah, that's the main theme. They lost all the copies of every other movie out right now. That's the only one. The CIA propaganda film.
I was looking at the trailer. It's just full of symbolism, like.
Oh sure.
It kind of got this like terrorism, anti-terrorism type. We're the good guy team. We're gonna try and stop it theme.
Did you hear the first part about the George Washington and the female spy or whatever?
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, first of all, it's also a woman theme too,
Yeah.
right?
Sure.
Yeah. It's to make the women look like they're the superhero now.
Yes. So I won't even say anything. Oh shit. Yeah. God bless those women. Right. 1 second.
I got a weird feeling from watching that trailer, like it's like telling me something that's gonna happen.
Right, and this is you heard about that saying something about starting World War III.
Yeah. It's like, are they telling us like some kind of terrorism thing is gonna kick something off? And they show like, I think some tower blowing up in France, I think.
So they're talking about 5 different countries joining forces. New World Order kind of vibe.
Yeah. Like all the agencies joined together type thing, maybe. Stop somewhat.
It was funny. It was like, the Mockingbird, CIA. It has to be about CIA. Like,
yeah,
I don't know, man.
Oh, you mean the Hunger Games? I thought that's like a predictive programming movie also. They want to round people up into districts and get rid of states.
pretty much. Yeah, that's what they do, man. For their entertainment, right?
Say that again?
For their entertainment, right? And that's a theme, right? To round people up into districts for certain classes, entertainment.
They get to be entertained.
Sure. And that's been happening since Running Man with Arnold Schwarzenegger. The fucking game show, right? Oh, beautiful. Yeah.
I remember watching. I thought that's gonna happen. They're gonna have this. It's just like
a lot of movies. Yeah. So pretty predictive. It'll never happen. We'll never have to be asked for our vaccination medical documents to go in society. That'll never happen in my lifetime. No way. That was like Nazi stuff. Oh, hey, wait a minute. I need that to watch a movie. Get the fuck out of my face. Fuck. Oh, it's happening.
And then they dangle like a carrot in front of you. They're like, oh, you could go to the hockey game though, and go to the Super Bowl now. Like, all you gotta do is just get
oh man,
a couple jobs.
I could give a shit about that stuff. I really could, but it comes down to making a fucking livelihood for myself and my family. Ooh, I mean, there's people who I mean, they're fucking beautiful people. Those who have walked that line to say no. I mean, fucking right on. I can't afford to do that, man. That's my reality, my world. If I don't bring money home to my family, we'll starve. I'm not right. That's
impossible.
And that's what they put your guy against. Right? I'm the last person, right?
They made it just impossible.
I mean, is it wrong? Like, I get mad at myself sometimes, like fuck. And I like what I'm hearing. There's people standing up. Great, fuck, right on.
I don't get mad at anyone that
but no,
I know,
no, anyone. But, yeah.
I know what's going on.
Well, there's choices, right? There's livelihood.
Like a year ago, I was so mad that like everyone was just complying.
Yeah.
And then I just was like, oh fuck, what? There's nothing you can do. Like everyone's programmed to comply. So don't get mad about it.
That's
They want us divided, like argue, criticize each other, freak out.
Yeah,
do the opposite. That's what's needed.
I'm not saying they brought it out all because of flat Earth, but I'm saying they brought it out all because of flat Earth. Because we had some traction, man. Right? And they brought that shit out, man. Flat Earth fucking dominated for 5 years straight. 5 years straight. Boom, 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 boom. What are you going to bring out bigger than flat Earth, man? A fucking virus that's going to kill humanity. Holy fucking shit noodles. Right? I don't know. It's kind of suspicious. But I'm in the flat Earth camps.
Yeah.
I think about those things though. Like, oh, right?
Yeah, I thought about it too.
You know, and it's even more scientism because nobody understands the science that's coming behind everything that they're talking about. It's all scientism. We don't know the labs. We don't know the values. We don't trust the medicine. We don't any of that. But yet the whole fucking communities are gonna rile up to it in a big scientism fucking mob. Like, hey, wait a minute, man. Let's fucking think about this. Nobody is like they are. We are. We think about flat Earth for fuck's sakes. We're still living in this, and the world is still flat to us because it is.
Rob Skiba, right? Rob Skiba died.
Yeah.
Of COVID.
No.
Oh, okay. He just died.
I don't know, man.
I'm not sure either.
I don't
Rob
think
Skiba died?
Yeah, man.
No way.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. I got to meet him in Canada up here. He was at the convention I went to.
When did this happen?
Like a month ago, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it's pretty recent, man.
I know, look it up.
Yeah. And he was a very favorite kind of a, questionable, he questioned the world that we live in. One of my favorites, for sure. And everybody's favorite.
Well, some reports are saying he died of COVID, but I don't believe that.
Fucking, I don't know. Seemed like a healthy guy.
Nobody dies of COVID, man. They're just
the Daily News.
Oh man! Of course he did. It's 2021 that year. Of course he did.
I don't think
everybody did.
Go away. They probably made him go away. Like,
well, he wasn't stopping, right? Because he wasn't
Right,
stopping.
yeah.
He's not. Right? Like he was.
He wasn't.
No. Yeah, He did the Chicago proof. The Chicago skyline. That's Rob Skiba's baby. And he had
that one.
Yeah, he did that proof, and he had a great series. Great biblical
That's a good one
series,
because,
right?
Anyone can do that.
Anybody can. It's not a mirage. It's what you see when you go out there on a nice day. Either you do or you don't.
Oh yeah, it's clear.
That's an awesome one.
Day. Just gotta have the fun, super clearest day to do it.
Oh yeah, and things are popping up over the horizon. Like I think it was a mile or something. That's what they claim. But the city's actually lifting its lights up exactly.
Yeah, that's one of my videos I like actually.
That was the fucking crux of the argument, I believe. He had some good biblical stuff.
Yeah, I thought it was okay.
He does, and it's still out here. I respect him, man.
Yeah, I do too, because I think there's a firmament. I like the way he broke it down.
He breaks stuff down very well. I appreciate his work. Hey, it's sadly missed.
How old was he?
How old was he?
Yes.
Rob? Oh, I don't think he was 50. He didn't look a day over 50, to be honest. He might have been 55. Pretty healthy, vibrant dude. Like, healthy. Last time I saw him, he looked like very in good shape. Hello, my name is the internet. I love that. He might have been 60, I guess. He looked younger.
Yeah, he might have been doing too much, and they said he needs to just disappear.
Apparently to somebody, right?
He could be like another identity, but almost like the witness protection program, but
No, they just fucking heart attack during him and fucking died.
Yeah. I should use DuckDuckGo because I think Google is fake news. Google lied.
Oh, probably. We're still looking at how old he is.
Kanye told us.
Oh, Rob Skiba. It's gotta say Rob Skiba. I don't pretty much cool. They squashed Rob Skiba completely on the Skiba. What's this? 2021. Some get him these. What's this? Anti-vax platter preacher dies of COVID-19. This is what somebody said in the Daily Beast.
Yeah, I saw that. I see it all over.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's
he's
news.
a fucking martyr, man.
I think if I went out swimming and I couldn't make it across the lake, they would just announce me as COVID. Oh yeah, he was COVID.
They're to make sure, yeah. Was it?
Everything is. Everything's a COVID death now.
It hasn't been stated as of yet. Further on,
They hate flat Earth on the social media though. So
oh fuck! They got so sick of it, man. So sick of it.
If he's getting a lot of hate, then you can do the opposite, pretty much. Probably a pretty good guy.
It's amazing, man. Beautiful person. Everybody is. Like, he was especially.
It sucks that he's gone. Either way, though. Like,
yeah.
Brutal. It's like, did he lose the leader?
He started exhibiting symptoms after Take on the World, a biblical flat earth conference. Really? Like, quick. Come on, man. Yeah.
Oh, Richie from Boston. On this one article he did.
Oh, yeah.
He says that Rob Skiba died on a ventilator malfunction or screw up.
Oh.
Richie from Boston.
Very possible.
Yeah. Totally. Totally possible.
How old was he? We never even figured out how old he was. I don't know. He wasn't that old. He wasn't like 80 or anything. He was like
early. I'm in the Southwest where it's supposed to be warm. I'm in the same location I was 10 months ago. And the temperature here is 2 months ahead of schedule. It's already freezing in Arizona at night. Big time. I froze my butt off last night, but night before, etc. But I woke up early this morning and I started getting the emails. And this is what I'm going to talk about. According to these news stories, Rob Skiba is dead. Cause of death is they intubated him. They used the ventilation thing and it killed him. Now, I don't know who this is. This was sent to me, but they're calling him the leader of the evangelical flat earther movement. And Rob was not the leader of the flat earth movement, but he was definitely one of the guys. You know what I'm saying? How about that? And I interviewed him. We did a live stream for 2 hours back in June of 2017. Look at me, a young whippersnapper back then. But I had Rob on and we talked about all sorts of things. My main problem with Rob and a lot of other people is they would always have these conferences where you had to show up to hear the latest information, this, that, and the other thing. But you had to pay him. So I always had a problem with that. So that's just me. Here's the other thing. First of all, I'll leave a link for this, but here's the thing that gets me is whoever wrote this says, I'm very sad to announce that Rob Skiba has passed away. Prayer for Sheila Skiba. She took him to the hospital. They swept him away and she never saw him conscious again. That's what this entire hoax has allowed them to do. People are bringing their loved ones to the hospital. They take them away. You're missing an enormous part of life. Marriage, birth, and death have always been something humanity has celebrated for time immemorial, and these people have managed to take those things away.
Right.
It's an incredibly large scam. Now hear this. Where I am, the people that I'm with right now, some people that I met yesterday out here in Arizona, have family members that have been diagnosed with COVID. Now here's the deal. It's October. It's unusually cold here right now, and I can attest to it because I was here last year. Last year, it didn't start getting cold at night to the point where you were freezing till halfway through December. It's already worked. It's the last week in October, it's been freezing here. So there's that. Second, I already lost my train of thought because I'm an idiot. Hold on.
Richie from Boston.
No, I remember what I was saying. Second, right now is when people would get a cold or a flu. Now imagine this. For the last 2 years, if you haven't gotten sick yet, if you finally get a cold or a flu, because it happens, human beings get sick. You have been watching Event 201 or non-stop spellcasting on the news. COVID.
Oh, yeah.
Losing your sense of smell, losing your sight, losing this, your breathing, all these different things these people have been passing through the television are patents. They're all patented. Manipulating you through the television is something they've been working on since before I was born. These patents right here are before I was born, and I'm 53. I put this video up in 2017, and it explains everything. These people have been planning on using the television to manipulate, hypnotize, and direct people for years. So now imagine you finally get a cold, and for the last 2 years, all you've been hearing about is COVID, 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 COVID. You're going to get those symptoms either really bad if you're susceptible to being coerced, or you're going to get them slightly because it's still in the back of your mind. Long story short, if you go to the hospital, what are they going to do? They're going to put you on an intubator, and they're going to drown you, just like they did to the people in New York at the beginning of this. You see what I'm saying? So be aware, be ready. Don't be fooled here, because we get sick. We get sick. But with every spellcraft, programming, radio frequency, colors, all these other things that we've been looking at for the last 2 years on mainstream, not me, I'm saying people that have mainstream televisions on, it's going to make it exponentially worse. You see what I'm saying? So anybody that was going to get sick is going to get much more sick, whether subliminally or consciously, one of the two. But all it is a cold. No big deal. It always has been. Everyone should be able to figure that out by now. Now, here's the second thing I kind of wanted to touch on. Before I forget, if you want to watch that whole interview that I did with Rob Skiba, it's definitely worth it. This was, 4 or 5 years ago? 2 hours long. It's a good video. My condolences go out to his family, etc. If there's anything I can do, just hit me up, rjcjr10@yahoo.com. That's for Sheila Skiba, not for everybody else. But I'll leave links to this live stream, etc. Now, the second thing I want to talk about was this. Do you see this? The governor of Texas bars COVID vaccine mandates. And he's saying privates, people, no entity in Texas can compel receipt of a COVID-19 vaccine by any individual. That sounds good, right? Sounds good, yeah? Well, there's 12 other states. Arizona, where I'm at right now, Arkansas, Georgia, Florida, Indiana, Montana, New Hampshire, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, and Utah. And that's perfect. That sounds awesome. These guys got our back. Well, let me explain something to you. Powers that be did not shut down the entire world all at one time and then do it all over again without having every single one of the people in charge of these states in their pocket already. This is to thin the herd. This is to make it so that they've got a civil war, something they've been dying for. You've watched them over the years try to start race riots, try to start race wars, try to start civil wars. That's what this is for right here. Do not be fooled. They did not pull this pandemic without having everybody lined up. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Now, I'm going to do a video later on Dr. Madej again, and Steve and his wife from Israeli News Live, because I'm getting flooded with emails, and it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. If you're approached by a hitman that's already taken out a whole bunch of holistic doctors and they tell you, I'll let you off the hook, but just disappear, and then you're back in video after video after video. And here's another thing. Go back to the first video that I did with Dr. Madej. The only thing we liked about her was the fact that we had somebody with credentials backing up what we were already saying. She didn't bring anything new to the table. She was simply repeating what we were already telling you. She was using the information to give herself some cred. You see what I'm saying? But if she was legit, she wouldn't still be around. And the same with Israeli News Live. Talking about Trump and asteroids and all this other stuff, that's mainstream, man. There's no truth there. If you think that is, and it hurt your feelings, I don't know what to tell you, but I'll get more in depth on it. You know, when you've been around as long as I have, you know these people from the background. You guys have seen them from videos. You see what they want you to see. They don't show you the good, bad, and the ugly. I do. At any rate, I'm out.
Subscribe or don't. Mr. Perfect, are you doing some YouTube channel, or do you have had those kind of?
No, that was not on YouTube. That was just something linked that I had on DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, because that sounded like Richie from Boston.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. I thought it was you talking. All right.
No. We were just wondering about Rob Skiba, right? Because what happened to him, and that's what that video was about. About the ventilator. It was a ventilator malfunction, and they. I think that happens probably a lot with those ventilator things.
I have a feeling that this Rob Skiba was one of the nicest person in a flat Earth scene, or because I have watched a lot of his material, and he talks very nicely about people. He doesn't get into the so-called. He doesn't go to like and mock people about things in his presentations or something like that. So the style that he used to present things was very nice.
Yeah, I thought he was like really good because like I never heard a Christian flat Earth person like that. Really, it was like he was the first Christian flat Earth person that I heard. So it's pretty good that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Christian as well, but I tend to go into the arguments, and sometimes I call people by names that you're stupid, you don't understand, and you're like a moron and stuff like that. When I'm arguing with people for a flat Earth, and I don't like to do it, but sometimes I just get in those emotions. So that's why I admire him way to work with this flat Earth thing. So.
Yeah, I like that too. I like his style. That's probably the one thing I like about the Eric Dubé too. It's like it's got a calm mannerism. There was some things that are kind of seem a bit off about him, but when the way he talks about it, he knows what he's talking about. Like it's like well educated.
Yeah, he's a mystery to me. I don't know if he's.
Yeah, he's a mystery to me too.
Because sometimes I got this feeling that okay, he might be this kind of disinformation agent or something like that, or intentionally or not intentionally, but he has some information in his presentations which are not right. They are like almost right, but not exactly. Like some things that are, for example, the 2000 proof of the flat Earth series. There are lots of things there that they are not really good evidence, or they are faulty or false evidence. So I don't trust this guy like 100%. I wouldn't trust my life into this guy, so there's that. So
Yeah, no. I could more relate to Rob Skiba. Like, seems like someone that you would almost meet. And it's like, I like the test that he did with Out on the Ocean. And the stuff made a lot of sense. It's like easy to like disprove the globe. It's like he was like doing a pretty good job.
yeah, I think he was a field engineer as well. He went into to make his hands dirty as well, and as well doing the presentation. So it's very multi-talented person. Yeah.
I didn't know that Richie from Boston had some kind of connection there. But I didn't even know if Richie from Boston is a flat Earth person.
Yeah, I think he is. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think. Sometimes he. Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah. Because he has been kicked out from the YouTube, I don't know, a year ago or something like that, and I don't follow BitChute or whatever there are, these other things. I think
he might be in BitChute.
He is absolutely a flat earther.
Yeah, okay. And also who is that Mr. Beer? Mr. Bear. This long guy, this comedian from I just watched his video just recently. The guy who lost all his job. He was an actor, comedian. Wow.
Owen Benjamin?
Yeah, Owen Benjamin. Yeah. He's too a flat earther, and he got kicked out of the YouTube as well. So people are getting kicked out from there. So you can always talk about flat Earth, but if you bring out some other topics, something related about health or something like that, what is healthy for us, you are not able to say that eating vegetables is healthy for you or taking vitamin D is healthy for you. If you say that kind of things, you will get kicked out. Anyway, the ODD TV or on this Matt Brasella is doing this level 2. What it was, I just got his presentation. I'm waiting forward that.
Onko vähän liiottu?
Oh, it's next level, it's not level 2, so next level coming very soon, couple of months, 3.5 months, and I'm waiting forward because there are a couple of nice names like David Weiss and ODD TV, and lots of people in there involved with that, what it's called, a movie or a document or whatever. I posted it in a live voice text.
Do you know Josh Stone on YouTube?
Doesn't ring a bell, I'm not sure.
He's got some good videos with Flat Earth.
So, Mr. Perfect, how long you have been following this topic, Flat Earth? How new are you this?
About 2 years. The first year I didn't look at it too much, and then I just started looking at it a lot last year.
Okay.
And then there were some Facebook channels on YouTube that I didn't like, and it's been hard to find anything that I like. But I like this one that's Flat Earth Truth, Terry R. Eicher. It's a new one that came up, and it seems pretty good.
Okay.
Flat out truth. And I'm looking at that FPV Angel channel a little bit. And I'm not sure about that quite yet. When I first heard about it, I thought people were trolling. And then I saw it on some Facebook groups. And it kind of went from there. I was like, no, I don't think people are trolling.
I just noticed yesterday that when we were taught in school that Columbus found the America, and that was the final proof of the Earth being a globe. So we didn't thought, or nobody taught in textbooks that what kind of the Earth map was before. That's never ever mentioned in there. Because in history, all other maps, like how the maps were, let's say, 2,000 years ago, we were shown small maps about some areas, but not the whole Earth. So not a single textbook that as far as I know, is showing the old map of the flat Earth, what people believed in those days. And that's a red flag for me. So they don't want to tell where we are coming from into this globe. Mm.
I've always wondered where exactly did the Vikings come from? I definitely think there's the ice walls. Like, that's like seeing the ice walls break off. I think that's what's happening in Antarctica right now, why you can't go there.
Yes, that's amazing place that they are protecting the penguins there. So basically there is no life in there. There's just a couple of species there, or a couple of plants. And I think the only ground species is a penguin. So basically there is nothing to see, but they don't want us to see that nothing. So what's the case? And the thing why you cannot go there is because you will break the balance of the nature in there. There is no nature in there. It's just dead place. So preventing you going somewhere to harm the environment where is no environment is nonsense. It doesn't matter if all the penguins of the world will disappear. That doesn't collapse the ecosystem of the world. No.
They also say it's too cold to fly over. But space is fine.
Yeah, space is fine. Yeah. Minus
fly
how
it
many
over in
things?
space.
You can fly in
It's too
space.
cold.
You can. Yeah. You can fly in a North Pole, but not in a South Pole.
You can fly over the North Pole.
Yeah. But not these days. It's a no-go zone at the moment, but it's possible. Yeah, you cannot fly by restrictions. It's not about the weather or coldness or the temperature.
I have a Christian friend who's on YouTube and he makes videos and he's globe person, and I talked to him on Facebook and I asked him, like, so what happened when he went to the North Pole? And he said he found like there was army bases. And he said that was confirmation of a globe to me because he'd been there. And I'm like, that's not, I'm thinking of just whatever, that's not confirmation. That just means you ran into some army bases and you can't go any further.
Yeah.
That doesn't prove anything. Some Christian people, it's hard for them to like, they think it's safe. Like, that, what's that one guy? There's this one Christian guy on YouTube I stopped following. He's he debates stuff about evolution all the time, and he went to jail, supposedly.
Oh, Kent Hovind. Kent Hovind,
yeah. I thought he's like a control opposition Christian.
I think he's real. I've been watching lots of his streams lately, a couple days ago, yes. And I believe he's legit and real. He believes what he believes truly, and yeah, he doesn't believe in a flat Earth though, but it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, it's hard for me to pick up one, but like I definitely felt some kind of like Holy Spirit there a little bit with him because he was Christian. It's like, but at the same time, it's like I'm not quite sure. He could be control up in a good way, but not a sellout way. He could maybe just have like what he can talk about, what he can't, but he's not a sellout. I don't know.
Yeah, there are
things. Yeah, I've seen a lot of this stuff too that I liked.
Yeah. Because the evolution is a very it's a hard topic inside the Christianity, because lots of people in who are Christians believe at the same time into the evolution, like it's the God started the Big Bang, and that Big Bang created time and material and the space and the laws of universe, and then there was this materia and all the chemicals were formed because the God put the Big Bang begin. So that's how many Christians believe. So it's a combination of anti-scientific evolution and then the Bible, and they are not supporting each other in this case. So. Because in Christianity, the death is the punishment of the sin, and in the evolution, the death is to giving birth of the man. So first man was born because other men died before him. Let's say Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo ergaster, Neanderthalis. Those animals or whatever monkeys had to die to get Homo sapiens or man. So it goes like opposite. And in the Bible it says the death came after we sinned. We did something wrong. We didn't obey the God. So there is that contradiction between the evolution and the biblical what the death is. So, but it's hard, yeah. But I understand people who believe in both. But yeah, I don't.
No, I don't believe in like anything evolution that way. Like it's like even they can't even prove their own theory because of missing link. Carbon dating is not accurate.
Yeah, and we don't know the environment because the environment might be different. Even though the carbon dating might work now, let's say back 100 years, we don't know what environment, how much oxygen was in the air, what was the radiations in the air, and things like that. Let's say 5,000 years ago, we don't know that. We didn't have measurement tools then. And that could affect things like carbon dating dramatically very much. So calculating something what is kind of happening now doesn't work. Because many, even though the evolution who believe in evolution think or believe that there was much more oxygen in the earth when the dinosaurs lived, because the dinosaurs couldn't live with this amount of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere. They need more oxygen to live. So basically the earth must have been filled with more oxygen in those days. So yeah. And that's one reason why they got so big, because if you give oxygen, you will get bigger so-called animals or human or whatever, because the oxygen is healthy for living creatures.
I think it has a lot to do with where Darwin was when he was coming up with his theory. It's like he's on that island with all those different creatures that look like they're evolving into other things. There is natural, like, animal evolving, but not on the scale that he said.
And I believe in a natural selection and also artificial selection. And we are witnessing artificial selection at the moment. We have these health issues in our world, which are artificially or man-made. There are man-made ways to deal with these health issues, and dealing something with ourselves is kind of evolution, because some of population will drop down. They will get killed. And that's evolution that I believe. That's natural or unnatural selection. So that is one part of the evolution, almost the only part that I agree that is scientifically provable or proven, that the nature and humans can select from existing population. And we select dogs, for example. Anyway, talking about dogs, I will have to go to take my dog out. So, who let the dogs out? Ooh, 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 ooh. Let the dogs out. Anyway, nice talking to you, Mr. Perfect.
Nice talking to you too.
Take care and hope we talk sometime again.
Yeah,
Cheers.
sure. Cheers.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the
He's
camera.
the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool Aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
you
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Don't let it say the sky was not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Don't let it say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Don't let it say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Godrock, are you there?
Yeah. What's up? Yeah.
Could you come and show VC for a sec, like just like 3 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Right, thanks.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake ass apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rapper, you're more tonight, or scientific. All the sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks in the head, she keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam, crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so with that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now globe, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
globe. Haven't you seen the pictures from space? I'm going to repeat it again for any of you out there who's struggling with that. The logic and the acceptable scientific measurable proof that you must stand by is that you accept images and video as measurable scientific proof. Okay? Now, if you're willing to stand by that logic and standard of, proving things objectively, you're opening up a can of worms to every other charlatan that's alive to start producing images of Superman, unicorns, Yeti, whatever it might be, fucking Loch Ness Monster. And you people who, push that will have to accept it, that these things are reality based on whatever image somebody can produce. You don't go to images and video. Science deals with measurement of substance, practicality, practical demonstration. Now, if somebody's offering you an image or a video that contradicts physics, chemistry, biology, the substances, somebody offers you an image that contradicts those, you don't ignore the substances. You throw out the image. It's as simple as that. So that should make it easier for the dipshits out there who think my space pictures is real. Right? They're no fucking real because they depict something that is physically impossible. If you doubt that it's physically impossible, recreate it. Demonstrate the claims practically for yourself. That's what science is.
Good morning, guys. Hey, Gabby, are you there?
Vlad, good morning.
Good morning, brother man. How's everything?
Yeah, just having some fun in the lobby.
Yeah, same here, dude. We just checked in
Yeah.
2 dudes who just went down to Chill VC. Hold on a second, bro. Give me a second. These dudes, it's explosive and spicy. They want to talk. I don't know why they went down to Chill VC, but God Rockin' is gonna put them up here. So if you feel like talking to them, I don't know if they're trolls, bro.
Okay,
They
sure.
sound like kids, but
Yeah.
they did have some questions. So I talked to them this morning a little bit.
Yeah.
If you have patience.
I'll try.
They don't sound intelligent, but whatever. How you been, man? How's everything in Romania, dude?
Oh, it's good.
Crazy,
It's
right?
warm weather. Yeah. It's nice.
How about as far as freedoms and all that shit, dude? Is it same old shit?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a pain in the ass.
I've
It's a
seen in
pain in the
Romania,
ass when you want to travel.
I know, dude. That's what's driving me crazy the most.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the
me
only thing
too.
that's actually. Because I don't get. I mean, yeah, I'll never do that shit. What they're trying to offer, so I'm not even worried about that. But travel, yeah.
You know, to cross the border, you need a PCR test. But these
But it's not even a
doctors,
test.
the clinics where you can make the test, the doctors have a work schedule from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. But I need that test like 12 p.m., like nighttime, because I want to travel at nighttime, not in the daytime. You know, so they should be working. They should be working 24/7 if they want to be able to issue these travel permits.
When you say travel, you mean outside of your country?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Okay.
So every doctor that has a clinic, private clinic open, if he wants to be able to issue these PCR test results, they should have a 24/7 work schedule. Otherwise, F off, you know, out of the business market.
I mean, I don't even consent to that shit, dude. I'm not even taking a test. There's people like me who won't even fucking. I'm not even thinking about fucking. To think about taking a test. How about that? That's just me, bro. So I guess there's no travel for me until we're all free.
Yeah,
That's the way it looks.
You can't. Are you in USA or Europe? Yeah.
USA.
Here in Europe, yeah. I mean, when I go to Germany, I cross Hungary and Austria. So it's
And
two
you have to do it.
countries.
So you have to, for each country, you have to do it. Which one?
No,
It's
I
not even a
make
test,
the
right?
I make
PCR.
this PCR test here, and it's valid for 72 hours. But they restrict me the time when I can go and make this test. You know, like from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. It's a very
So can
short. time
Can you
span.
go with that one test? Can you travel through all the countries in 72 hours, or you have to take separate
Yeah,
tests? You can.
yeah. One test is enough.
Still, bro. You know, like I said, there's people like me who that like. I don't take even tests, bro. Even if I had to spit on it, nobody's testing me for nothing, dude.
Yeah, okay, but you're
It's
not
a
going
principle.
to
I know. I'm
a
already at peace with
different
that.
country. Yeah.
I know, dude. I'm angry, but you know, whatever. I'm at peace with it. Fuck it. Can't travel.
Me
Can't travel.
too. I am angry.
Evil
Yeah,
bastards locked me up again. You know, it wasn't enough that I was locked up. You know, during '90s in my
Yeah.
country. Now I'm fucking locked again in this country. So it is what it is, dude. All we can do is fight back, right?
They deserve to be burnt alive on a stake. These politicians and doctors. That's what I would do. You know.
Yeah. You're not even exaggerating, bro. That's what they
But
do.
yeah, I think those ages ended because what God said. You know. Okay, He doesn't let us to punish them anymore, but yeah, I think in God's judgment day, He will give them so much worse than being burnt alive on a stake. You know.
Medical tyranny, for sure, bro.
Yeah.
Unprecedented, like never seen before. Like unimaginable scale. And the level of the ignorance of people, dude, that's to me that's the biggest thing. That was like, holy shit, dude. You know, even now, 2 years later, dude, how many people are still willfully putting masks on and, you know, playing along?
Funny thing, when I came home, I have a neighbor, and he and his girlfriend, they studied. They made the nursing course, something like this, to be these guys who make X-ray radiographies, you know, for and I met with them at the market, and the guy asked me, "Hey, did you took the thing?" And I told him, "No, man, my DNA is intact." You know. And when he heard my answer, he said, "Yeah, that's the right answer."
Like he was waiting for you to hear it from you first, and then so he
Yeah.
can agree with you. I know.
Yeah.
People are so
And
insecure.
yeah, I told him, man, this is genetical engineering,
Right?
this stuff. Yeah, so you
Oh, here we
don't
go.
play with this. Yeah.
Hello.
I know, bro.
Hello.
We're on the same page, brother, man, but we definitely shouldn't talk about it, maybe, because we're in a live stream.
Yeah, let's change it.
Yeah,
So, hello,
spicy.
welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
Spicy and explosive. So,
Yo.
you guys were like, what, like over talking people down and chill, bro? If you're gonna go in a chill VC,
No.
you gotta be chill, man.
No, they were chatting shit.
Yeah,
we weren't
that's
doing
true.
anything.
They
Yeah,
were
but check
chatting
this, my dude.
shit.
You guys just got VC verified, and you went straight down, and you got muted right away. Like, it's just not cool, bro. I specifically told you.
Didn't do anything.
He told me to shush, and that was rude, bro. I got
Can you
offended.
just see? I'm still talking, bro. Like, just
Yeah,
one
sorry.
second.
It doesn't
So you went down to chill, like just chill out a little bit, listen to people when they talk, let them talk to you first, be like, hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? And that's like civil way to go about it, bro. You can't just you got VC verified and you got muted right away. You know, so let's talk. You know, you guys, what do you want to talk about, man? Let's be chill and let's not over talk
I just
each
got
other.
told to shut the fuck up every time, without fail.
Yeah, when someone is talking, it's
You're
not nice
probably over
to
talking, bro.
talk over them.
You know, especially given the
So,
fact that you just got
anyway.
VC verified, bro. You know, so and I specifically told you if you're gonna go in a chat, just chill for a little bit. You know.
Okay, man. Kiedy to jest the capit, get David, Huckabee Duflas, and then Gelfid. See you later. Thank you.
But how can we talk if that god guy just doesn't shut up?
Yeah, exactly. He just talks about nonsense, man. He just
See, you
doesn't
guys
shut
He
up.
was explaining you
You guys
what
went
you
down
saying,
to
Tom?
Chill
the
VC
yeah.
and you're gonna talk like that already, bro? Like you're gonna complain about people who've been here forever? Like,
Couldn't hear anything.
I don't know, man. I don't like attitudes, guys, already, yeah. But whatever.
All I said was I think I snapped my banjo string and I got muted. Like, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, and I called him daddy, and then I got muted.
I nearly had a serious problem.
So, how long did you find the flat Earth?
Go ahead.
Spicy.
Yeah.
How long did you find about flat Earth?
I don't know. I studied it for quite a while, but I never understood it. So this is why I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, well, it is the best place you can be
Yeah.
to find information, the right information about flat Earth. As a start off, I want to tell you that there is a governmental organization called Flat Earth Society, and we are not those people, and we do not make.
Sorry to jump in. I already talked to them about that for a while, about Flat Earth
Oh, okay,
Society.
okay.
So if you want to
Okay,
jump into something else, like,
yeah. All right.
do you guys have any questions for Gabby? Like something that's giving you a hard time about Flat Earth that you can't understand?
I have quite a lot of questions, but I can't think of them. If you know what I mean.
Sounds like you don't have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Well,
basically.
why do you believe? Why do you believe, for example, that you live on a spinning ball?
Huh?
Because there's more
What
proof.
is the main reason that makes you believe that you live on a spinning ball?
Shit's flat, bro.
So they say they do believe it's flat. It makes sense. They said, like the ball doesn't make sense, but they want to understand
Oh,
more.
I see.
They want to
I
understand what's
see.
behind it and how and why. So basics.
Okay.
But they do think
Yeah.
it's flat and stationary.
Yeah.
If they're not lying, which I believe them honestly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, you should have questions like about the geometry or how vision works. Yeah. Because when we talk about what we see, when we talk about observations, we are actually talking about light and its propagation properties, the way it propagates and behaves in nature. Do you guys believe in gravity?
Well, what else is holding us down?
How can you demonstrate that?
What do you mean?
Isn't that?
That gravity is the force or thing that pulls you down.
Because we're on the ground, and when we jump, it pulls us down. Simple.
Okay, but if I take a helium balloon and I release it from my hand, it's not gonna pull it down, right?
Yeah, because
Because it's not
helium's a
heavy
weight
enough.
down.
Yeah, it's helium.
So
Oh, it's not heavy. So it has to be lighter than the air?
Yeah.
Something. Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah. Okay. Nowadays, we have, for example, graphene aerogel. This is a solid material, porous material, which is 7 times lighter than the air. But it does not rise. above, like the helium does. When you release it from your hand, it will fall to the ground. Yet it is lighter than the air. So why does it fall then, if it's lighter?
I don't know.
Because it is solid.
Yeah.
We are talking the
Solid, yeah.
states of matter. We have four main states of matter: solid, liquid,
And gas.
gas, and
Fuck,
the
I
fourth,
forgot. Let me think.
plasma.
No, I don't know. I wouldn't have got that one. Yeah.
Fire. Yeah. So these are the four states which matter can exist. And they have a certain behavior according to in which kind of the state an element is. Many liquids, they have solid and gaseous states also. And even metals, they also do have liquid and solid gaseous states. For example, if you take mercury and boil it, it will evaporate. But mercury is a heavy metal, and when it's heated, it will rise above the air despite the fact that it is much, much heavier than the air. So gravity doesn't explain very well. But yeah, when we talk about gravity, I mean, we should also be very specific which kind of gravity are we talking about, because there's more kinds of gravity. How many kinds of gravity do you know?
16.
Well, that's quite impressive. Well, I think I know only about 3 or 4 of them.
There's only one type of gravity.
Sorry?
There's only one type of gravity. How can there be multiple forces? There's like air resistance gravity.
So you say there is only one type of gravity, and that would be like mass attracting mass, like Newton said?
Yeah, just gravity.
Yeah. Well, that is 100 more. That is more than 100 years old, debunked and superseded theory.
Where's the debunk?
Yeah, Einstein debunked Newtonian gravity
Yeah, but did he
and
debunk
superseded
it
it.
and give a new
He
reason?
replaced the Newtonian gravity with which is mass attracting mass. He replaced it with Einsteinian gravity, which is the warping and bending of space-time. But yeah, he replaced it without a scientific experiment.
Without or with?
Yeah, without.
So he proved it without proof.
He didn't prove it. He had no means. How could have Einstein prove that his feet were older than his head? Because this is what Einstein claimed. That your feet are older than your head. Can you prove that?
Well, it depends what gets formed first in the woman.
Huh? I'm sorry?
It depends what gets formed in the woman's uterus first. Technically.
Oh, so that's how you take your age from the toes all the way up to the head?
Well, it depends what got formed first. What gets formed first? The head or the feet?
What does it matter? I mean, the act of birth is birth. Once you are born into the world, yeah, the water breaks and you are shipwrecked in the world.
Yeah.
That is birth. You are born.
Yeah.
And you're saying that your feet are older than your head. If you go with Einstein.
Well, I'm just basing it off logic here, but I don't think
Yeah.
you teleport into your mum's uterus. I'm pretty sure you're formed.
Yeah.
Unless you do like slash T to your brother.
Yeah, no, I think that should work, but I'm muted, so I can't do that.
And yeah, I mean, bending of space-time. Space and time are concepts. Last time I checked. It's something just like freedom, you know. So how can you bend freedom? Do you know of any experiment or something that can demonstrate that?
How do you want me to demonstrate that?
I have a question for you.
Go on.
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, it's called space.
How?
I don't fucking know. I'm not a scientist.
Well, you said you can have. I mean, do you have a car?
I do actually.
Yeah. So your car has wheels, and
Really?
around the wheels you have a
Really?
tire, inside which you pump air, correct?
Yeah.
So you have a
I put
higher
water in mine.
pressure. Yeah, you have a higher air pressure in those tires than the outside. So how can you hold that gas pressure around your wheels without a tire? Without a closed container?
I don't know.
Well, you said you can have get higher gas pressure
Well, you clearly
without
can.
a container. Don't you think the positive claim carries the burden of proof?
Yeah, but your claim needs to have proof. You're just stating that. Where's the proof on that? Both sides need proof, and none of us have proof. So who's right? Who's wrong?
Well, yeah, the Globers believe
So check this. We talked in VC
that.
talked in VC check-in about this, and I explained to you that we're breathing pressurized air, and you said it doesn't
Yeah.
make sense to be in a vacuum and to breathe pressurized air. So are you changing your position right now?
Yeah, I weren't listening to you.
These are not claims, bro. These are natural laws. This is something that just is. It's not debatable. You don't have to believe it. Just the way it is, bro.
Yeah. Gas pressure adjacent to vacuum is a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
In other words, impossible. It's a physical impossibility.
Yeah.
In simple words.
Actually, that one's dead too, though. Nah, but we just get muted.
No, I can hear you.
I know.
No shit.
But yeah,
Why is everybody
ask
muted?
your question now.
No questions to be asked because no one here has proof.
Proof of what?
Anything.
What are you talking about, bro? What kind of statement is that?
What?
Have you looked into this server? There are many channels where we have a lot of PDF documents with empirical laser test measurements over large bodies of water.
I just don't
And
understand
one,
how all our high-end scientists can be wrong, but a Discord server can be right.
well,
Yeah.
it wasn't
Who's wrong?
scientists.
Let's see. Which scientist are you talking about? Let's take it from there. You claim
Yeah.
scientist. Which
Pretty
scientist
much.
are you talking about?
Pretty much all of them.
Name one right now.
I don't know, John
can
from
hear-
down the road. I don't know.
I can hear you Googling. Name one scientist and give me
You
one
can even
scientific
Google it.
citation.
Right, this is me
Mm.
typing.
Go ahead. You can even Google it, bro. Go ahead. Take your time.
I ain't Googling anything.
So name one
I don't-
scientist then.
John from down the road.
Name one scientist. You claim science and scientists? Name one.
I don't fucking know.
So why do you say shit, dude? Like, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Because of me.
Albert Einstein's a scientist.
We literally have millions of scientists. Like,
Meanwhile,
shit.
really? Meanwhile, you can't name one that claims Earth is a globe and has a citation, scientific
Fucking
citation.
Muhammad Ali. He's probably a scientist.
How many scientists measured the Earth? So are biologists concerned with the shape of the Earth? They're scientists. Are those the scientists you're talking about? How about geneticists? How about linguists? Like, which scientists are we talking about? That's why I was asking you.
I don't know what you're
Wayne
saying. 'cause you're
Johnson. I don't know.
So you guys are changing your positions in like 2 hours since you came in, right? You told me that you know the Earth is flat and stationary. Now you're like, all the scientists are saying Earth is a globe. What kind of shit is that? So you were lying before, or you got confused? Which one is it?
We were lying because we just wanted to get in.
Wow.
Well, yeah.
Wanted to see what
Just
proof
you would have gotten in even if you do that. It's not about that, man.
No.
yeah.
Oh
We still got
You can
Someone
get in here.
smart came
It's
in
not a
here,
problem.
started proving you wrong, you'd
Yeah.
instantly ban them.
See, you're talking over get big get now, bro. Like I
don't
told
give
you
a
about that in the VC chicken. Good.
The Earth's not flat.
He's
Trust me, bro.
speaking over me. Why is it always?
Well-
why is it always I'm speaking over other people? They're speaking over me.
Are you?
You have nothing to
Are
say.
you
Go
a
ahead. Say what
priest?
you need to say.
Wait.
What's your
I've already
blow
said
proof?
what I need to say.
What?
I've already said
So-
what I need to say.
Let me get this straight.
said nothing.
You just hold on.
Quiet,
Let me get this
Mr. List.
straight. You just
Hey, don't
asked.
talk over me. Don't talk over me. That's rude as fuck. Shut up. Shut up,
Yeah,
bro. Don't talk over
you know,
me. Wait,
I don't
no,
have
no,
to-
no.
I don't
Shut up,
have
shut
to
up.
lose
Wait,
the debate
wait,
if I
wait,
get
wait,
banned.
wait, wait,
I
no,
mean,
no,
we've
don't
never
talk over
seen
me.
this
Wait, don't
tactic
talk over me.
before.
Wait,
Oh my
stop.
god.
Wait, no, that's rude. Wait, you better
Never
mute that
seen
guy.
this
Wait,
before.
mute
Oh
him.
my
Wait, he's
god.
talking over me. Wait, he's talking over me.
Oh yeah, that's right. I am.
Why are you talking over me, bro?
Let's get
That's
this
so
straight.
rude.
So you
That's
just
so rude.
asked,
It's so rude,
why
bro.
would
That's
they
so
lie
rude.
while you're lying yourself? Go
How am I
find a
lying?
fucking mirror. You
What?
LARPed as flat earthers. You
What?
just admitted you lied.
What did I
So you
lie
just
about?
LARPed this that you're flat earthers.
I'm not a flat earther because I'm not fucking retarded.
That remains to be seen. Because I bet you
You're
are
fucking
retarded.
retarded, bro. You believe that the Earth's flat? Shut
I
up,
don't
man.
believe shit, dude. I know the earth is flat.
Yeah, exactly. Shut up. You're
Okay,
fucking
let me ask
retarded,
you a
bro.
question. When did you experience the earth as a globe? Tell me. When
What?
and where?
I can feel the Earth, bro.
You can feel the earth?
That's not what you said in the VC
I know
check-in.
you feel balls,
fucking
but
liar.
that's about the
Yeah,
only
because
thing
I
you
lied
do.
to you, bro. Fucking
You
lied.
feel balls. But not your
Huh?
balls because those haven't dropped yet, so it has to be someone else's balls.
You just
What?
Oh, you're
admitted
not
you
so
lied
clever
again.
now,
You
are
just said
you?
you lied.
What?
Not so clever now, are you?
What? I can't hear you, bro. You're
You're
talking over me.
stuttering,
Now
dude.
stop
You're
talking over me,
stuttering.
bro.
You're stuttering.
How am I stuttering? I'm
You
not.
nervous?
No, I'm.
Shut up. Clowns.
Little twats, man.
I think if I swear a lot, I'll seem edgy and cool. But they just learned how to swear. I hope your dad hears you and whips your ass.
Kids
Oh
these
shit, you would have to have a dad at home.
don't
Instead of
have
your
any
fucking
respect.
single mom with 15 babies daddies. I called the flat earthers stupid and they still think the earth is flat. Why isn't it working?
We wanted to get in.
Dude, it blows me away when they ask why would they lie 5 seconds after they were lying. Like it just I can't get over this crazy shit. It's really like it's like an OCD thing I have for the last like 2 years. Like it blows my mind.
Everybody asks that. Yeah.
Exactly, and then they go on to lie. He just admitted twice that he lied. Yeah, we're acting like two little beggars in the VC checking. Oh yeah, we know they're we never felt the earth move. We just don't know how to explain it to others. That's why we're here. We want to learn. Then immediately they went down to VC to chill VC, and they're gonna mute it right away.
Yeah, you want to learn, but you are not capable to ask one question.
Sad, man. So sad.
He's in Chill VC. What's his name?
No, they went to Chill VC. Sexploit and the Spicy, they came together this morning. I checked them in.
Oh, okay.
They
I'm gonna
acted
take their VC
completely
verified.
different,
Oh,
bro.
wait.
They did not act like this.
I know, Vlad. It's
Never
not
mind.
your
Lou's
fault.
down there. He'll handle it.
Yeah.
You know, at least NASA's getting paid to lie, right? What's in it for them other than like protecting their cult?
This is how fanaticism manifests.
You know, if I saw no measurements, no empirical evidence that the Earth is flat, their behavior alone would make me suspicious. The behavior of the people that come in here is so off the wall. That alone is suspicious.
I felt them too, but I tried to keep them on a topic, subject, something, to tell them something interesting, but nah. lack of education equals animalistic behavior.
I really want to bring in like some psychologists and psychiatrists to like
Yeah.
do an evaluation of this behavior because it's different than any other topic. I mean, I've been involved in 9/11, so many so-called conspiracies, and nobody acts like this. Even the most hardcore, I hate Al Qaeda terrorists did it. They don't even act like this.
No, because I don't know. This is the heights of fanaticism. I don't know how to call it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean,
Yeah.
Sharia law has nothing on these guys.
This is the kind of people which NASA is relying themselves upon. They have these tiny little fanatics, blind fanatics, which will gladly do all the work and fighting and whatever means to defend the religion, to defend what they believe, what they are made to believe, actually. Yeah.
Think of how many Globers have seen the Black Swan and said, that's not the horizon, or there's the horizon.
Oh my
Just
God.
crazy stuff.
Yeah. And we still have so many to go with.
Yo, so this idiot is on my DMs, dude. He wants to go 101 with the Lispy one. This dude is a fucking...
With the Lispy one?
Yeah, that's what he said. He wants to go 101 alone. He said, unmute me or ban me. Fucking cowards, man.
Do I want to debate Google this morning? I don't know.
Even talk to them.
No, they just want to get unmuted so they can swear some more.
He's telling me, I didn't mute you, bro. He calling me pussy now. Oh my God, yeah. All right, I'm done with this guy.
Only children think that name calling actually works. Like once you reach a certain age, it doesn't bother you anymore.
It's just sad, man, to see them tantrum like this.
I would bet $100 he was raised by a single mother. I guarantee it.
Non-familist.
And if Dandelion was here, it's so funny that the boys that are raised by single mothers, they'll run their mouth to us because they've never had a male in the household. But as soon as a woman comes on, they totally bitch up and like their tail goes between their legs and they act like little wusses.
Yeah.
Tell the dude I'll debate him if he can answer this one question. How and when they measured the distance of the sun? He's got 3 minutes to give the answer.
Yeah, he's just spamming my DMs.
It takes a lot longer than 3 minutes to actually find the answer. So that's actually hard to Google.
He can't even talk about it, dude. He's a child who's undergoing a tantrum right now. He's just spamming my DMs. It's a shit server, 20 people in VC3 talking. Tell him not to be pussy. Tell him to read DMs.
Oh my God, he called me a pussy. A low T limp dick calling me a pussy. Oh my God.
I'm so touched.
Now spicy too, yeah. Spamming DMs. Wow. Spiraling out of control.
Ask him why he's so emotional.
That's what he's asking. He's asking, why are you guys so mad? We're not mad, bro.
We do this all the time. This is just another day.
He said this server full of immigrants that barely speak English. How many languages you speak, homeboy? I bet I speak more than you. I bet I know English better than you.
I bet you he can't even find America on a map. Americans are like the worst population in the world at geography.
I think these kids are British.
Oh my God, total cuck.
Alright, I think I gotta block these guys because I never blocked anyone on Discord ever. Not even Professor Phil when he was spamming me. But these guys, can't deal with this shit.
What's your name? I'll just kick him out of here. That's
Spicy,
obvious.
Spicy and Sex Bomb. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
They're done. Spicy begging not to be banned. I don't know if he wants one more chance. He's begging. Sex Bomb need to go. Sex Bomb is done. Alright, Spicy. Sorry, bro.
What's the other guy's name?
Sex Bomb. He's the main one. He needs to go right away. Spicy was begging for forgiveness. So
I think it's Gay Bomb now, because I see no...
he changed. Yeah. He changed. Gay Bomb, yeah.
Gay Bomb, yeah.
Oh, the username checks out.
Yeah.
Spicy is asking me why would I do Spicy? You know why, bro. Come on, man. You thought we were friends? We weren't friends, dude. You lied. You lied about everything, dude. So how can we be friends? I'm not friends with liars. So, sorry, bro. It might be a little too late right now.
I think it's fear.
That's exactly what it is. We all know that. That's exactly what it is. Everybody just reacts different.
That's why they try to filibuster and just keep talking. Like, oh my God, I might hear something I can't unhear. I might see something I can't unsee. I'll be a flat earther and people will call me names and I can't take that because I have low self-esteem.
That's exactly what it is, bro. DCO, good morning, man. Long time. I haven't seen your name around.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, just here with my little ones. Good day.
When you say little one, you mean your kids?
Yes, sir.
God bless, bro. Happy New Year's and
Yeah,
God
how
bless
are you?
everyone, man.
How's everything? How's everything going with you
Good, man.
over here?
Good, good. Just chilling with people, talking to these kids a little bit. Everything's good.
Yeah, I've been laying low here in the server, but I'm gonna be a little bit more active.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, I haven't seen your name, but I actually haven't been in a live stream for a while.
Yeah, here in California, it's been a little chilly, but I can't complain because I know it's colder in other places.
It's freezing here, dude. It's below freezing right now. Pennsylvania. Do you guys get freezing at all or not?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm complaining and I'm in 40s, 40 degree Fahrenheit.
Gosh. Nice.
It's 22 degrees where I am.
About the same here.
Ooh, that's chilly.
It's not really the sudden changes of temperature which suck New England because it was about, I don't know, 60 degrees like 3 days ago, 2 days ago.
But the weather's not modified.
It seems like a lot of people are catching these colds and flus when those fluctuations happen, like changes in weather and pressure.
That's documented.
Yeah.
That's a documented thing. Like if there's a 30-degree temperature change,
Yep.
they have more ER admissions for respiratory illnesses.
Yep. Jemsy, what did you think of that movie last night we watched? Don't Look Up. Astrogeologists saving the planet Earth.
It
I saw it as a satirical.
It was like
face
satire.
ridicule. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Yeah.
And bad. Like it was bad.
Yes. My kid said, like, yo, this movie's so much better when you know. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude. And I didn't want to watch it at first, but then Radwin said, like, no spoilers, just watch it. I'm like, okay, dude, I believe you. And I loved it. I loved the movie, dude. I thought that it was a joke the whole time. And it was comedy, right? They made it like a comedy, dude, in a way.
It's almost like, I don't know, people who actually kind of act like that in real life. I mean, the actors were trying to act as real people, but
It's one of those movies, dude, I can't even
it was
pinpoint
weird.
it. Like, yeah, it was weird, but I liked it. I enjoyed it, dude. You know, if I just saw the trailer, I'd be like, fuck, man, this is not my type of shit. I would never pick to watch this movie. But I went with the recommendation, and I liked it, bro. And I watched it again last night in the cinema. It's the type of movie you can just put on and, like, you know, chat with people and make jokes about it. I enjoyed it, man. But I recommended The Moonwalkers to watch next. And yo, I invite everyone in this room, guys. Let's watch Moonwalkers together. You're gonna piss your pants, dude. Ron Perlman is in it. And it's a French comedy. It's fucking funny, dude. No spoilers. That's all I'm gonna say. If you have a popcorn roll, The Moonwalkers, dude. It's a French comedy. It's a funny movie, dude. Lou said he's gonna download it. I recommended last night. We'll put it in the requests. So when you get a notification, make sure you're there, bro, so we watch it. Can't say enough about it, dude. Like, comedy about moon landing and how it was faked. About Stanley Kubrick and all that shit.
Moonwalkers.
The
Sounds
Moonwalkers.
like something out of this world.
Yup. Yeah, let me see if I can.
For me to enjoy the movie, you gotta sit down and just watch it from the beginning to get the feel of it.
I'm arguing with you about mass tracking.
Yeah, but the Earth is massive.
You know.
Okay, so how deep will you give me? How deep will you give me that the Earth's crust is?
It doesn't matter how deep I believe the Earth's crust is. There's no observable curvature over water.
So, like, you know, like we're debating here, which is just a quote unquote war of ideas. And so, like, you know, but to say and to not grant over that your belief is a religious belief and yet condemn the other side for having a religious belief. Now, granted, I know this is coming up because somebody keeps calling somebody satanic and all this other crap. But I think just as thinkers, we have to recognize that both concepts are religious tenets, regardless. And it doesn't make them bad. It just means that we're being honest.
I don't think you kind of redefining religion.
Well, religion is what you do, and it's what you do every day. Religious, what you do religiously.
If you take space away from me, I will kill myself because it means that life is meaningless to me.
No. Hold on. It's actually the other way round. It's actually life should be more meaningful to you. That's the problem. There's a ball that spins in space.
If space doesn't exist, then we're trapped here forever. Never to do anything
Hold on, my friend. You were trapped on this fucking ball.
You could work with Legos. Let me put this out there. You could work with Legos and say, well, this will fit, that will fit. But that doesn't mean that it's the correct design.
What's a black hole? Well, it's a dimensional space-time which has infinite mass pulling
what is
everything, including...
It's just a gravity fix for numbers, isn't it? That's a point of gravity so things can go around it. Because they can't even sense what a black hole is. They can say they can't see it.
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't be able to see it because light...
So it's just a mathematical concept where they need a lump of gravity, then they put an infinitely small, large mass of gravity there.
That's just dark matter.
Yeah.
No, dark matter is something different. Dark matter is the next adjustment for the gravity being wrong.
It's the next type of duct tape.
We don't even want to get to dark energy yet.
Yo, was that somebody saying they're gonna kill themselves if there's no space?
Yep.
No fucking way, dude. This is scary shit, bro. This is scary shit, dude. And he wasn't joking. It was like...
He was almost in tears.
Yo.
His life would be meaningless without the thing that makes it meaningless.
I mean, isn't it the other way around? Isn't it other way around? That your fucking life is meaningless flying on a ball through infinite void, going fucking nowhere, waiting for the asteroids or whatever the fuck to hit you or like, whoa, dude. Isn't it the other
that's what
way
we were
around?
trying to
What
tell
am I
him.
missing?
Like it's the other
What
way
am I
around.
missing?
But he's, I think that was R.C. Meisty. He's a baller that used to come on here all the time.
I don't know who that is, bro, but this shit just got to me a little bit. Like, I'm worried about this person, dude. Like, they're gonna, yeah. Never heard this shit before. Yeah, I've heard a lot of shit. Never heard somebody saying they're gonna kill themselves.
I think I've heard, it's like 3 or 4 people I've heard say that in the last couple of years. It's space is their version of heaven. That's the afterlife.
So they're like kind of hoping they're gonna escape somewhere if shit goes wrong with Earth. Like that's what's in this movie. Don't Look Up. Like one spaceship escaped.
Yeah, I watched it the other night.
Maybe they believe they're gonna colonize Mars and grow potatoes with Matt Damon.
That's their version of a heavenly paradise. Hey, I'm gonna play something. This is actually from a Glober, but it's about seeing stars in space. It's pretty good. I was gonna play it yesterday, but I'll play it now.
So we'll put some links for these, but these are sort of classic things. Is one of the ones we're going to play is at this press conference when the Apollo 11 crew came back from their alleged trip to the moon, and the British astronomer Patrick Moore asks them, "Well, could you see the stars in space?" And three of them are looking at each other, all confused, like they forgot what to say. Go, "Yeah, I think so." And go, "Nah, I didn't." Go, "I didn't see him." I go, "Yeah, well, maybe through the optics we did." And it's like, yeah, they're like, they got caught, right? Well, can you see him? Can't you see him? And I think a good thing to put in here is like when Neil Armstrong, 25 years later, when he was at the White House, and he's given a speech, and he says, "Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you, we say, we have only completed a beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers. There are places to go beyond belief." Now, what do you tell a bunch of school kids that on the 25th anniversary of the moon for? This is a guy who couldn't remember if he saw stars when he was in space. So,
it's absolutely amazing. I mean, the fact that he would speak like that, he was definitely trying to get a message across to us, right?
Oh, exactly. And that's why I thought, well, I should basically tell the story of how I got involved in this then, because that's really where a lot of this comes from my aspect. So I would say back in, it was probably about 1987 when I was reading through the book Man or Matter, and got quite interested in atmospheric color formation as per Goethe's theory of color, where light's just not, what they call Rayleigh scattering, but it's actually darkness coming through a lighted sort of medium. And there's an experiment which I've never performed, but I actually understand it, and I've seen it in certain effects. And that is let's basically need a jug of water, something to stir into it that makes it opaque gradually as you stir it in and stays in suspension, and a light bulb, like a basic tungsten filament light, and a black card. So basically the experiment is you put the light bulb behind the jar of water, you start stirring in the medium, and it goes from yellow to red as it gets thicker, which is like the sun going down the atmosphere. But then for the blue side, basically put the black card behind and you shine the light from the side and basically see black, and as you start making the medium, the liquid medium more opaque, it starts going blue and goes towards violet. So I was thinking, well, this would be an interesting experiment. I'd like to reproduce it authentically. So I called up NASA and I said, yeah, I'm a researcher in atmospheric optics, and I was actually hoping to find out what the dominant spectra of the sun is in the optical wavelengths above the atmosphere. And they're going, no, we don't have that information. I'm going, yeah, come on, man. It's like you've been up there for a long time. It was like about 25 years at that time. And I'm saying, Skylab, you had all that equipment up there. You go, no, we don't have that information. I said, well, how about just a white light photo of the sun in space. I can just use it as like experimental reference, so at least got some authenticity to the experiment. Go, nope, we don't have any of those either. I go, how about pictures of stars, white light pictures of stars? Nope, we don't have any. And I was rather puzzled by this, although I had heard, because I remember I came across in one of Wilhelm Reich's writings, and I haven't been able to retrace that reference, but he spoke about how space would probably be black, and that stellar light would be what he called orgone illumination of the atmosphere. And also, Dinshaw Gadiali, the great color healer who developed the spectrochrome system, he also said that space would be black and that the stars would appear on the atmosphere. So this comes out of sort of like old occult sort of tradition. So I started thinking, well, maybe there's something to all this. So I thought, well, this is a rather curious sort of affair. So NASA did actually send me a lot of stuff, and I did, like, here's sort of like old envelopes from NASA that the guys started sending me these various pictures, and I believe that we have a picture here, which I could perhaps put up. They sent me a number of
what?
Of photos. It's one that's called S73-3378 scan.
Yes, I see it.
Yeah. Let's see.
That?
Can you get that one up, or do you want me?
I've got it up right now.
Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, now what we see here on this picture is that this is basically, from the back of the photo, this solar eruption of, is that the one? Yeah, solar eruption of June 10th, 1973, seen as the spectroheliogram obtained during the first manned Skylab mission, Skylab 2. The SO-82A experiment, an Apollo telescope mount component covering the wavelength region from 150 to 650 angstroms. That's the extreme ultraviolet. Solid disk to center was produced from 304 angstrom ultraviolet light from helium plus ions. So what we're looking at here is, this is a spectroheliogram, but it's only showing the the visible disk at one wavelength, which is sort of like ionized helium. So that's actually rather curious. If we can, let me see if I can show this here.
Do you see my screen here? There's quite a bit of stuff on it.
Yeah. I see yours. So I put mine up here. I'm not sure which one of us is controlling this, but here's just a basic spectroheliogram of the sun and the optical wavelengths from Earth. Right? You see all these little lines, these dark lines. Well, where those dark lines are at, that's what images the sun in outer space. So when you go and you look at all these pictures of the sun taken from space, they're usually in the extreme ultraviolet, but you can get like hydrogen alpha. So they actually, where you get a black line here, the absorption lines, that's what they're imaging the sun in, and that's what we can see on that other picture. Is that let's go back to this other picture again here. No, it's not. Yes, typical Hangout stuff. We won't worry about. But if you can put that picture back up there, Tech, then what you can see is you can. And there's the reason there's two pictures is the other one here, the S73, the one that doesn't say scan. Okay, I believe this one looks like it's going to come up. There we go. You can see it a bit better. This is actually, I found this on the web. The first one is a scan of the picture that they sent me, the print. Now here's an enhanced one, which is actually available now on the web. But you can see where the solar disk is basically only appearing at certain wavelengths. And this is why, if you go to like the NASA sites, like the Soho real-time MPEG movies and stuff, here is where these are just basically all, 171 angstroms, 195 angstroms, 284. It only appears at certain wavelengths. And this is what's really curious about it. The thing's not, and it's appearing in the absorption band wavelengths. So nonetheless, this is what NASA was sending me. Not these beautiful color pictures. We didn't have the internet in those days. You had to make a phone call or write a letter and wait for the things to show up. We didn't have the advantage that we have today of being able to stream all this information. So anyway, the gentleman at the Johnson Space Center got quite interested in this himself. He thought this was very curious. You couldn't. So to track it down, he actually tracked down a man that worked for 25 years in the photographic department of NASA and put me in touch with him. And the guy actually called me for a chat. And it was funny. He was a pretty knowledgeable guy because I was living in Northern California at the time. And he's going, "Where do you live?" I go, "A little place up in Northern California." He goes, "No, name it." I go, "Whitethorn." He goes, "Oh, yeah." He goes, "You're up by the Usal Road," which is a road along through the Sinkyone Wilderness. Pretty amazing road. He goes, "Oh, yeah, yeah." He says, "We used to go over all the photographs and look for cool roads to go drive," and that was one of the cool roads. So I thought, oh, this guy's pretty clued up. But yeah, he started. So he told me that, yeah, he said it was a big puzzle when they first went up, that they could hardly see the stars. And he said they started developing specialized diffraction gratings. So basically when Alan Shepard, Virgil Grissom went up, they couldn't see any stars, is what he reported to me. So they started developing diffraction gratings. He said they could start seeing higher order stars, but he didn't know where that went. It became compartmentalized. So anyway, I like to double check on things. So I called up Naval Research Labs in Washington, the Solar Research Center there, and started talking to this guy. And I was saying, "Yeah, how come you can't see the stars in space?" And he's going, "Who told you that?" He said, I said, "NASA." He said, "Oh, that's some boys down at Goddard pulling your leg." I'm going, "No, man, this is like public relations down in Johnson Space Center." He's going, "Well, I don't know why they tell you that." He says, "Because you can see the stars in space." He said, "And here's my," he put me on to John Bartow, who was his research assistant. And, John was basically up on the first Challenger. And, he's basically payload specialist, so he ran a thing called Space Lab 2. So, he spacewalked, he was out there. And so I'm talking to him, he's going, "Yeah, look," he said, "the stars in space." He goes, "I don't know why NASA would tell you that." He said, "The stars in space are they're brighter and they don't twinkle." I'm going, "Oh, cool, that makes sense. I really appreciate that. Thank you." So I called back my contact in NASA. I'm going, "Hey, look, man, I just talked to an astronaut, and he told me he could see the stars in space." And they go, "Well, he's a scientist and a trained observer, and he accurately reported his experiences." They said, "But the information we gave you is correct." I think, well, okay, maybe they finished these secret diffraction gratings and stuff. Maybe they're in all the optics and stuff that go up. And that's what's interesting in that one clip of the Patrick Moore interview with the astronauts, which anybody can find on YouTube. Just, type in Patrick Moore asks 11 crew about seeing the stars, and the video will show up. And one of them, I think it was Collins, he goes, "Oh, maybe we could see it through the optics." It's like, well, they did have some sort of optics and things. But heavens knows what in the world these things were. So anyway, one day I was driving around California, and I was listening to radio station KGO out there, talk radio, which I had been on a few times over various borderland topics. And they had this guy, Andy Fracknoy, who at the time, and may still be, I don't know, was the head of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. And he's always one of these sort of debunkers, and space is just dirty comets or dirty snowballs, that sort of stuff. And a know-it-all sort of guy. So I thought, oh, this would be fun. Call in. It was before a day's cell phone, so I pulled over. I saw a gas station, so I pulled over and slugged a few quarters into the payphone and called KGO and got on. And within a minute, I'm here chatting to this guy. I'm going, "Yeah, how come you can't see the stars in space?" And he's going, "No, you can." He goes, where'd you get that idea? I said, from NASA. I go, no, what? So they hung up on me and go, no, we get these calls. And I'm listening to him. And he's going, no, look, he was telling the audience that I got pictures of stars in space hanging on my wall that were gifts from astronauts. So I called back to NASA on that one and asked my contact. I said, look, I just talked to this head of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific, and he said he's got pictures on his wall that are photos of stars taken from space by astronauts. And the guy's going, well, I don't know where he got them from. He says, because there are no pictures from stars in white light taken by astronauts. And, that's why I had the NASA catalogs, which I showed earlier. There are no pictures of stars. They had some sort of extreme ultraviolet stellar thing on NASA, but I wasn't able to find actually any of the, on Skylab, I wasn't able to find any of the photos of that. You'd think that, let's think of it this way, like you're going up in space, and what's the first thing you do? Hey, look, stars, they're brighter up here. There's the moon, there's the planets. How many hours of space shuttle footage have you watched or seen? They actually turn the camera over and go, hey, look over there, there's the moon, there's some stars. Now they're taking pictures of stars from the International Space Station, but they certainly weren't at the time. And let me see if I can put up this picture here. Here's
which one?
Here's the only white light photo I was able to find of the sun from space. And this is a coronagraph. So the sun is blocked out. And here we see the corona. And this will be like polished steel or aluminum. So it's a reflection. So this is the only white light photo I was able to find from that period, as well as other coronagraphs in books, but this was the actual one from Skylab. So here we have reflection. So obviously they're reflecting. Oh, and one of the other things that was told to me by the, let me figure out how to stop sharing this here. This gentleman that worked for the photographic department, who was then in private practice, so I guess he could talk. He told me, he said, well, he said it was weird. He said the guy, it always puzzled him that the astronauts told him that, well, you could see, they could see the sun. He said they were ordered not to look at it, because of the intensity of the optical radiation and potentially other radiation. He said, but they're in these little tin cans with little windows, so you can. Obviously, they could see it, but they said, yeah, they could sort of see it. And he said it was weird. They could see the brightness of the sun on the window, but it was like they were looking through it, and they could see this darkish, more brownish red body behind it, as though. And I believe we have this picture here. Could you put that picture up, Tech, of the one from Koresh's book, if we can get that picture up there?
Sure. This one?
No, the one that I had you invert so that we could. That one will work, but doesn't. We don't have the detail. That one, if you could, blow that one up a bit. And what we see in there is. So this is from, Koresh's cellular cosmogony, where he claims we live on the inside of the Earth. But what's interesting about it is he shows the visible light. The sun actually appears in the upper atmosphere, and that's what we're looking at in this diagram here. And I've wondered about that. We looked at, there's various things like, Professor Auguste Piccard, whose brother John Piccard was actually potentially the name,
Star Trek?
the namesake for John Piccard from Star Trek.
Jean-Luc Picard.
So Jean-Luc Picard, right. So Auguste Piccard and his brother John Piccard, they actually were working on balloons. So Auguste went up back in the 30s. Here it is. Here we say this is just world record for manned balloon ascent is presently 22 miles, where the air pressure is 1/50th of its value. But as a child, I was very aware of the record-breaking balloon flights being made by John and This is Jeanette, but it should be Auguste Piccard. In 1934, they reached an altitude of 11 miles. Later, Life magazine ran a photo they'd taken of one of their flights. It showed inky black sky above and the arc of Earth's horizon in the distance. And I'd come across that reference younger where somebody was quoting Piccard, claiming that, you know, he was surprised when he got up that sky turned black. He was actually expecting to see stars and stuff. And you can see that too, that gentleman that jumped out of the thing last year, Felix Baumgartner. Yeah, so you definitely, and there's a few videos which we can't play here because we haven't sort of keyed up of. There's some guys over in Italy that have been sending GoPro cameras up as high as they can. I think like, you know, like 30 kilometers or something like that, 15 miles. Space definitely gets black. You don't really see the stars. But I thought perhaps it would be good to maybe read through what some of the astronauts have said here. So what I will do is cue this up and read some of this here. So Buzz Aldrin, while riding Apollo 11 on its way to the moon, he spoke about the aircraft's induced rotation around its longitudinal axis. The only consolation was the magnificence of the visual spectacle that paraded past their portals during every roll, what Aldrin calls an incredible panorama every 2 minutes as the sun, moon, and earth appeared in our windows one at a time. There was no mention of stars or planets. His partner Neil Armstrong is also quoted, "The sky is black, you know. It's a very dark sky." Okay, and then here's on Gemini 10 mission, while spacewalking, Collins noted, "My God, the stars are everywhere, above me, on all sides, even below me somewhat. Down there, next to that obscure horizon, the stars are bright, and they are steady." And then by the time he gets to the Aegina, which is the lunar thing, the stars are gone. 3 years later, on his way to the moon in Apollo 11, he writes, "I can't see the Earth, only the black, starless sky behind the Aegina." The next page is, "I slowly cartwheeled away from the Aegina. I see nothing but the black sky for several seconds." 150 pages later, he also writes, "What I see is disappointing, for only the brightest stars are visible through the telescope, and it is difficult to recognize them when they are not accompanied by the dimmer stars." That's an incredible statement. Our normal stars seen clearly through a thick atmosphere here on Earth by the naked eye were so dim in space that even a telescope fails to reveal them. All I conclude is that star blindness must be like malaria. You are subject to unpredictable random attacks of star blindness when you are in zero gravity. This is written by Ralph Renee, who passed away a few years ago, from his book NASA Moon to America.
That's a great book title.
It is, yeah. No, so I corresponded with Ralph back in the day.
Corresponded with everyone.
Yeah, well, I was put in touch with him from Tom Valentine, who was doing Radio Free America, because he was putting Ralph on as well, so he put us in touch. So nevertheless, as Apollo 11 capsule around the moon, the situation changed. As Apollo 11 commander Neil Armstrong, by far the most laconic member of the crew, was also moved to comment, "Houston, it's been a real change for us. Now we are able to see the stars again and recognize constellations for the first time on the trip. The sky is filled with stars, just like nights out on Earth." So this is supposedly when they get behind the moon, they can see stars, but they couldn't see them before.
When they get behind the moon?
Yeah. Okay. So then once they rounded the moon, once again, the situation brings forth this comment from Mike Collins. "Outside my window, I can see stars, and that is all. Where I know the moon to be, there is simply a black void. The moon's presence is defined slowly by the absence of stars." So more confusion emerges as we read the following explanatory note by Collins. "Toward the sun, nothing can be seen but its blinding disk, whereas down sun there is simply a black void. The stars are there, but they cannot be seen because with sunlight flooding the spacecraft, the pupil of the eye involuntarily contracts, and the light from the stars is too dim to compete with reflected sunlight, as both enter the eye through the tiny aperture formed by the contracted pupil. No, to see the stars, the pupil must be allowed to relax, to open wide enough to let the starlight form a visible image on the retina, and that can be done by blocking out the sunlight. Then they rig plates over the windows, and he reports, under these conditions, the eye slowly adapts itself, and the brighter stars gradually emerge from the void." 14 years later, Collins wrote another book, It said the writing is so different from his first one that one would almost think it was written by someone else, or at least another ghostwriter. In it, he proclaims, "My God, the stars are everywhere, even below me. They are somewhat brighter than on Earth." Towards the end of that book, he declares, "Never a day without sunshine or a night without stars. Fat, unblinking stars." Okay, so, right, they're everywhere. You can't see them, but they're everywhere. That's the same guy reporting that. Okay, here's Apollo 14 mission. The astronauts had a hard time seeing the stars, even with the help of a special monocular used to supplement the scanning telescope and the sextant. Due to the absence of an atmosphere to refract and filter light, the stars do not twinkle in cislunar space. Rather, as Stu Russo puts it, the stars look like little points of light or fuzzy little dots. On the same mission, Bruce's crewmate Ed, this very eerie feeling. You suddenly start to recognize that, yeah, you're in deep space, that the planets are just that, planets. You're not really connected to anything anymore, that you're floating through this deep black void. Well, what, are the stars everywhere, or is it a deep black void? That would be nice to know. Here we go. Here, Stu Russo again. The dim light photography was very complicated because you had to do it in total blackness. The blackest you can ever put a human being in without closing him in an absolute black room. You have no earth light. You have no sunlight. You have no reflected light bending the corners anywhere. It is black, black. Now, I mean, I've been out in the desert and the wilderness, and you know, on New Moon, and the stars are bright. You can actually see the starlight. So if they're brighter on up there, how come it's so black? Gene Cernan on Apollo 17 talked about star blindness. When sunlight comes in through the blackness of space, it's black. I didn't say it's dark. I said black. So black you can't even conceive how black it is in your mind. The sunlight doesn't strike anything, so all you see is black. So here is Yuri Gagarin, first Russian cosmonaut, who says the flight, astonishingly bright, cold stars could be seen through the windows. That's pretty good. And I want to show here at the end, let me flip down. So what, here we go. Ralph made this lovely little device here. So for looking at the stars, so you can see here where he would look through a star like this, and you could have the sun coming through, or you know, he was doing it with the light to show how it would work. But basically, nothing could really stop him from seeing the stars at night, you know, shining light in the different sort of sides. So kind of pointing out what the astronauts were saying doesn't really work in actual practice if you make a little device. So here's what we go to. So basically, you know, what was reported to me by John Bartow ties in with what the Soviet astronaut said. So why would NASA tell me you can't see the stars and they had to develop special diffraction gratings? And why get guys like Collins, you know, so space is all black, but there's stars everywhere, you know, depends on when he was writing it. So there seems to be a bit of confusion about it, bit of confusion about it, bit of confusion about it, bit of confusion about it.
What happened? The sound ended. It was recorded.
Oh, I didn't catch that part. No wonder.
So this guy, I guess he did a lot of how would you say digging about the statements from NASA and astronauts, the conflicting statements that if you can see stars from when you're in space or not. Some astronauts say, yeah, you can see them. Others say you cannot. Then NASA says you can or you cannot. So yeah, that's there's conflicting stories about that. If you can see stars in space.
But space doesn't exist.
Yeah, can you see stars from Narnia?
Don't know, never been there.
What's the link between image posting privileges in here and the radius of the globe?
What is it?
I don't know, but we had one in the lobby. I asked him, what's the radius of the spinning globe you believe you live on? And he was asking then, also, why am I allowed to post images here in the channel, in the server?
Oh, he was upset about you posting? Or
No,
he wanted.
he was
He wants
asking,
to be allowed.
he was asking, why am I allowed to
Oh,
post
yeah.
images in the server? But he meant, yeah, he doesn't have these rights. It was funny.
I was going to ask how you been. I haven't really talked to you much.
Good, good, thank you. And you?
I've had a lot of symptoms of cough and phlegm up and like a headache and body aches, but I don't ever get sick. It's been going on for like 4 or 5 days and tripping on it. Anybody else got symptoms like that?
I haven't had. I mean, I do have a little bit of cough, but that's from cigarettes smoking, like an ordinary smoker.
Yeah, I hear that. I'll let you know. It's like above
You
and
should
beyond.
you should check the stuff you're eating. Like if you're eating dairy stuff, milk.
Well, I always drink a lot of milk, but
Yeah, that's not good for the lungs. Not healthy. Try to replace it with coconut milk or almond milk, vegan milk.
I really don't trust that milk, that other kind of milk. I don't know. I just
Try
something
them.
weird about it. Oh
You'll
yeah, I've
get
tried it. It's
used.
not bad.
Yeah.
Rumpus
totally
isn't
hear
listening to a
everything.
single word I say. He's just chattering and chanting, so he doesn't have to listen to how bad he and his compadre got teabagged for the second time in a row. Assuming the sun's going behind a physical sphere edge, timing it to get assuming a sphere edge horizon. I pummeled it then, I'll pummel it now, I'll pummel it every time you try and pull the wool over our eyes. It won't happen. Chanting through me while I talk to my audience isn't going to happen either. Just takes one word if anyone's watching. Going down, right? Down. That's all it takes, because that implies the physicality of the sun going behind an Earth curve edge they're assuming. They needed to drop it in once right at the beginning, and everyone's begging the question that the horizon's a physical obstruction and the sun's going behind it, and we're going to take timings for it. So long as we're all under the assumption that the horizon's a physical Earth curve edge for this example, yeah, not going to happen. But Rumpus can call me impolite as his rebuttal and tell me that, oh, you're so obnoxious to all these fundamentalist religious zealots and their dogged determination to beg the question of sphere edge horizons. Yeah, they're just going to get told to go fuck themselves. That's what we get told as flat earthers. We're assumed to be dumb, talked down to and belittled like nobody else in this entire plane that we live on. We are treated worse than any of them. Yeah, I should respect a bit of politeness while he chants through me, which he absolutely did. Chanted through me. What? Chanted that he's going to assume Earth curve and I should have heard him out? No. As a flat earther, I am going to be so rude when I'm right, because we've dealt with it for what, 6 years? Of nothing but ridicule? Now we're in a position of power. We're right. We can debunk your assumption of your assumption that the horizon's a physical sphere edge for the sun to go behind for your timings. Yeah, that already depends on you assuming a sphere. And we'll pummel it every single time. And if you think you're going to get any sympathy that I'm rude to you while I do it, tough. You won't. Maybe you should have been a bit more polite to me for the last 6 years. Then maybe I'd be a bit more polite to you fundy morons who think you're on a sphere. But you don't deserve politeness. You deserve to be told off. And that is precisely what I do here. And it angers you all greatly to the point where you feel compelled to come in and tell me off. That's how you all frame your visits. I'm going to tell Nathan what's what because he's so arrogant and doesn't understand the Earth's a sphere. And then you come here and end up with my nuts on your face.
Finally, let us look at the image itself. We can go on for many videos about how this image was generated. However, I just wanted to make one point, and that is relative to the reported resolution. If you examine this image, you will note that it is made up of 7,416 pixels by 4,320 pixels. The claimed object at the center is said to have a diameter of about 40 microarcseconds, and the image itself is about 150 by 90 microarcseconds. That means that they are displaying an image with a pixel-based resolution of approximately 0.02 microarcseconds. This is a resolution which is 1,250 times greater than the diffraction-limited resolution available by their telescopes.
That doesn't surprise me.
These scientists, through data processing of coarse data, increased the resolution presented by more than a factor of 1,000. Is there any reason to question why I state now that these images are simply not science? Here is what the real resolution grid looks like for this image. One gets a total of 6 voxels horizontally and about 3 vertically, and that is if one believes that the PV data could even be used. I note in contrast that the highest resolution MRI images obtained to date on the human head were obtained at The Ohio State University to celebrate the year 2000. You can learn more in the link provided below. Those images had an in-plane resolution of 100 microns, or 50 times better than the typical MRI resolution. The resolution on these images was determined almost exclusively by the acquisition. Now the astronomers are asking us to accept that data processing can increase resolution by a factor of more than 1,000. If one would do the same in MRI, resolution can be increased by processing from 100 microns down to 1/10 of a micron, much less than the size of a typical human cell. The claim would have no scientific merit. It would be made possible only by the lack of independent proof, a luxury afforded only to cosmology. Pathology and anatomy do not exist in astronomy, and as a result, none of their pronouncements can ever be questioned. In any case, in stating that a claimed black hole image represented the most important scientific accomplishment of 2019, the journal Science has simply discredited itself.
So you think about the poker bluff, and you think about, like, even in soccer or football, when someone fakes left and then goes right. That's a disinformation strategy where if we're competing and information about the nature of reality, where the water is, where the gold is, what the market is going to do next, if this company is going to make it, whatever, equals a source of advantage, but we're in an assumed rivalrous dynamic. We're competing for the same money, competing for the same attention, whatever. Then first, I have the incentive to withhold information, right? So I don't want to tell you where the gold is. So the first thing is withholding information. And we see in business how much focus is on IP and NDAs and, you know, those types of things. But then it's not simply withholding information, it's also disinforming, right? Just like the poker bluff or the fake left and go right, we have and we can see in warfare, we try and have black projects where we withhold the information because we don't want the other side to know what our military capacities are, but we also try to disinform what our military capacities are or where we're going to attack or whatever else as a source of advantage. And that's been happening forever. Sun Tzu writes about that, right? I mean, it's just, we've had a basis for disinformation for a long time. We've had rivalrous dynamics for a long time. Where I can get ahead in a human ecosystem by affecting what other people believe, independent of what is true, independent of base reality, then we live in a simulated reality where if I can get you to believe something that will lead you to vote in my interest or to purchase things in my interest or whatever, game theory will have me try to optimize distortion and optimize my ability to get ahead at creating and winning at simulations, and it won't have me try to connect to base reality at all, right? And so we get a world that is so constructed and decoupled from base reality that most of the time what is true isn't even relevant. And it's even further than that. It's that there's a whole class of people for whom the idea that there are true concepts doesn't even appeal to them very much.
Somebody want to talk? Or anything?
About what?
I don't know. What's on your mind?
Well, get something going. I got a coworker with me, and our hands are busy.
Well then.
Let's talk about crazy anti-flat earthers. How about that?
Sounds like a good one to me.
Have you ever noticed that they have inverted reality? I have Globers say it's common sense that the Earth is a globe, despite the fact that they don't sense a globe with their senses. Had them say we're delusional, despite the fact that we see and experience the Earth as flat and we accept it the way it is, and they think they live in a cartoon reality. They say we're the delusional ones. So they like invert everything. Everything that they think is the foundation of what they believe is actually our foundation, which is just very strange. If you think of the totality of this topic, their side versus so-called our side, it's just so bizarro world stuff.
What gets me is when they defend it, even though they really don't know anything about it. That's just one that gets me every time. It's like I'll have a really good conversation with somebody, like logical and everything. And then all of a sudden, when I mention flat Earth or anything like that, they're just like, they completely go backwards. And you're right, they backflop. They start acting like, oh well, these things aren't really true. This is blah 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 blah. It's always the same argument. That's what gets on my nerves.
Yeah, it's the how they even think about it is so broken, for lack of a better word. It's just broken. Like, oh, there's thousands of how could all these thousands of scientists be wrong? Like, first of all, almost no scientists actually even investigate this topic, right? Because science is a broad thing. There's all sorts of scientists. There's chemists, there's biologists, there's, linguists, anthropologists, archaeologists. I mean, I could go on and on. Are those the thousands of scientists? How about astronomers? They don't even look at the Earth. They don't assume the Earth is a globe at all in their mathematics. So it's like, what are you talking about? Like, what scientists? What scientists have investigated this topic?
I talked to a guy that claims to be a scientist. He said he has a degree and all that on the phone. And he told me that although he believes the Earth is a ball, he said, well, you can't really prove it. So it's kind of like up in the air. And I was like, wow, you're the first person that's ever said that.
Yeah, you some of them will be honest, like, and those are the actual, like, real scientists, the ones that know there's limitations of what questions can be answered. I mean, it's not even a scientific question, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say it's pretty obvious that when you're talking to someone that claims they're a scientist, if they don't have a certain speech and a certain, way of speaking, then you can kind of tell they're not, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I think a problem with a lot of flat earthers is they argue with Globers, but they've never thought about why the Globers making the argument they're making, right? So why do Globers argue about gravity? Why did they say things like science proves the Earth's a globe? Why are they saying these things? There's reasons for it, right? So the only reason they are trying to prove gravity is because, right, a couple of reasons, right? So no one's ever measured the Earth as a ball. So what do they have to do? They have to say, oh, we have this physics theory called gravity, and because of gravity, everything forms a ball. So I don't need to prove the Earth's actually a ball. I don't need to test that. All I have to do is prove gravity exists, and I prove the ball exists, right? So this is why they're even making this argument. But here's the funny part. That's not even a prediction of Newtonian gravity. If you run Newtonian gravity in simulation, right, in a computer simulation, use the inverse square law, throw a bunch of particles in the simulation, they don't even form a sphere. So it's just something that they were told, like in grade school, that gravity forms everything into balls, and there's no evidence behind it. There's no scientific evidence. There's no simulations that show it. There's no observations of it. There's nothing there.
Well, I think I would have to say, honestly, that theological science is a waste of freaking time and money. But you know what I mean? It's like, why do we do all that? I mean, what is really the point? What have we actually accomplished, or what have we actually invented, or anything that's because of that? It doesn't make sense.
And then why do they say, oh, thousands of scientists proved the Earth was a ball, or thousands of years ago they proved the Earth was... They say this because they can't actually prove it, right? They're trying to just skip over, right?
Yeah, they go into
or why would they lie? Because they can't prove it. They make these arguments because they know they can't. They have no demonstration of the Earth being a ball. They try to make these arguments that are totally derivative, right? So why would they lie? That's a sociological argument. Thousands of scientists, that's like an appeal to credentials, an appeal to authority, and an appeal to majority. That's like three logical fallacies all caked into one. So why wouldn't you just prove the Earth is a ball? Why do you have to use a fallacious argument? And that's all we ever see. Fallacious argument after fallacious argument after fallacious argument. because they don't actually have the evidence. That's why we can sit here and exist on this server. Is because no matter how clever of a debate argument you make, no matter how slick you think you are, all we have to do is demand the evidence, right? The empirical, objective evidence, and say, produce it. And after 4 years, we still have nothing. They have produced nothing.
Yeah, I had a little experiment yesterday. I was watching some of the footage from the moon landing, supposed, and my daughter walked in the room and she saw what I was watching, and she goes, "What, are you watching a movie?" I said, "No." She goes, "What are you watching?" I said, "You know, the moon landing." She goes, "What?" She goes, "That looks like a Godzilla movie." I was like,
Yeah, listen, no, it's exact same thing. I was watching the Apollo 15 takeoff from the moon, right? That video where they pan the camera up. My son at the time, he was 14 years old. He saw it. He was like, "Man, that's some horrible special effects." That's what he said to me. He had no idea what it was, right?
yeah,
Because
that's odd, though, right?
yeah. So I was
Children
like, dude, that's supposed to be the actual moon takeoff. That's what I told him. That is what NASA says. They actually filmed taking off from the moon. He like rolled his eyes and just walked in his room.
Well, I think most people that argue about it probably haven't even seen the footage, to be honest with you.
Yeah, true. Totally true.
I mean, I'm 48 and I wasn't alive during the time. So, I mean, it's getting to where there's a lot of people that don't even know and never even seen the footage. I say we just show them the actual footage or whatever they gave us and then let them decide.
In the level of dishonesty of Globers, that also. So I'll give you an example. Like yesterday in the lobby, someone was showing a person that came in the Black Swan. So he just goes over. He says, that was taken from 1 feet. The Glober says, "Oh, can you prove it was taken at 1 foot?" Right, and the video shows that he's right. Right, lower the camera right next to the water. So it's such a horrible. It's so dishonest to even say that, right? Because if you do the math, the lowest the camera can be, it has to be at least 80 feet in the air to match that horizon, right? So 80 feet in the air, the horizon would be 10 miles away. We know it's not 80 feet, right? It isn't an 80-foot man on the ocean, right? So these are the kind of just like ridiculous arguments, just trying to say, "Oh, you can't prove it's 1 foot, so it's not valid." Yeah, but we can prove he's not 80 feet tall. And that's all we have to do is prove he's shorter than 80 feet.
There you go.
I deal with Globers just saying so ridiculous things. Oh, sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I was just saying, not only that, but the Glober, whoever you talk to, go out to a beach and make the same observation himself if he wanted to.
That's what I told him.
Yeah.
How do we know he really did it? He said. I said, "We don't have to know. You can go do it."
Like Indio was saying, that's what we have on our side, empirical observations and data. We can just point people to that and say, where's this curve at and stuff like that? Where's this motion? They have
that guy and another guy, they were in the lobby and they're just like, they were trying to like argue that claims are evidence, that the claim itself is the evidence. Like, no, dude. Like, and then he like I was just talking, like, so he starts projecting, right? You're doing the same thing we're doing. But I'm like, no, scroll up. See, every claim I made, I actually posted the evidence for my claim right after it. Whereas you're just talking.
Yeah, if you have to make it as a dichotomy of two sides, which side has all the empirical data and evidence and can back up everything they say?
They go into a fit if you ask for evidence. they literally do. Like, oh, where's the demonstration of that? Where's the experiment? Where's anything that they go into a fit? And then you say, okay, here's ours. Look at it. And then they go into an even bigger fit.
Deny. But
Dude,
real
it's like The
quick,
Exorcist. Their head starts spinning in their neck, man. Like, oh, look at our evidence. Oh, no, I can't look.
real
They
quick,
start throwing up.
I was going to ask if you tried to talk to Mr. Perfect. He's highly suspect. Maybe we don't
That
want.
name is suspect, that's for sure.
I was just gonna say, when you name yourself that, doesn't it make you suspect?
Is that a wrestler in his icon, Mr. Perfect? I didn't keep up with wrestling, so. Hello, Mr. Perfect. Would you like to talk? Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
He's VC verified, so he's good. He can talk.
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
What brings you to the Discord today?
I was just wanted to hear some people debate. I wanted to
Debate what?
just here to learn.
Okay. Right now, do you think you live on the spinning ball Earth?
No.
You don't?
No.
What makes you think it's not that?
Well, I worked at the airport for a while, and I went on a lot of flights for a while, and every time it looked pretty flat on the horizon.
Okay.
I always thought that was a kind of a good indication that it's not as curved as they say. I never saw any curve.
We'll just get this question out of the way. How did you get the role called highly suspect? And who gave you that?
I don't know.
Have you done anything on here to make you highly suspect?
No, I don't think so. I've just been listening to them mostly.
All right. Indio, you got any questions for this man? You're still there?
Yeah, I like asking new guys, kind of like people new to the topic, kind of what they think about other people that are exposed to this. Don't you think that the way people react to this topic is a little weird? How emotional people get, how kind of psychotic, how they feel compelled to tell us lies in order to, keep us in the cult for some reason. So let me ask you a direct question. Do you think when people consider globe Earth versus flat Earth, one of their major considerations is the social stigma of being a flat earther, and they just don't want that because they want to be up in the hierarchy and don't want to fall down and be looked down upon or called names, so they just won't look at the actual evidence because they're afraid of being picked on?
Yeah, I think also it's kind of a spell because a lot of people, they learn it in school about the globe, and it's kind of indoctrinated to them.
Well, I mean, you can actually kind of prove the indoctrination to kind of go back to the thousands of scientists thing. We've had PhDs in physics, cosmology, astrophysics, engineers, geologists, you name it, from all sorts of scientific fields. They've come in here, and their arguments and their knowledge of the globe is nearly identical to a 14-year-old that would come in here and make arguments. So how come they have no more knowledge than a 14-year-old? Right? And they all tell the same thing. There's a factory, cookie cutter factory somewhere that's just pumping out gold believers. And they all have the exact same arguments. They all make the exact same claims. They all have the exact same evidence, which is none. It's but the thing is, you think at someone that's gone through university, has a PhD, they would have more evidence than somebody that has what they learned in 9th grade. No, basically, whatever they learned, like in elementary school, in high school, whatever they were told when they were told the Earth's a globe, whatever evidence they showed then, which is almost nothing, right? Maybe some pictures, Christopher Columbus stuff he would sail off the edge or something stupid like that. That's the evidence that they still have 30 years later. That shows you right there. That is completely indoctrination. The brainwashing that they suffered in elementary school is the same spell that they're under now. In that their knowledge of the topic has not advanced one iota.
That's absolutely true.
That's what I was going to say. Will said, yeah. That's pretty much where most of these people are at.
And didn't the funniest thing is they come in here and they're like, oh, I'm going to go teach those flat earthers. They're just flat earthers because they don't know anything about the globe. They don't know anything about the heliocentric model. I'm going to go educate them. And then they'll all come back to our call.
In their head,
they found out.
Those crazy flat science denying flat earthers. I'm going to go show them a thing or two, damn it.
That has to be kind of humiliating, right?
Yeah, for the people that honestly accept what they just did, it has to be humiliating, right? You know?
Yeah. It's like someone saying, you're an anti-vaxxer, you're so stupid, you don't even trust the science. And then the anti-vaxxer knows all the ingredients off the top of their head, and they don't even know one of them. I don't know. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around being that.
Yeah, it's funny how they assume that all the science is on their side when they literally have none of it. It's crazy. I mean, as far as proving their globe, I mean, you know.
Well, I have an announcement. I officially went to space yesterday. So there's a picture proof.
Cool.
Yeah,
Looks
that's
good
proof.
to me, man. All right.
That's scientific proof, bro.
There's some curvature, man. I've been looking for that for 6 years, man. You finally showed me some good curvature. Thank you.
Yep. And check and peep the jacket. That means I'm an authority.
Yeah, you got the NASA patch and everything. Cool.
Dude,
Well,
it's literally like a NASA full. It's a full suit.
And this works out because Indio's here right now. You can go ahead and shut the server down, Indio. There you go.
I knew it would be Witsit.
Sorry, guys. I discovered the truth. I've been to space now.
If anybody was going to bust our bubble, it was going to be Witsit. He's riding around right now with fully inflated tires without the tire.
Maybe I should pretend to turn back to the globe, and then I can do, you know how when these fake flat earthers say they turn from flat earth, then they do all their laps on the anti-flat earth channels. Maybe I should do that.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
I still don't get the second law part, but
Tell them you started taking your medication again, so you're back into the cult.
yeah, all it took was me to start taking psychotropic drugs and watch porn for a few days, and bam, Earth's a globe again.
Well, you could use like what was Randy's excuse. He saw a picture where something was lower than something in the distance, so it's a globe. There you go. Anything but
chopped out most of the picture.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally manipulated the picture, you know. We all know the story.
Yeah, it's super funny.
No one truly accepted this reality and then went back to this silly globe thing. Imagination is bullshit, in my opinion.
Pretty famous rapper reached out to me saying he knows the Earth is flat. He said, let's build.
Really? You can't drop a name yet?
King Los.
Okay. Well, build something with him. There you go, man.
Yeah.
Has
Actually,
has he got like a big following on his social media somewhere? Or?
yeah, he's got 350,000 followers on IG.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty famous. It's like infamous freestyle. He can just freestyle for like 30 minutes.
Well, good luck with that. So y'all gonna collab on something, maybe?
Yeah. More so, I'm just bringing it up to point out that, like, who does he listen to?
Yeah.
So, you know, our information gets out there. It's just they don't let the real view counts be known.
Right.
I have 2,000 followers on IG. I never get on there. I don't even respond to DMs. And then, so tell me how a rapper with 350,000 followers, millions and millions and millions of views on YouTube, somehow knows to DM me on my IG. How does that happen?
Yeah, you'd have to use an assumption that he was directed by somebody for some reason. I mean, I don't know. It sounds kind of weird.
Well, just like whenever in the playoffs, the St. Louis Cardinals were playing, and the announcers talked about how all the St. Louis Cardinals are actually flat earthers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who did the St. Louis Cardinals listen to?
Yeah, that'd be good to know. I know what you're saying.
Oh, it's us. That's what I'm saying. It's just us.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It'd be good to confirm that somehow. We were talking to a new person here. You got any more questions about anything? We got Whitsitt here who knows everything. So I'm just messing with you, Whitsitt. Mr. Perfect, you still there?
Yeah.
You have any questions about the subject at hand?
Sometimes I think about Antarctica.
What about it?
Like, is there like ice wall that they're going through? Is that why you can't go down there? Because they've got icebreakers breaking through the wall.
But all we know is that we can't go down there, like you just said. They drew a circle around us and they didn't allow people to independently explore past the 60th degree parallel. So we can't tell you exactly what's there. All we can do is speculate. You understand that?
Yeah.
Yes, they're protecting the very fragile Antarctic environment so that it doesn't get worse.
Yeah.
Become uninhabitable.
What do you guys think about other lands? Do you think like there's an ice wall you break through and then you get to in other places, other zones?
Who wants that one? Go ahead. Wait, see you there.
Just speculation. I mean, honestly.
You're asking us to guess about what we can't verify. So all we're going to be able to do is guess, you know?
Wait, what's the question?
He wants to know what's beyond the 60th parallel. You know, what's out there. And we've explained to him that you can't verify anything, so we're just speculating. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, that's the answer. But I mean, they did just do a review, and the reports show lots of vegetation. And it came out a few days ago.
Really?
Oh yeah.
What's the source on that one? You remember offhand?
No, I'll have to find it. Someone showed me at the Flash meetup.
Don't worry about it. But yeah, Mr. Perfect, we can sit here and guess what's out there, but we haven't been able to verify anything. We got a lot of speculation, you know, like Admiral Byrd on national television in 1950, whatever it was, said there was land mass the size of America out there, had all kinds of resources. So, you know, but he was a Freemason, so I'm just telling you what he said on TV.
Did he say he went into Middle Earth too?
He said that in a book, I think. Whitsitt knows more about that than I do.
Someone claimed he said it in a book. I think it was his son or his nephew or something. So Amerigo Vespucci in 1500 published a pamphlet about going to Antarctica. And he said that it was more populous and more temperate of a climate than Europe. We're talking 1500 here.
It's probably like a drastic weather change from one area to the next. It like completely changes.
Hank Hill hit me to a YouTube channel with some old, it's not flat earth stuff, but it talks about kind of like people that have sailed across, the base of his channel is like New World versus the Old World. And his argument basically is what we call the New World was actually the Old World. And he said that the Phoenicians, if anybody sailed away and went to like one of these lands, they would kill them when they came back if they told anybody about it, that they would execute them.
Interesting speculation, but it's got to point out again, that's all it's doing. It's a story from how long ago. How we going to verify it, right? Any other questions about stuff we can prove, Mr. Perfect? Have you seen any of our evidence?
Yeah, I looked on a couple of YouTube videos about the laser tests.
Yeah, laser tests are a good one. I mean, just like black swan observations, for example, we falsified the radius. We can back that up. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
And if you falsify the radius, the whole model falls apart. You understand? Everything's based on that number. Space travel, the whole 9 yards. The whole model implodes. It's not a ball. You understand?
Yeah, like that's kind of new to me, that one. I've just looked at it lately. I think the laser tests, they prove that it's not curving where it should, like what they say. It doesn't goes past.
We've got several hundred laser tests at this point. Probably the most professionally done ones are the one in the lake on Hungary by FE Core. Have you seen those? Back in 2018, a team of researchers did several experiments on a frozen lake in Hungary. And they saw, I think the longest distance they saw was like 26 miles. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure why you were highly suspect, Mr. Perfect. So you're acting okay right now. So, got any other questions?
No, not really. I can't think of anything.
Well, my best advice personally, just think for yourself. Don't believe anything anybody says here. Take the evidence as you can verify it for yourself and go from there. That's what each of us probably try to do in our own way. And that's the only thing we all can agree on. We're definitely not on what they told us we're on. It's not a ball zipping around through infinite space with gas pressure attached to it. That's just such a silly thought that the gas pressure for miles up in the air, like 60, 70 miles, whatever, is all just perfectly attached, moving around with our Earth in the same motion. Isn't that stupid? It's just stupid. Anyway.
I thought, I didn't think NASA was real, kind of in a way, after I saw the moon landing stuff. I saw some documentaries on that, and so I was like, that's what sort of sparked my kind of interest. Is like kind of seeing how fake NASA is with like the
So,
original kind of
cool.
stuff they were
How long
showing.
ago did you realize that NASA was full of shit?
Like about 5 years ago, and then I just like I totally knew NASA was fake, and then I kind of like looked into flat Earth a little bit later on.
Okay. That's a huge first step for most people. I mean, the moon landings, if you properly investigate that, it's such a joke at this point. It's crazy. I mean, I'm an older gentleman. I'm almost 60 years old. I was like 6 when that happened. I saw it on TV, and I believed it all the way up till like, so sometime in the mid 90s is when I actually looked at what they claimed to do, and it all falls apart pretty quick if you look at empirical stuff.
It was actually on TV, and they showed a lot of the original footage, and it looked super fake. Like the whole thing of who took this picture when the lunar thing is leaving the moon.
Yeah, hell, was Neil the first man on the moon when the cameraman was there waiting on him, right?
Yeah. Stuff
They've
is
got
like,
excuses for that. They had some kind of selfie stick or something. I forget what they say, but anyway.
I also think the satellite stuff looks pretty fake too, and they always get busted with like some kind of malfunctions. I started noticing that like about 2 years ago. I watched a few videos about the satellites.
Yeah, there's definitely not space satellites, if you know what I mean by that. There's no outer space. Whatever's up in the air is just like balloon technology or something like that. Of course, that's something I can't prove, so I don't know. I can prove that nobody's demonstrated to me they can have gas pressure next to nearly perfect vacuum. But anyway, go ahead.
So, Mr. Perfect, did you hear the audio I played earlier about stars in space and seeing the sun in space?
Yeah, like how one astronaut says they can see stars, and then another astronaut says they can't see stars.
Yeah, it's totally hit or miss. Some say it's all white, so bright that it's just all white. Another one says it's all black. Another one says there's stars. Another one says there isn't. What I thought was interesting is when he said he called into that radio program and talked to the director of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific, and the guy blatantly lied and said astronauts gave him pictures of the stars. Like, why would he lie like that? Think about it. This dude is an astronomer telling a blatant lie.
They get caught up telling like when they tell lies too, because it's like it's unnatural to lie.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
the guy literally had nothing to gain from it. Like, just like, I don't get it, man, because I just don't, I don't understand. Like, because one way or another, it doesn't, like, there's no reason for him to lie. There's, like, no gain or not of lying or not lying, but he just did it anyway.
It's like they've got all the technology to go up that high, but when they do, they're just gonna lie to you.
Well, they tell half truths, and people don't understand that they're half truths. If you listen to what they say very carefully, a lot of times they aren't lying. They're letting you fill in the blanks with your own imagination. There's this Russian video with a cosmonaut talking about how he returned to Earth from the International Space Station, and he says that as he was falling, he felt gravity kick back in. So, how do you feel gravity kick back in if you're in free fall? That'd be like falling out of an airplane and saying you felt gravity. You felt gravity more and more the closer you got to splatting.
What do you think? You've seen like shooting stars. What do you think that is?
Well, I have no idea. Could be anything.
Electrical phenomena. There's research about it. They call them radiant sources up above. All shooting stars or sporadic meteors come from the same region of the sky.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I just wanted to address Indio's question about feeling gravity. I'm a jumper. Hell no. Gravity does not kick in. I pull my chute and I slow down. And that's a story how gravity is bullshit, boys and girls. Oh, and a caveat, never seen curvature from the plane either. So all those idiots coming here saying they seen it from the plane, bullshit.
Yeah, I don't understand that, how they could say that, because I've been in a lot of planes and it looked like that horizon. I kind of checked for it.
Yeah, I think somebody told me if I could find 4 or 5 other people that have jumped too, and we all submit to like Indio or something, we'd get a jumper roll for any of the people in the server that are jumpers. They could have a jumper roll on their profile, and then anyone that's talking about seeing curves from plane or whatever, they could talk to anybody that's got that roll.
Low. Yo, India.
Yo, what's up?
Man, have you heard of that movie, The 355?
The 355? It doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, I haven't either. But apparently, I mean, I just heard of it now, but apparently this movie, in all theaters, I mean, at least here in Texas and Florida and a few places, there's the only movie is going to be playing in theaters from January 7th to January 9th.
In all of Texas?
Yeah. Well, I mean, my city, Houston, Willowbrook Mall, most of the AMC theaters.
That's weird.
My cousin lives in Florida. He checked it in Fandango, and that's the only thing playing. And what's crazy?
What's it about?
This movie is about. It starts out. The intro starts with that. It's mostly like a feminine movie. It looks like, but it starts out with George Washington had a spy, a female spy, and she didn't have her name. Her name, it was so classified that the name was, she was known as the 355, and it's all CIA shit, which is weird. Which kind of falls into like, damn, it's like they want you to know that. I mean, I just, with the whole what's that shit called, that fucking Project Bluebird? What was it? Not Bluebird. What was it called? Fudge. I just had the name. Totally forgot.
Blue Beam.
No, not the Blue Beam. The whole thing with CIA controlled narrative in
Mockingbird.
Fuck. The Mockingbird. That's what it feels like. Like, holy shit. It's like they're just throwing it out there. CIA, blah, blah, blah. January 7th through the 9th, the only movie, they didn't even do this with Spider-Man. There was fucking blowouts. Check it. I don't know. Check your theaters. Like online, like what's playing on the 7th, 8th through 9th or whatever.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah.
When my cousin showed this to me, and I'm like, what the hell is the 355? I've never heard of this shit. Looked at the video, the trailer. It was weird.
Well, I think George Washington was a traitor. That's just me. I think he was a British agent.
Yeah, I definitely think so, Ghost. It looks like more of a knockoff, but it looks like it's more of like they're trying to promote more feminist shit, and I don't know, but I've never heard of a theaters just showing one fucking movie like for 3 days straight. Like, yeah, this is the only movie where anybody come over here and see.
Maybe it has something to do with COVID. I don't know.
Don't look like it.
I'm surprised. I mean, here they're starting to shut everything down again. So,
in Texas, nothing's shutting down.
Well, I live in Blue Hair, Massachusetts, man. Think about it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I understand that. I definitely understand that.
Bunch of hypochondriac freaks. We're all gonna die.
Hey, I live here too. I don't feel like that.
Well, you're an outlier. You're from a foreign country, Puerto Rico.
Eh.
Question: do you guys genuinely believe the Earth is flat?
No.
No.
Not a belief.
No, it's not a belief.
It's knowledge.
It's not belief. You guys know.
Yes, no. You know too.
Yes, I do know.
Well, what have you experienced in your life? Ever experienced the Earth as a ball? Or did you experience a flat, motionless Earth?
I experienced a flat, motionless Earth ever since I
There
was
you
young,
go.
especially when I was
Welcome to Flat Earth.
and then recently since I got into Fortnite and just seeing how those maps are considered flat by big organizations.
Get closer to your mic, bro. Get closer to your mic.
It has just craved me more to think that the Earth is flat
due to playing Fortnite and Minecraft and Roblox. It just makes me so much happier to know
You're spiraling,
bigger
dude. You're
organizations agree
spiraling.
with my knowledge, you know?
You're
Because
you're
I asked for
spiraling.
Christmas if I can get an image of the flat Earth, and for some reason, I got a motherfucking globe. I beat my
You're
grandma
spiraling.
at Costco, took her down at Target, and then FaceTime
You're
my mom.
spiraling, dude. You're spiraling. It'll be okay. Why are you so emotional?
He leaves.
Poor guy.
See, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. The inversion. The inversion where he thinks it's obvious a globe when it's actually obvious the other way around. Right? But his brain is so inverted that he thought that he was actually doing sarcasm when he was actually telling the truth. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. It blows me away. I can't get over it.
Did Linda leave?
Don't you mean Karen?
No, I always tell them, relax, Linda. You're spiraling. Calm down there.
He went into a straight spiral. He like skipped all the steps.
He's going to go watch some NASA now.
The scary thing is like he doesn't even understand when we say it's knowledge. He doesn't understand what knowledge is. Half these people that come on here, they don't understand that actual knowledge comes from experience, right? And what we call knowledge, like reading a book, and people say, "Oh, I'm knowledgeable about that subject now." No, you're not. You read a book and you believe what was written in the book. You actually have no knowledge at all of that subject. You like not even. Right. So if I read a book about Antarctica, I have no knowledge of Antarctica. I have a bunch of beliefs about Antarctica from people claiming knowledge that they have knowledge, but I personally have no knowledge.
Every time I broach the subject of Antarctica, I seem to be leaving with more questions than answers. I don't know, it's such a big question mark on this topic because they restrict everything about the place. That drives me nuts.
Anyway, King Los wants to set up a clubhouse flat Earth room. Anyone know anything about that?
I think I saw something about it earlier in the chat.
Yeah, I saw that, and just coincidentally, he just responded to me on my DMs and said, "Let's set up a flat Earth clubhouse room." I don't even know anything about that app.
What does that mean?
I guess it's an app. Clubhouse is an app, and it has a room that has like different rooms that you have to basically be allowed in by each user. I don't know.
Yeah, that's all we need is one more app, one more communication app, because the other 7,000 aren't enough.
I think the idea here is you can have like pretty endless amount of people in the room at the same time, like 2,500, 5,000, whatever.
You mean like
Sounds
IRC
like
that was invented 3 decades ago?
Hey, I'm just trying to use the clout, bro.
Yeah, make the room and India will moderate it. 2,000 people at the same time.
Well, I just think people just keep like reinventing the wheel. Like, there's plenty of platforms to communicate on. I mean, like I think like when we go to lots of platforms, at some point it's diminishing rate of return, and we're diluting things because you got 10 people over here and 10 people over there and 15 people over there, and there's no cross-platform communication going on.
Bro, I have my cousin DMing me in freaking TikTok, DMing me in Instagram, and DMing me in Facebook, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? It gets annoying.
Maybe he has a Facebook girlfriend, a Instagram girlfriend.
Went silent again? Damn it. Lemonade. That cool, refreshing drink.
So I was just thinking about that guy, the kid that just spiraled, and he's like, Fortnite, Minecraft, all this stuff. Like you have to go into a video game cartoon reality to experience the flat Earth, when all he had to do was just walk outside. That is literally all he had to do. All he had to do was just walk outside his house.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
But if he wants to experience the globe, he has to play like Mario Universe or something, right? He can't walk outside his house and experience that. He has to find a screen. He literally has no other choice.
I think it was called Mario Galaxy, wasn't it?
Yeah, Mario Galaxy. There you go. Yeah.
I don't know if our Discord and other people that are out there sharing the truth have anything to do with it, but the Last time I was scrolling through the bottom things on YouTube and went past the ISS live stream thing, there was only something like 97 people in there instead of like hundreds. So they're starting to get less and less attention, I think.
Yeah, I think if they're gonna fake an alien invasion, they're gonna wait until we don't believe in space yet. You know what I mean? Until people start to change and not believe in it, and then they'll just throw that in there to make everybody convinced. At least that's the way I would think about it.
I think the aliens say, dude, you think we came from space, bro? It's interdimensional. Earth's flat, dude.
Well, yeah, I agree. But, they'd be faking it.
The aliens are flat earthers.
Yeah, I think the aliens are flat earthers, yeah. Just remember, when 2022 started, what's it try to tell you guys? That the aliens are going to come bring in flat earth. And much more than that, right? Like, they're going to explain the toroid and the layers, and then they're going to intertwine it with all kinds of, like, deceptions about interdimensional travel. And I could be wrong, but I don't know. Seems the easiest way.
So has anybody heard anything about this Space Force they're supposedly putting together? Because I haven't heard anything else about it.
There's a Space Force base in Colorado.
You're talking about Space Force? See what I did
Yeah.
there? Ba-doom.
Well,
The
I don't
cyberspace.
understand. Wouldn't a space Marines or whatever, wouldn't they have to be in space in order for it to be? Like, that don't make sense.
Cyberspace. Cyberspace.
Oh,
Cyberspace.
that's the trick. I see.
It's the space under the firmament.
I mean, if when we're talking about cyberspace, we're talking about catching more creeps and weirdos, I'm all good with that.
Cat, what do you? Ooh, there's some stinky stuff right here. Yeah, has anybody done any study of the effects of 5G yet? Has anybody actually seriously done that?
Yes, early in the beginning, I took a whole bunch of screenshots and shit of um, this. Let me see if I can find it.
Right on. Yeah, I'd like to see it.
They're get a mic check.
Yep, loud and clear.
Has
Mike, are
anyone
you
seen
okay?
has anyone seen the video on BitChute about people's heads smoking in Israel? Looks like their eyes, smoking and just disintegrating in their head.
What?
Yo,
No, not
it's
her.
crazy. It's crazy, man. Try to find it. I'll try to post it up here in a little while if I can. Another thing I wanted to say was, I've asked in the past about these meteor showers. Same time every year, like clockwork. You're looking in the same direction. Wouldn't this be like a nail in the coffin for the, movement, plowing through space, supposedly, so many millions of miles an hour? And as I've asked in the past, has anyone ever looked at these meteor showers that come like clockwork and see if it's just the same pattern? If you want to look up like Neil deGrasse Tyson Star Talk meteor showers, someone asked him why meteor showers come the same time every year. He never answers the question, man. It was the only question. It was the main topic. It's ridiculous.
Are you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised at all. I'm surprised people don't catch it.
What I think is funny is Neil deGrasse never answered any questions. He never really does debates or anything. You would think if he's so smart and so great and all that, he would do that, right?
Yeah, you would think, man. He just looks like someone that's just really drunk when he's asked a question. He starts laughing and he starts just speaking on other things, man. It's crazy. He just avoids the question. It's ridiculous. I don't know what's going on.
I think
I
what
don't know what's
somebody
going
needs.
on with. I mean, I
Go
don't
ahead.
know what's going on with all the people with these good cameras and everything, and these great locations. Why are we not videoing these meteor showers? And I understand sometimes the weather may be it may interfere in your study, but we got to at least try, right?
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I tend to think that a meteor is actually not a meteor. It's more like a chunk of ice or a chunk of some kind of gas that's, got so much pressure or whatever that when it drops in the atmosphere, it just explodes into gas again. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like dry ice does. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've heard all that, and the only thing that would make me say otherwise is it's coming on the same time every year. You know, for instance, the Gemini, December 13th, 14th. There it is, right? So if it's the same pattern, I don't know if what you're saying is true.
Right.
Because if it's the same pattern, it's the same light show every year, just like the stars, just like we see.
Right.
It's all the same, bro. So yeah.
A periodic electric discharge. But then you have to ask, well, what really is electricity and what's really up above us? Like, what is that? What is that electrical discharge in the heavenly realm? Oh, how dare you!
Yeah, definitely sprites and all that proves that.
Well, systems they have electrical. You can have electrical discharge within electrical systems, and then it's a periodic thing. It makes perfect sense. There's a reoccurring cycle, and then there's electrical discharges. Of course, they all go the same direction.
So it's sort of like the Earth is grounding itself or resetting itself.
Yeah, or just like in layman terms, getting rid of the extra charge.
Oh, I see what you mean. I got you.
They look just like that. Electrical discharges look just like that.
Yeah, they say we're plowing through space, and these are like bugs hitting the windshield, right? Same time every year. I mean, same place. I'll post a video up here in a minute. Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about it. But it's funny to me, man. I mean, everything we see in this inhabitable part of creation is for us. We don't even know what it's for. I mean, it's.
Hey, North Star, what do you think about the idea of the electrical discharge? And then you look at the word electric, and then it starts with L, right?
Oh yeah, man. I've said it in the past. The ground is your ground, and above you is positive. That's what's going on, man.
Oh yeah. So what's the ultimate source of all the energy?
It's unapproachable, man. That's too much energy.
That's right.
Well, it might be
But
caused by the sun rotating in the atmosphere and causing static.
Oh, it might be caused by a central energy source. Right in
Well,
the
yeah,
center of the sky.
but I mean, like, if you were thinking in layman's, like, to understand.
Well, people are just scared to acknowledge what it clearly is. It's it's the source of creation in the center.
Yeah, I agree with you.
How dare you? Take it down to the religious room.
Well, it always seems to end up there. I don't see how you can avoid it, can you?
Well, yeah, you can. You can be like a glober and just stick your head in the sand.
Right, but I mean logically.
I don't know if you could never even be the creator at all, of course, or even confirm anything from that perspective. But, yeah, like how much more obvious could it be if everything that we see above us all circles one point? Like, what if you were the creator? What would you do to show the creation? Where there's no question about it. You make literally everything go around it, the center.
You make it in a perfect pattern, right?
Clearly, the throne is above us in the center.
Maybe God's light is actually the sun focusing in. You ever think about that?
Mm-hmm. I think it might get its energy.
Yeah, I know it's just theology, it's theory, but
I personally think that the sun is in one of the layers of the firmament, and it's central, and it's just projected to an apparent location relative to the angle of the observer on the Earth.
Winston, I just sent you that video of the people's heads smoking in Israel. If you want to check it out, just look in your DMs.
Appreciate it, brother.
Nice to meet you.
And
I
yeah,
couldn't
make sure
send it
you
in
do
live
that.
stream. I
I
think
would
you
like.
know why.
I'd like to see that.
Say that again?
Please.
Yeah, I mean, you just posted in the live stream. Man.
I'll accept the DM. I don't have a problem with that. Please.
Who was that?
Oh, well, TB was one of them.
Rookie. It's me.
Yeah, I'll try to send it to you, man. It's going to take me a minute. If Witsit's probably better than I am, so he could probably send it to you. But if I can find your name,
That
I'll
sounds
get
good.
it.
Either way, if Austin don't mind.
I mean, can you post it in the live stream?
Yeah, I might just post it. Who cares? Fight me.
Yeah, I don't think I should post it because of what's in the title. But I mean, you could post it if you want.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Don't post it on the live.
I already did it. I already did it. It'll be fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, Austin, have you ever thought about teaching other people, like how you speak so well? You know, like you've got this flow and you remember everything so well. Have you ever thought about teaching other people so that they can go around?
Yeah. How would you suggest I do that?
Well, you could make a video, or you could make something like that, or you could, people come and you go to a place and meet them, and I don't know. I guess it would be easier to just write a book or something.
Yeah, maybe. I think I mean, I actually have considered the best way to do something like that. I just don't really know what it is.
Yeah, I agree. I've been smashing it in my mind. That's why I never asked before.
I think what I'm gonna do now is make really, really edited, short, like rudimentary videos, right? Like just the basics. I don't know. Like I know a lot of people do use some of the things I say. Like I think that's a good. I mean, like falsification's independent of replacement. I think everyone should say that every time. But I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of tricky. It's kind of tricky because you don't really want people saying things they don't fully understand, right? Like you don't want someone going and talking about the galaxy rotational speeds if they genuinely don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of tricky.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it would almost be like you'd have to test them and talk to them first to make sure that they're on the same level or whatever.
Well, yeah, or just people just apply some discernment or wisdom more so, and understand that like that's just not a topic you should bring up until you know it. Well, yeah, I don't know. I think I still need to
Yeah,
work on
exactly.
it, to be honest. So I don't know.
Well, if you do decide to write something down, let me know. I'd like to see it.
Will do, brother.
I don't think parroting is the solution. Quite honestly.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't mean it that way. I don't mean like perfectly doing. I just mean like, I'd be doing it my own way, only I'd understand all the information because there's a lot of stuff he talks about that I don't understand fully. So I'd like to know about it and it's going to be hard to look for that information directly, you know what I mean? It'd be better if, like
India,
references and stuff.
India is one of the. I go to India when I have questions. I may do like a flat Earth series where we cover one subject at a time, like once a week, and kind of fully explain it. I don't know. Like yeah. I mean, not everyone even agrees with all my takes, right? Like I say that it's objective that everything's electrostatic and there's electric field potential on the Earth with a downward current. And that has to do with everything, including the gradient.
Well, that's objectively true. It's measurable. I mean, you can just measure it.
Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying, India.
Well, I've been thinking about just, listening to your debates and stuff like that and just picking up on it that way and then researching what I can and try to figure out, like exactly what the discussion is really about. And so that way, if somebody asks me, I'm not just like, oh, well, that's all I know about it.
Sure, maybe I'll do it. I want to I want to start doing like 4 or 5 different types of shows, and they each be like once a week. So maybe that'll be something like that. We'll cover a subject, and then whatever questions are asked, I can do my best to answer them, or have people on that that can help explain it. I don't know. I agree that we need a more Discord. This Discord is probably the best we have, where we have a consolidation of information. So yeah, I think that is a big part of what's missing is an easy to access, consolidation of info. This is the best that exists is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord for sure.
Well, you used to do like a weekly video or so on, right, when you began your trek across the United States, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was doing them even more often than that.
Yeah, I mean, I miss that. I kind of miss that. The short ones you used to make, like just talking about topics and whatever. I thought that was fun.
Yeah, I took a break, man. I'm about to come back starting this year. I'm coming back, but I had to take a break.
I think the short thing is a good idea. I've actually thought about. I think about it all the time because you argue with Globers. There's like a lot of like these little subtopics. In mathematics, you call it a lemma. It's like something you have to prove before you can actually prove something else. And there's all like these little teeny subtopics, these assumptions, right, that Globers get wrong. And it's like you have to teach them this short little thing to debunk what they're saying. But they're not intricate enough. Like it would take like a 30-minute video. I mean, it would take, just like 2 minute, 30 seconds, a minute and a half. I don't know. Just like
we need
these
to
little
start
things, right?
like a school, right, where they just understand the basics. We know all their rebuttals, so.
Trying to think of an example.
Pretty much everything, man.
Like Cavendish, right? So you start debating gravity. Like Cavendish is kind of like a subtopic. Like you have to because they'll always bring up like Cavendish, right? So that like debunking just Cavendish is kind of just like one little subtopic of gravity. Then there's like the Einstein versus Newtonian gravity. That would be like a subtopic of gravity. You know what I mean? So there's like all these like little teeny pieces of it that make a whole argument. But a lot of people, they don't know like the pieces, right? They know the pie, but they don't know the ingredients into the pie.
I think possibly a good example. I don't know if you can hear me okay. Possibly a good example of that.
Yeah, good. You're actually great.
Oh, sick. Yeah, a good example of what you're saying is probably Eratosthenes, where they think that it proves curvature, but they don't even understand the methodology. And when you walk them through the methodology, it's then kind of like it destroys itself because it's assumed, its own conclusion. Obviously, everyone here knows that, but then that's kind of one of 20 different things that they say proves curvature. And it's like you have to walk through all of them to debunk curvature. And then when you do, they still go, oh, but they lean on each other, so it's okay. You're like, how can all of them lean on each other when none of them prove anything?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's the one I was going to bring up. The basic, the classic.
I think a 45-leg stool will stand when all the legs are different sizes.
Yeah. It has no legs. It actually has no legs.
It actually has. The legs are not attached to the base. They're a pile of wood over there in the corner, a bunch of sticks and shadows.
Well, you have a huge advantage. Like you're just debating Google. So like that, you're literally just debating Google, So you know their response. I mean, this room already knows all the responses anyway, right?
All these people are like replaceable. Like you could just like, because they all say the exact same thing. Whatever Wikipedia says, you can just like take one of these actors out and just stick another person in, and you're going to get the exact same thing.
Yeah, exactly. It literally just Google. Like when I was
Man, Dan, replace him with Fight the Flat Earth, and replace him with Professor Dave, and replace him like you can just like swap all these people out.
Yeah, and I was debating that little light skinned softy. Like I just knew that I was debating Google. You know, he's just gonna Google read it and simultaneously accept it to be true.
Yeah, that guy was pretty funny. You could tell he was embarrassed, and he had that grin that, that grin that I know I just got my hands caught red-handed or whatever,
That's the funny thing is though, before they have knowledge about the subject and have Googled it to get so-called knowledge, they've already believed it. They already believe it prior to even knowing what it's about. That is ultimate cult behavior.
Exactly. That is the crux of the entire issue. That dude could have Googled and it could have said we used fairies to measure the circumference, and he would have said it live in the debate like it was fact, you know?
Right.
Like Joe Biden, where he like reads the end screen or something like that. Transcript ends here. He's like saying that stuff live because his teleprompter says it.
Wait until everybody's wearing those VR glasses and stuff and playing, and like, just imagine what it's going to be like when people are spending most of their time doing that instead of walking around and doing things.
Well, me and Witcher were saying that guy would have won the debate if he had faster internet.
Yeah, if you could have typed.
He just needed to type a little bit faster. He could have gish galloped you to a win.
That was funny. You could kind of tell that he kept looking down every once in a while to look for a key and then smiling.
You can see him typing each time. It's insane. It's insane, but like, I don't know. Only in this conversation would that somehow not be incredibly embarrassing, right? Like you're in a debate, but you have to Google every single time you're asked a question you don't know anything about the subject. That you get laughed out of any debate in the world. But when it comes to this subject, there are new rules.
Don't you think that he's the kind of guy that's going to go and do some research and then come back, or do you think he's done with that?
They never do. They never ever do. They think they're going to come here, they're going to laugh at us. We're all a bunch of morons / Bible bashers / insert poison the well fallacy. And when they leave, they don't even understand that they've been beaten, and they tell everyone they won. That's literally
right.
how it goes.
That's right, Kudo. But this guy, I will say, I think this guy might be a little different. This is because he has such a big ego. He'll definitely go back and watch himself on camera.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So like these people that come in here, they get to hide behind anonymity, and then they're like, this flat earth server is censored, or no one's gonna even know about it. So no one's gonna know I got embarrassed and destroyed by these flat earthers. But it's easier to convince themselves it didn't happen, right? But when it's recorded for thousands of people to see, it's got like 10,000 views already. Then he's gonna go back and watch it. If he goes back and watches that, I mean, it's really bad. It's actually really, really bad. He got destroyed. Now, like to like the unknowing third party, you might get caught up in his like gish gallop nonsense, but there were like
he might convert too. He might actually figure it out. He might become a flat earther too. You never know.
Well, probably not though, because of his ego, right?
Well, yeah, right. I agree, but never know. I mean, weirder things have happened, right?
Yeah, he said he's studying astronomy, so.
Well, that's not much. That's just knowing how to find the stars in the sky and the pattern.
Well, that's my one point is like, you're trying to convince someone studying astronomy that the Earth is flat. Right. It's like trying to convince a doctor that germ theory is not real.
Yeah, but they show them that the stars are like a dome. I've seen it. My wife recently took a class for it, college class, and I was surprised because they show like a dome It's like more than a dome, like as it goes further, but it stops. And I was thinking to myself, I just looked at that, and then I looked at her, and she doesn't like flat Earth stuff at all. She gets mad. And so when I looked at her and I looked at that, I was like, here's another reason. And I could tell that she knew what I was talking about, but she didn't say anything.
I think honestly, it's not even about intelligence. It's literally just about ego.
It might be with my wife too, because we always have this little thing where we compete with each other in some ways, and it's kind of fun. But this one's gone far.
Well, yeah, multifaceted, right? Like ego regarding social acceptance is probably the biggest one, which
All I
actually,
have is
ironically, is
too.
insecure.
That's
It's insecure. Yeah.
It's about power,
everybody.
right? So think about who these guys are among other Globers, right? They're the nerdy one, right? They're the ones that tell all their friends, the sun's 93 million miles away. And they sit there and blather about black holes. And all their friends go, oh, you're super smart. You know all this space science stuff, right? And then here we come, right? Now that's a bunch of bullshit, right? The base of where people fawn over them for their intellectual prowess is we're taking that away, right? Now they're not the smartest person in the room. They're just the most gullible. So they get offended by that. Well, I don't blame them for getting offended. They are the most gullible.
Yeah.
Come on, you were a Glober once. You know how it is, dude. Like, seriously. Like, there's that jerk in the room that's always like, oh, the stars and this, black holes this and black holes that. And what about aliens and all this horse shit? And they wow their friends, and their friends are like, oh, you're so smart because, they're actually out there in the real world, like working a real job or something, right?
Correct. The guy at the party that wants to talk about black holes.
Exactly. It's a power. It's like power. That's really what it is. It's about power. We're taking like their power away.
You know what's really funny though, man? One time I was visiting my friend in my hometown, and we went and got a drink. And this guy we know came up and started doing that, but he had no idea who he was doing it to. And I embarrassed that dude in front of like 100 people. He brought up theory of relativity and it was over. He brought up the speed of light and it was over. So, I mean, it's actually a pretty awesome thing if you're a flat earther now, But
especially when they don't really know that anything about it, because what they know they saw like in a Discovery Channel documentary, but they don't actually know anything even about the theory itself. They just pretend they do. It's like they're the ultimate storytellers. They're bards in King Arthur's court, telling stories about, the feats of, knights past.
Yeah, it's like idiocracy in real life. It's like how people think that they're smart if they go around talking about some political discussion because they watched the news, they heard their side, and they know and they remember it. And I think if they can retain it, that means that they're smart. It's the same thing. Someone watches Through the Wormhole with Morgan Freeman, and so they think if they just repeat what
I saw Cosmos with Carl Sagan. I'm smart now.
I always thought their ideas were dumb. Like it never made sense to me. It was always like leading to aliens coming here and all that. And it's like, wait a minute, come on, ain't nothing come here. Come on.
Dude, one of the most famous, like the most renowned theories is that dimensions are connected by strings.
Yeah, string theory is pretty hard to understand, but it's theological science. That's where I stay away from that.
I disagree.
The theory is that dimensions are connected by strings. That's the theory.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, a lot of these theories actually aren't hard to understand. It's the maths and the gobbledygook that they kind of layer into it in extreme amounts that makes it hard to understand. When you actually kind of boil it down to its root elements, it's often just this guy has a wacky idea and then he added sciencey words to it, and other sciencey people decided that it was valid. That's it. It's literally like
science.
It's just a bunch of nerds getting into a room and agreeing on something. Doesn't make it true.
Yeah.
I love that.
Someone just took a strip of LSD and made up string theory. And I said, dimensions are connected by strings. And they act like he's a genius, bro.
He
Well, they
probably had
also do
some
the
opinion
obscurantism thing
when
where they come up with their own jargon, right? They come up with their own terms of art, and I don't understand what he's saying. He must be smart because they invented their own words, right? 7-dimensional freaking strings that are all connected through the multiverse. Oh, these guys are super smart. Let's just bow down to their genius. Can't prove a lick of it.
Dude, my dad used to watch Through the Wormhole with Morgan Freeman a lot when I was younger. I'd sit down and watch it with him, and one of them covers string theory. And dude, then I'd never even thought about what the Earth is. I didn't even know that was like a discussion to be had. And I turned to my dad and I was like, "This is dumb." My dad was like, acting like it was so profound. I was like, "This is stupid. This is dumb, bro." What? Dimensions are connected. It's literally what it is that they're connected by strings. So I don't even know what. Okay.
Yeah,
But my dad could go tell his friend about string theory, right? Like he'd go tell his business partner about string theory, and then he's the smart guy.
So this happened to me on Christmas night. We were up at our local brewery, and one of my friends, her new boyfriend, was outside with us, and he started talking about how he loves to go online and troll people, specifically science deniers. And then he mentioned flat Earth, and his girlfriend, who I know very well, just kind of looked at me and she was like, "Oh shit, here it comes." And so I was like, "Oh, really? Science denier. So what do you define as science?" And the kid was just kind of like, well, science. I'm like, yeah. Do you have a good definition for that? And he's just kind of like, scientists doing science. And I'm like, ooh, that's a good definition. And just started going on, and got into the second law of thermodynamics. And literally, just once you start going into a subject, people's eyes just start to glaze over and their mouths drop, and they're like, "Oh shit, I really don't know any of this. I have no science acumen, and I just got myself into a horrible spot." So then there was somebody else that was somewhat intellectual and did start to discuss relativity with me, and the prevailing theories of gravity. And the homeboy who started the conversation just quietly exits stage left and had to go home. It's pretty funny.
Yo, how embarrassing in front of his girl.
Oh yeah. And this is like
heavens to Murgatroyd.
And this is just like a super cocky, like uber rich kid whose parents take care of everything for him, who doesn't get embarrassed easily because he's always got that big money high ground that he likes to throw around. So it was pretty funny.
Yeah, I've realized that these guys, they actually there's two sciences. There's science like capital S, and there's like science small s. And science small s is the method, and science capital S is kind of the grandeur. It's the TV shows, it's the awards ceremonies, it's basically like the Oscars, right? So they've taken out the actual science, and it's just the kind of glitz and glamour of what they perceive to be the science community that they're actually worshipping.
Yeah, I wonder what that guy thought when he was just started off the conversation with science deniers and flat earthers, and then gets into a discussion about science and has absolutely nothing to contribute, but he's bragging about trolling people online. Like, what did you take away from this conversation, kid?
Now remember, okay, so I don't know if you guys know, but Justin Trudeau made a statement a couple of days ago where he said something about the unvaccinated are probably sexist and racist, right? What he's doing is he's making sure that that he's not a science denier, right? So he's decided science deniers are really stupid and he thinks that everyone agrees with that, right? So he's making sure that that he's not one of these stupid science deniers. That's all it is.
You said
Virtue
Trudeau.
signaling. Virtue signaling. Believing in
Yeah,
science is now a virtue. So
it's intellectual virtue signaling. That's literally what it is.
And they've also created this new term, science denier, that's kind of synonymous with conspiracy theorist, right? So it's just something that people can throw out as like a trump card, right? Like, oh, you're a science denier, and immediately shut down any other thinking about what that person's actually saying to them, you know?
Well, how
Yeah, of course.
stupid is the phrase "don't question science"?
Yeah, that's like what science is. It's like, let's test shit. It's the essence of science is to question stuff.
Like, look, this is a quote from Aaron Rodgers, which is like arguably the best quarterback in the NFL. Allegedly gay, but anyway, Aaron Rodgers: science that can't be questioned is propaganda, right? He's talking about the jabba dabba do. And dude, the comments underneath this picture on Facebook are ridiculous. Shut up and throw the ball. You know, shut up and throw the ball. You don't know anything about science. Don't question the science. People's lives are at stake. It's like, bro, did you
you
not read
killed
the quote?
500,000 people. I thought Aaron Rodgers had like one of the hottest wives in the NFL, though. I didn't think he was gay.
No, he's gay, bro. Sorry.
Well, I mean,
I
he could
wish he
still be
wasn't
gay
gay.
and have a hot wife.
He didn't
I
ever
thought he
actually
was a
have a
devout.
wife. He dated Danica Patrick for a little bit. That
She's
that
like
was
a dude. Yeah, he's gay.
Yeah, I don't know if she's a dude, but I do know he's gay. So he had a roommate from college, and we're oddly always lives with him. Multi-millionaire in the NFL could buy his friend a freaking mansion. No, moves him into his house with him as an adult in the NFL with millions of dollars. Moves his college roommate into his house. So apparently the roommate was real mad that Rodgers wouldn't openly acknowledge him as his boyfriend for a long time, and now he's dropping like cryptic tweets, basically outing Rodgers as gay. So I know it sucks, but whatever.
Yeah, sorry, I was saying earlier, it was Justin Trudeau that said that that anti-vaxxers or the unvaccinated, I can't remember which he said, but are probably sexist and racist. It's like, no, how? Yeah, whatever. I don't even know what to say to that.
Wait, doesn't that guy go to different countries dressed up, imitating their culture? He does. So wouldn't that be like as disrespectful as you can get? Like he literally dresses up and looks like an idiot going to each country.
Yeah. Remember his Sharia socks? If you guys
But
know
that dude's not. Wait, is he openly a sodomite? He is, right?
Justin Trudeau?
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, look at him.
I thought he was openly a sodomite.
I think he pretends to have a wife, but I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. It's hard to keep up.
I have to say, Justin Trudeau news is not at the top of my list. Just being honest.
Yes. Same. For some reason, I thought I saw a picture of him kissing a dude or something. And just to clarify, like my stance is like, this is about my worldview. Take it or leave it. But yeah, I think the scriptures are real. And yeah, it says don't do that, but it says don't do a bunch of things, right? So it's whatever. I don't really. But when it comes to a logical angle, I can't say this without coming off offensive to little softies, but I cannot take any claim you have serious when your entire worldview lacks logical consistency, right? Where you literally take the avenue of death, literal death and illness over life and reproduction. And all right, like I know that may sound bad, but I can't take you serious. I can't listen to your opinion. Is that bad? Does that sound bad? I guess, huh?
Maybe. I did have a thought just on Justin Trudeau. Just sorry, so to go back to that. You know how the elites like to mock us with all sorts of like terminology and symbology and all the rest. His surname is literally Trudeau, as in that's true though. Like, do you think there's some kind of mockery in there? Say that as a no.
Oh, sorry. Say again.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, Justin Trudeau's surname sounds like mockery.
Is that like ghettoese, like Trudeau? That Trudeau didn't do nothing?
Trudeau, as in, that's true though. As in, like,
Trudeau.
He's obviously going.
Well, if you're in the hood, it's Trudeau.
You got that political money. That's that Trudeau.
That's kind of
I
what
call him.
I'm not even
Sorry,
trying to
go
make a
ahead.
stupid joke. Like, I'm not even trying to make a stupid joke. You know how they try and mock us with all sorts of dumb shit like that.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I one of. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
Dude, no, they do that. Like, if you look up famous articles, they'll be the most ridiculous names ever. Like, CNN just posted 3 tweets, and it's like Bone Hair, EHR is the last name, Bone Hair, like five names like that. So they're just like trolling. I don't know. They're just, dude, they're literally sexual degenerates, and they can't help it. They want to just kind of throw it out there. It's deeper than just degeneracy, in my opinion. They believe there's some metaphysical advantage, like sex magic advantage. Yeah, like, have you guys seen the movie Don't Look Up? The famous Netflix original that just came out. It's called Don't Look Up. It's got Jennifer Lawrence, Leonardo DiCaprio, Jonah Hill, Meryl Streep, Kid Cudi, Ariana Grande. This is a Netflix original with all these big names in it, and it's called Don't Look Up, and it's about some scientists discovered a comet that was coming to the Earth, and they go to try to tell everyone, and the news lies about it and tells everyone not to look up, even though the comet's in the sky and you can see it. Obviously, nonsense, right? Like, as the foundation, comets and space and all this nonsense, but it's clear. Like, okay, like whenever they did Bird Box, that was a Netflix original, and the whole world heard about it. It's because they wanted the whole world to see it. So they want the whole world to see Don't Look Up, and it's literally about not looking up in the sky. And there are scenes where everyone just gets out of the car and looks up in the sky. So what are they conditioning everyone for with the name Don't Look Up? They're telling you that the news is going to lie, right? And it's about a comet, but it clearly ties into what Werner von Braun's secretary said, which is like fake asteroid than fake aliens. It's actually really pretty crazy. It's a really terrible movie. I think, Kai, you would agree.
I think it
absolutely horrible.
I think it's about Corona. That's it.
Yeah,
That
also,
people
yeah.
deny Corona, and then everybody dies because people deny Corona. That's what it is.
Yeah, there's one scene where the professor, which is Leonardo DiCaprio, he's like doing a commercial, and this. Okay, so they're telling. They're dang push to talk. They were going to destroy the colony, and
Yeah, this doesn't work.
I can't.
Sorry, she has Glover syndrome right now. Pushing the button is really difficult.
I just have really dainty hands.
Okay. So yeah, no, it's a mixture. It's like a mockery of Trump. The female president is about Trump, and then her son is like her advisor, which is just mocking the family and how stupid they are. That's what it's supposed to be about. And then it also mocks like the idea of denying science and like questioning COVID. It's all going to kill you. It's just making fun of how gullible the public is to divide it two ways: don't look up or look up. And the news will lie to you about it, and no one can trust the news. And people will deny science. So in the movie, like 25% of the population doesn't even believe there really is a comet. And so the movie's like, we saw it. You can see it. It's objective, right? So that's kind of, they're literally trying to, it's like they're responding to Flat Earth, dude. Like, they have to make movies like this where they throw it in there, where it's like the world's so stupid now because of these Trump supporters and people like that they think that the comet doesn't even exist. So there's the group that's like, don't look up. So first they're going to redirect the comet, and then they decide, oh, it's got trillions of dollars worth of materials and minerals in it, so we're going to blow the comet up, and then it'll come to the Earth, and we'll all be rich and end world hunger. And so then there's a split among all the populations, either redirect it or blow it up and bring it to Earth. And then there's the small group to the side that doesn't think the comet even exists. But we know in reality, right, that group would be right. So the movie it's literally preemptively attacking any type of opposition to their next deception, which will be something from the sky. That's my opinion. It's literally called Don't Look Up.
Hey, what's up, cuz?
What up, cuh?
You were thinking about the head douchebag in charge here up in Canada. That's where I'm from. I call him lie don't, because he lies and he doesn't do what he says he was gonna do.
Well, I don't. What did you
Yeah.
say the name? Will you say the country again?
Oh, China, Canada? Canada?
Oh, okay.
I'm
I
up
was
here
wondering
in
why you said it
Canada.
like that. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, he's a scumbag. One of my family members recently started waking up and she's all like, I can't believe it. He's this, he's that. I'm like, yeah, I already know it. I can't wait to see him in cuffs if that ever happens.
Are you guys still like basically communist? Are you still a
Well,
communist country?
it's not so much that we're communists, but it's more that I never thought I'd see the day where pastors were arrested. So it's like it's becoming communist.
That's pretty communist, bro.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking the word of the Lord and you're getting locked up, that's fucked up, man.
Well, have they not? Well, I guess my question is, like, have they backed off any? Do they go hard, back off, go hard, back off, or have they kept it pretty consistent the whole time? I don't really know.
Quebec, if you're not in your house after 10 o'clock, you're fucked. You get a fine, probably arrested, thrown in jail for a minute. And if you are after 10, you better be walking your little doggy.
Okay, so they talked about the little passport.
Oh, they talk about it all the time, but then there's also the opposite side of no, we'll never do that.
Gotcha. Did you guys know that the government made a deal with Verizon and a couple other companies to hold their full 5G spectrum, like to hold it off until January 6th? So I'll send you guys an article, but that's pretty interesting because the vaccine passport deadline is also the 6th or the 7th.
Did you check that DM I sent you the other day, brother?
Probably not. No.
Oh, when you do, you'll see.
It's on here.
Yeah, like on your Witsit account there.
Okay, cool.
What do you mean by deadline? What kind of deadline are you talking about?
There are cities in the United States who have said that the vaccine passport will be required starting January 7th. Like
Oh yeah,
Boston.
New York. I think New York's one of them. Sorry, Witsit, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. Chicago, Boston, New York. I don't know what it is. There's a couple cities that have done it, but I'm just saying that the dates are interesting. Right, because I'll send it to you. I'll get the article. I'm actually unloading the car right now, but like, yeah, they're gonna the 5G has basically been held back, and they agreed for a certain amount of months. Like they came to an agreement in November with the government to hold it off until January 6th. So they're gonna really turn on the full spectrum of 5G the 6th. Again, don't get this twisted, bro. I am not one of those people that think 5G is going to kill you. It's not. But if you have something that's inside you that reacts to higher frequencies, then I can't make any claims as to what's going to happen to you.
So you think the graphene that they put in the gel is to block those frequencies?
I think it's specifically there to react to the frequencies. Like if you introduce graphene to high, like really high frequencies, it just freaks out. It self assimilates. It's really volatile. self-assimilates into like an electric grid system on the nanoscale. So
it organizes. As you're saying,
yes,
some
self-assimilates in like a vein-like structure, like a network.
oh.
Again, I don't know, bro. I don't know what's happening, but
Right, I get you. I did watch a video on that very thing, but I wasn't aware of what caused it to happen. As far as the
so
grid-like structure,
yeah,
the grid-like.
AT&T and Verizon agreed to C-band power limitations for 6 months. So earlier this month, this was in November, AT&T Verizon agreed to delay their commercial C-band launches by a month until January 5th. That came after the FAA issued a warning over potential interference to airplane safety systems from upcoming 5G deployments in C-band frequencies. And we, of course, know that that's just the cover story. So
Wouldn't organizing in a grid type system create blockage?
well, yeah,
Potentially, let's say.
sure, yeah. But the real danger, in my opinion, is because it can create blockage like without assimilating, because you just have like nanoparticle graphene oxide that isn't degradable. It's not biodegradable, but like the real danger would be it can create a network system, right? And so it bypasses the blood brain barrier. So if it self
I think the
assimilates in the
latest
brain,
conversation for our government has been UBI, Universal Beneficial Income or whatever.
yeah,
Universal Basic Income, sorry. Everybody that makes under, I think it's 35 grand a year will get $1,000 a month, whether they're on welfare or not.
yeah, that's the move. It'll be crypto though.
Yeah, and the only way to access that will
Well, I
be
guess
through
that's
some
good
sort of
news for the people flipping burgers at McDonald's.
No, I would say not.
No, it's not. Bad news for them too.
Super bad for everyone because you're going to have some way to access that, and it's going to have to be through some sort of device.
Body device. Yeah,
Yeah.
so just so everyone knows, I think the stuff they're giving everyone is just the prequel, right?
Yeah, has anyone seen like the second Wonder Woman movie where you got the stone and it grants you a wish, but it takes back something else? I don't know if you got. Well, that's kind of how I view universal basic income. So it's like they'll give you this like $1,000 a month or whatever, but in return you'll have to give them compliance. Right now, what does compliance look like? Well, in the beginning, it's going to be just sign this form. Okay, cool. And then it's going to be sign this form and take this vaccine. Okay, cool. And then it's going to be sign this form, take this vaccine, be here at this time, do this, do that, don't do this, don't do that. And then before you know it, a third of your population is under duress to do exactly as the government says. Otherwise, they'll lose. Not only will they lose that $1,000 a month, but the problem is that what you're going to do is you're going to push up rents, you're going to push up basic prices on everything, so that it makes it impossible to live without the UBI.
Damn, I thought I just missed some gravy.
Yo, I have a question.
Do you want me to repeat with it?
Yeah, I don't know if y'all touched on this before, but how far does like drones like can go up in the sky?
Wait, what was your question?
So how far can drones like go up in the sky? Like what is like how many feet?
What type of drone?
Like any
Yeah,
type
it's really
of
going to depend on the model because different
like
models have different ratings.
yeah, like the best one because like I saw like a video maybe like a couple years ago where they only had like one video, like the rocket supposed to be hitting the firmament or whatever. But that's the only video I seen that the camera like focusing down on the Earth to go all the way up. Is there like any more videos like I could be able to see that besides that one?
There's definitely going to be a ceiling at some point because once they get technology allows them to go very, very high, they're going to be in the traffic of air traffic, like airplanes and stuff. That won't be allowed.
Dude, I think that the highest that a drone can go that's commercially available, I think is still under 100,000 feet. It's solar powered, so
But do we
yeah.
have any footage like this, like with the camera like looking down at the ground once it take off, the drum take off and just go up like at 40 go where we can record it, something that NASA's supposed to be doing, but they not. But can we like do it ourselves, or we can have like showing them that there's no curvature and it's a firmament or whatever, like to go up like how high you could go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well,
Legally, illegally, whatever, just go up just to
There's
show the
a
world.
there's a
that's
lot
it.
of high altitude footage out there done by independent people like ourselves. You just have to search for it there on YouTube. And what I was going to add is if it's a civilian drone, like Witsit said, maybe 100,000 feet is the max. But if it's a military, sky's the limit for them. They'll go up to whatever, 200,000 feet if they want, I guess.
Yeah,
I still
to answer your question, there's nothing commercially available to get anywhere close to the height we think the container is.
But can we
Unfortunately.
like with some type of battery that like have like a lot of power? Because if it's like 200,000 feet or whatever, you know what I'm saying, we should be able to create a battery that could be able to power a camera to go up 200 feet. I mean 200,000 feet, 300,000 feet, whatever the case may be, just to record it and have like live video documentation. You know what I'm saying, could be our proof of what NASA is not doing. If I'm making any sense.
you are,
I saw
but
one
I
video.
still
I saw one video maybe like a year ago where like I say, what like the rocket had hit the firmament, but that's like the only one I saw. Like I did research on YouTube. I haven't found one. So if you have one in that's in like your watch list or whatever, you could put it on a link and I could check it out.
I still think there's going to be a ceiling because you can't have objects up there that's going to go into the intake of an airplane jet or something. There's going to be a ceiling. You can't go only so high. I'll bet on that one. You
Yeah,
can't be up,
perfect.
you
I
can't
didn't
But
be
yeah,
even
I
up
just
there
think
want to
with
that God
record it though.
rocking. So
I just want to record it. Like the little however long that it take, 30 minutes, hour, however long that it take for the drone come from Earth all the way to the ceiling. Whatever the time frame may be, it shouldn't be that long if it's only 200,000 feet.
yeah, it's a good thing God Rockin mentioned that because I wasn't thinking about it. Anything civilian wouldn't go above 30,000 feet because commercial flights are at 35,000 feet. So if you're going 35, 40,000 feet, you could hit a commercial flight and they wouldn't let that happen.
Well, I know the real answer, right? So there's certain types of fuels you have to use, right? So that rocket we've all seen that looked like it hit something that was using a certain type of fuel. That fuel is not legal to buy commercially. You have to get approved by the government to even purchase that fuel to send something that high.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's
I got you.
hydrazine. It's hydrazine, I think, and it burns without oxygen, and that's why.
Yeah.
They'd want to know what you want it for, and then once you told them, they'd probably be like, "Nope."
Yeah, like they approved them, but they wouldn't approve us.
So do it necessarily have to be gasoline? Could it be like, how they have like batteries and stuff that could power, you know what I'm saying? Because everything going green, right? So why use gas? Why use fuel when we only going couple 100,000 feet in the air?
Well, yeah,
If
I
I'm
think
making
there's
sense.
definitely a way to go way higher without any gasoline at all. I think you would just use magnetism, electrographtic propulsion. But like, yeah, you'd have to invent it basically, or you would have to design it yourself and then just buck the system and go up and hope they don't intercept you.
Yeah.
That's some ballsy stuff. I mean, I'm the kind of person that would do it, though. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
if
I'm
you're
just
going
thinking,
that route,
I'm just trying to
if
connect
you're
the dots, I'm just thinking out loud.
Well, the
if
first
you're
time
gonna
one of those
go,
drones gets sucked into a jet engine and into the turbine and causes the plane to crash, that's going to put an end to that. I'll tell you that right now. There's no way
Also,
he's
yeah,
going to allow them to fly around up there where they could get sucked into the turbine
and
of a jet engine.
No,
No way.
no,
No way.
we ain't flying around. We just going from the Earth straight to the sky. Ain't no like going like an airplane. Like we ain't going like east to west or whatever. We just going from the ground. Well, I can't say north and south, but because but anyway, from the ground, the Earth. I mean the ground that you walking on, straight up to the air. Boom, one shot. Cause we know
and
it's not spinning or whatever.
if
Just
you
went boom.
if you're gonna do that, cuz make sure all the parts you buy, any labeling on it, it's an alias like Jeff Beach or something. Because if it did hit a plane and crash it, I don't think you want them knocking on your door.
Yeah. But they're just one of the loopholes I think, you know what I'm saying, we could like try to like brainstorm on and execute the mission.
I mean, if you want to like save battery, I would think just setting up a balloon with like a rocket or something attached to it, or a drone attached to it, and then release it once it pops.
Yeah.
We actually talked about that. Bob and I were talking about you get a balloon like 130,000 feet, and then you shoot the rocket from there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I
Now you
posted a
cooking. Now
video
you
of
cooking. Now you cooking.
what's your name? Felix. I posted a video that NASA had filmed, obviously on their rocket. You see the booster break away from its rockets, and then you got the camera watching the booster go upside down, and then you see the flames of the rocket go straight, and then they immediately take a right angle, and then it like snuffs out, and then the flames come back, and then it dissipates out. So the rocket inverts, the
Okay. I'm
flames
about to
hit
check it
the
out.
ceiling. Yeah, I posted it. You'll see it all.
Appreciate it.
And the
Yep.
propeller powered drone is only going to go so high because the density of the atmosphere is not going to allow enough lift. There's going to be a ceiling for that as well, for sure. There's not enough air up there. You can't chop it with a blade and get lift. There's no air to
Yeah.
chop.
Above 50,000 feet, the air is twice as thin as below.
Right. So at some point, the drones are just not going to go any higher because
Oh my
of
gosh,
the
I
type
can't.
of not using propellers anyway.
Well, that's just how come NASA can fly an helicopter on Mars? What are you saying?
Do you believe
That's all I
in
got to say.
magic?
I just giggle about that one. Is all.
We need a NASA helicopter, right?
Oh, they can open parachutes on Mars too.
Right. And they have these special cranes, right, with rockets, and then when you actually look at the footage they give you, there's no rocket. You haven't seen it?
You're not smart enough to see the rocket, dude. Emperor
Invisible
and the
smoke.
Emperor's New Clothes, man. Only super smart people see the rocket.
Oh, you're right.
I think the P900 pictures I've seen of Mars tells me that there's nobody landed on that spot.
Yeah, I got an image. Where is it? All right, it was this. I just posted it. So yeah, it's small, but this is the image we got, right? This is the crane that is dropping down the rover, and we see the air being blown out underneath the rover. But where's the rocket, man? Where is it? It's invisible rocket fumes. And they promised us.
What I want to know is how does a flickering light suddenly change to a solid object? I don't get it.
Look, and they promised us this. This is what they promised. National Geographic promised us this, right? The crane with blazing rockets beneath it. And what do we get? Invisible rockets. Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm watching the video. It seemed like they just re-looping like the same video over and over again, man. Like, I like what Wizard was saying. Like, you know, we go up in a hot air balloon and go to like the further we could go, then release the drone from there. Just so we can have some 2022 vision or documentation of a video that showing that is not that is not a globe.
It'd have to be a rocket powered drone because there's not enough air for lift up there with a propeller drone. No way.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you use a different flight mechanism for sure. You don't need air. Like, it's very primitive to do what we do. Like, the lack of air would actually just be less impedance. So you should be able to fly more efficiently.
You're saying that the propeller wouldn't create enough lift. You can fly for sure, but it would I just can't see a propeller doing it.
No, you wouldn't use it. You wouldn't use that.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
You have to design something, man. I mean, I've talked to pretty seriously about this with people. It's not very easy. You have to like move pretty militant.
Yeah.
Right, because like you're gonna have to buck the system to do it.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, it's like going to Antarctica.
Yeah.
I got you. I was just, thinking out loud, trying to put it together.
I'd hate to see the fine for that one.
Dude, you're going to prison, bro. Like, I mean,
Yeah, probably. You're probably
well,
right.
you file an affidavit of status, you might not go to prison because they don't actually have jurisdiction over you to tell you that you're not allowed. They don't own the sky. That's ridiculous.
That's what I was thinking. Like, yeah, it's the sky, man. So y'all can't go to the sky no more. Oh man, it's crazy. But thanks, man. Thanks for the information.
Yeah.
Well, don't you need a license these days from the FDA when acquiring a drone that's bigger than certain dimensions?
Yeah,
Yep.
FAA.
Yep. You got to file a flight plan and everything too.
Right.
They
So
want to
they
know where you're going exactly. Flight
they
plan.
do
there and
kind of
back.
own the sky then.
Yeah.
They do kind of own the sky.
Yeah.
No, I know they claim ownership of the sky, but I'm saying they don't own anything. It's like they don't own the land you live on. You know, that property tax is dumb. Like I'm just saying, like you don't. I know someone that didn't pay his property tax. They came and took his property, and then he won a $38 million lawsuit. So if you listen to the normie tell you like you got to pay your taxes or you go to prison, that's not true. I know someone that has $38 million that disagrees with you. Right. Same thing with the sky. They don't. It's just like if you acknowledge the term human or citizen or taxpayer or resident, if you absorb that, you are now saying they have ownership over you. Right.
So
now
which
they can tell you.
how long did that court case went on? How long did that take?
Oh, I haven't done anything with it. I've just been like,
No, I'm talking about your friend that owns $38 million.
a few months.
A few months, so that's
Yeah.
doable. I mean, when you look at the court cases in the Netherlands, they could go on for years, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. But like when you don't play their game, they really can't do that much because you're challenging their jurisdictions. They're flirting with
due
criminal
process. There's due process. Yeah, as well.
You're not even gonna. Yeah, I mean, they're not even
Listen,
gonna.
is there a link for that story, bro? I would love to read that shit because I'm paying high taxes in Allentown, dated.
Yeah, I'll find it for you, bro.
Thank you, bro.
Wait. DM me and remind me.
I'll shoot your DM right now.
Cool.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, because I'm about to do this with like I'm gonna help Kai not pay her taxes, but we're gonna buy land. We're not paying taxes on any of it. They're not even allowed on my land. So I know numerous people that do this, right? So like, of course they don't want you to know about this. I'll shoot a rocket from my land as a living man. So, well, look, I know I don't like to talk about this. There's a lot of like jailhouse lawyers, and I get it. But I'm about to do it against the federal government. So I guess when I literally do it successfully against the federal government, the United States versus Austin Woods, I guess when I prove it, then I'll talk about it. But I think that's a big thing we overlook. We hand over jurisdiction to them. So like for example, really simple, right? I got arrested for some bud in Florida. So the cop is like the witness. Well, the cop is my witness though. So tell him to come over to this side of the court. He's my witness. So who's bringing the charges against you? Because it has to be an individual that has sustained damages. So who is that? The state of Florida can't walk up there and take the stand, bro. There is no one. Case dismissed.
Yeah, I get it. Who were you endangering besides yourself?
Yeah, crime is when you harm someone or their property.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the state of Florida isn't someone. It's a fictitious corporation. Actually, you have the land of Florida, which is just an arbitrary line drawn around some land on a piece of paper called a map. Then they call it the state of Florida. How can you be? What does that mean? Florida's an idea. You're a corporate entity of an idea. That's why they have to put you in all caps. That's why when they say United States of America on a legal document, it's in all caps. It's the
It's the
United
illusion.
Corporations. Yeah. It works hella good though, man, because you talking about taking away someone's freedom, like the most precious thing that exists. So like people get really scared, you know. I don't even blame them. Like I'm not gonna front and say I've been to jail. I know it sucks. So like I get it, but I don't know. It's, you know, you got to have some balls sometimes. Anyway, that's my opinion. I think the move is that you don't even use commercially available things. You just get. We have like some of the smartest people in the world. The smartest people in the world know the Earth's flat. So, and honestly, they know that everything's electric and that there's clearly like a drift within the background. So you would just utilize that knowledge to design something to fly more efficiently, like electrogravitic propulsion, magnetic levitation, and if you could get your starting point would be the balloon. Just get it up to like a starting altitude of 120,000 or whatever, and then you put out this basically like self-propelling drone. But you would have to do all this under affidavit of status, like as a living man that corporate laws don't apply to. So, and all it is a piece of paper that you pay a couple dollars to get notarized. You send it in. If they don't rebut it within the deadline you give them, 20 to 30 days, that is a tacit agreement to everything that's in it.
There might be patents too that you might be battling too, because some of that stuff might already be patented, and you can't use it. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, you only got to battle the patent to sell it. So.
I didn't know that. I thought you had to, in order just to use it, develop it for yourself and use it. I guess that doesn't apply then. Is what you're saying? It's only if you're going to sell it.
Yeah, I mean, if you literally took their patent and built it exactly the same, you might get some pushback. Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing on the market that's what we're talking about.
Right. I'm just saying there's probably some secret, or maybe not secret, but patents filed away that pertain to that technology, I would imagine.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. The military definitely has this technology, so.
Right.
Well, they'll be shooting themselves in the foot, right? If they come after you. Well, that's my patent. Well, now the world knows.
Correct. Dude, I can show you guys a video just the other day. Some family had a satellite crash in their backyard. Did you hear about that?
No.
Yeah. Do you have that link again? What's it?
I don't have the link. I saw it on IG. I can screen record it in a second. Yeah, but it was a Samsung satellite. It crashed down, still attached to a quote-unquote parachute, is what the newscast says. And then Samsung's official response is talking about how the balloon went up, but the balloon had to come back down. So they intentionally landed in a rural area. But it is and they did a PR stunt where it's like they're going to send a satellite to space to take the first selfie from space. But then they admit it was a balloon because it crashed out of the
sky. Nice.
That's rich.
It was on a parachute or a balloon?
Well, the newscast said parachute. Of course, the video intentionally doesn't show you anything but the box.
Because I can see a parachute maybe being automatically deployed if the balloon is no longer functioning or whatever, if it fails and maybe it automatically deploys a parachute just to drop it down so they could not do as much damage or guide it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened for sure.
No.
Sometimes thick gravy just drops down onto your yard.
Dude, imagine walking outside and seeing a freaking quote unquote satellite attached to a balloon or a parachute. And be like, what the hell? And then Samsung comes to your property, takes a picture with you, and tells you, sorry, the balloon fell out of the sky.
I'd be like, sorry, I'm not giving it back.
If it damages your house or your car or something,
You have to take
that'd
it
be
from
the
me
only.
forcefully. Sorry.
That'd be the plus of the
Yep.
whole thing.
Yep.
Hope it hits your house. That way you can get a little bit of money out of
take
it,
this
at
one.
least.
And free satellite technology.
Dude, when I first found out about Flat Earth, first heard about it, if I had saw that video, I would have been like, oh my, like I would have instantly been like, oh wow, it's fake. It's not, all these satellites are fake. So I don't know. I think that's the move. It's not to appease anti-flat earthers. They're super lame, never had a girlfriend, and don't talk to girls. If there's 5 girls and there's you and him at the bar, like he's gonna leave you hanging. You're gonna have to go talk to the 5 girls by yourself. These are those people. People, dude.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
God Rockin's like, you knocked the shingle off my roof. I need a whole new roof.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
And the girls, yeah, I'll take all 5.
Lose out, I guess. Surely there's a way to separate them.
Well, it's easier to talk to the 5 girls with someone else there that's got some game, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah. I didn't know you were talking about a friend. I thought you were talking about some foe or something there, a competition for the girls.
I'm saying like if these anti-flat earthers, so we're not talking about like people that think there's a globe because we all did, but just anti-flat earthers, they're meaningless. They're useless. They shouldn't even factor into our decisions.
Yeah, you're right.
They'll watch the satellite, hear Samsung admit it was a balloon, and say, okay, well, there are some balloons, but then it's not the real satellites.
Yeah.
And deny it. Yeah.
I've heard
Still a
people
globe.
say that on this
Still a
channel.
globe.
I've heard that said here. So, oh, that was just one out of 1,000. The rest of them are real. Yeah.
Because GPS is a globe.
It's kind of like your girlfriend leaves the house every Friday and she doesn't come back till Monday every weekend. And then one weekend you find out she went to the club and she's sleeping at some dude's house, cheating on you. And then you say, I know for a fact that was the only time she ever cheated on me. The other 50 weekends, she was not cheating on me. I know she was.
50.
Wow, that's an entire year's worth.
Yeah. Like, bro, you've been cheating on for a year, bro. Let it go.
50 weekend. Yeah, what say you, Pagus?
Also, I'll say this. I think the people that are really, really into space and satellites and NASA and stuff like that, I think they're just actually pretty lame. Like before I found out about flat Earth, I didn't care about any of that. So I think like the people you actually want to meet or like try to reach is like the people that are just kind of indifferent and don't really know much because they never really thought about it. Right? You don't want someone that's like obsessed with the lie.
Right, ingrained in space fantasies and all that stuff. Believing like I had no investment when I ran into flat Earth, so it was real easy for me to go with it right away because I wasn't into the stars and into all that kind of weird stuff. Looking at it, wondering about it, dreaming about it. It just was something I did, and so when flat Earth came along, it was like, yeah, I seen it right away. I had no investment in the stars. So yeah, people like that.
I just think they're hella lame. I think that like at this point in history where you just build the real one, the side of the real ones, like, and you let the chips fall where they may. Like, if you still think the air is gonna kill you, like, I don't even want you in our group. If you think that you should take a shot every 6 months, I don't want you over here. You know what I'm saying? If you have to start lying to defend the government's lie about outer space, I don't want. What are you gonna do for the team?
Right.
Like when we have to do something, you're gonna do nothing. So that's just dead weight, right? Like who cares? I would have never been as lame as these people on the internet ever. Someone told me the Earth was flat, I would have been like, "You sound ridiculous. What are you talking about?" Then he would have started telling me stuff, and I've been like, "Whoa, maybe it is flat. This is crazy." If you're
Yeah.
not like that, you're a loser.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened to me. Exactly. Took a very short amount of time. Bam. Whoa. This is probably right.
Now, I get if like you're kind of on your own and you just hear someone say flat Earth and you have to go look into it for yourself. That's different. People come here and have everything like put on a platter for them, right?
And then they still deny it. That's ridiculous. I mean,
Yeah,
that's just like,
yeah,
oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
true. That's true. I don't know. How should we work? I mean, how can we improve that? Because they literally have to be spoon fed their own paradigm. It's really kind of annoying. I mean, I don't mind doing it. We all do it here, but yeah, they have to be spoon fed. What the hell is that about? They
So what's it?
so like they can't tie their like outside of the flat Earth like paradigm or narrative, like the conversation. I guess everything else is working fine. They're not a complete idiot, except when they come to the flat Earth surface. They know what a circle is. Like, really?
No, they're lame. They're lame all throughout. You just don't see it. Trust me.
They really don't know what a circle is, even
they,
outside
they,
of the flat Earth.
they don't really know anything, is what it comes down to. I mean, really. I have no time for them anymore. I'm sick and tired of it.
Who would have time for that?
If you make an impact regarding this subject that history reflects, it will not be, look how many anti-flat Earth zealots you won. It'll just be like, yo, you did that, and that probably brought 100,000 people to flat Earth. That was epic. Like B.O.B. is etched in history regarding flat Earth, or whether you like him or not. He didn't go try to win over the anti-flat Earth. Don't get me wrong. I think that this place that does occasionally entertain them is needed, but 24/7 doesn't really do that, right? Like if you're just ridiculously dishonest, you'll just get booted from here. But I just think that like I don't know, it's like a distraction. It's detrimental. It's not. It's stupid. B.O.B. reached millions of people to the idea of flat Earth. And one night, I made like over 60,000 people stand there and listen to me talk super loud about the Earth at the NBA Finals. You know what I'm saying? Like those are the kind of things that are going to make an actual difference, not winning over Gamma Pen server.
Yeah. That over there is a lost cause.
Yeah, they're too big a zealots. They'll never. I don't think they'll give
That's
it up.
why I
Even
ignore.
if you proved it to them, they still wouldn't.
Just leave
That's
them
why I
in
ignore
the
them, man.
cesspool. Leave them in the cesspool. They'll be fine.
We should. You're right. Like that's one of the things I do wrong. Is like I still occasionally go in there, like just whatever my justification is. But the truth is that we should just ignore their existence.
Like what purpose do they serve? Like you were just saying, they serve actually no purpose. Entertaining them, right? Entertaining them just distracts us from more receptive people, right? And the people you're talking about that we should focus on, problem with them, not that it's a problem, is that they've been brainwashed into thinking this subject and topic is too complicated for them to figure out. That's part of the brainwashing, right? Is that they're too dumb to figure it out. So when they like inquire into the subject, they go, well, I got these people, these super smart scientists that know some math, and I got these flat earthers. Everybody's saying these people are dumb and these people are smart, and that this is a super, and this topic is kind of foreign to me, and I don't understand some of the terminology. So who do I go with? Do I go with the super smart people, or do I go with these dumb flat earthers? And that's like this balancing act they're doing in their head. Occasionally, we'll have people that have the self-confidence to actually listen, right, and to trust their own intellectual prowess, and reach other conclusions, right? There's a psychological battle, man. Like you said it yourself, it's a spiritual battle. It's a spiritual / psychological battle. It's more than just the information.
I agree, big time. Yeah, that is crazy. That's a great point, dude. Like they convince everyone this is way too complicated of a subject for the layman, so we must turn to these people that are experts in the field. And
Yeah, and they did it through idolatry, right? So who's the smartest people? Oh, Newton, Einstein, all these super smart. Look at this, and this how they convince how does society, I guess popular culture, portray super smart people, right? It's a blackboard full of equations, right?
How
There's
do they?
this guy standing in front of a blackboard in front of equations, which means he's super smart and he's figured out things because math is the language of super smart people or something.
yeah, like Goodwill Hunting.
The thing about it is that the flat Earth is the only thing that really makes any sense, and so I just don't. These people that can't make sense of it, they're lost causes because it's so easy. All you got to do is pay attention for just a few minutes and listen to what's going on, and if you don't get it at that point, there's seriously something wrong with your cognitive ability to process real information, and it's a lost cause, I think.
This is the real problem. It's not that they don't see reality for what it is. Like we've all discovered, Earth is flat, horizontal. Water's always flat. It's not moving. Like we know this. There's no gas pressure without. But for them, it's a deep psychological freaking problem, man. Like that's the real problem. These people's minds are not functioning properly. Period.
That's what they've been taught. They've been taught.
Yep.
They haven't been taught how to think. They've been taught that intelligence is parroting something somebody else said.
Mm-hmm. So it's.
But don't you agree? Don't you agree that like a lot of us fell victim to that somewhat prior to waking up to these things?
Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it's disturbing.
Because I'm not gonna lie, like whenever I was like in high school, and I remember, I think it was in physics 2 honors or something like that. Like I raised my hand and I was like, so if the gravity of the sun is pulling the Earth, and then the gravity of the Earth is pulling the moon, wouldn't the gravity of the sun also pull the moon? So I mean, over time, either the moon would have to go closer to Earth or closer to the sun, like it would have to. And I didn't really get an answer. She basically just said, I don't know. But for me, I didn't think like, oh, wow, this is all fake. I thought, well, there's someone that knows the answer. And my teacher just didn't.
Well, what happens in school when you ask questions like that, right? They just bypass you because it's outside the curriculum, and they're not there to teach you how to critically think about the things that they're saying. They're there to just teach you to repeat them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also worked against me. I was like a class clown. So when I would ask a question like that, like quote unquote class clown, but I would just always try to be funny if the class was boring. And so that's how that was played off, right? It was just Austin trying to be funny again. But yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it, is that it doesn't get seriously addressed.
So check it out. At some point, they said that the moon was moving away from Earth a 1/4 inch a year.
Yeah, but she didn't know that answer at the time.
Wait a minute, think about that. Show me, how do you measure a 1/4 inch a year from an object that's 250,000 miles away? Do a little fraction there and find out what the decimal point is on that. How many zeros?
Dude, I was in 8th grade, like Earth Science. That was my first year. I got transferred to this private school or whatever, and he started talking about the Earth or whatever, and then space, and I was like, so if we've never actually been out there, then how do we know that that's what's there? And like, That actually is still a good question, right? It is a good question. But my teacher should have told me, well, they look at these things called red and blue shifts. They if you take the size of the Earth and you apply that to everything else, then we start to get an idea of the distribution of mass. This is a college preparatory private school. I got no answer. I got laughed off. So, I mean, am I the only one that would ask questions like that? That like for some
No, I
reason.
did. I did all that stuff, man. They considered it disrupting the class.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
they consider it. They consider it you're disrupting the class, dude. Keep doing it, and you're going to the office. Believe me, I was in the office a lot. Spelled a lot, kicked out a lot, suspended a lot.
I remember being a kid, and we had went to see my grandmother in Miami, and so we was on the highway heading north, and we took an off ramp, and it was me, my mom, my cousin, well, 4 cousins, and my aunt who was with us in the van, and I'm watching the road, and I was like, Mom, is the car moving or is the earth moving under the car? And she was like, the car's moving. I said, okay. And then, like 2 or 3 years ago, I really got into wanting to know what Einstein said about um, relativity. And there was a lecture he did where he said that if relativity is true, there is no difference between the cart moving and the earth moving under the cart.
Yeah. That's stupid. But see, I guess the part that I take away from it now is the realization that the teachers didn't know the answers either. This is physics 2 honors, junior or senior year at a college preparatory private school, dude. Like, that fundamental question, it should be one of the first things. I think that's why they have to brainwash us so young, is because children are way better at it than adults because they instinctively are in exploration mode because they realize that they have so much to learn. So they ask why about everything and they try to put it together and make it make logical sense. And they brainwash adults and engineer them over time to not even use that type of logical process, like of deduction, right? That's why the children, if that's the win, if you get the children in on it, you win. Anyone else got any stories think they can think back to of questions they asked in class?
I'm just got one that I think everybody did along some point, that I wondered why we wouldn't fall off at the bottom, or if we were actually upside down. I always questioned that. Are we really upside down? You know, are you kidding me?
By the
I
time I was
could never get my mind around that one. You know.
By the time I was in high school, by the time I was in grade school, by the end of grade school, before I went into junior high, I already didn't give a fuck about what they were saying, unless they were showing me how to build something, or how to draw something, or how to do something physical. Then I didn't care what they said. I always felt like the adults were full of shit. I always fought with them. I'm like, no. I always got my ass beat too for it, for being rebellious against the adults. I didn't care what they said. I thought they were all lying to me. They lied before, they were still lying. When they opened their mouth, I was like, I didn't care. But that's me. Had to fight my whole life because of my attitude like that.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't know. But like, okay, so yeah, that's another one, right? Everyone asks about falling off the ball, but so, and I say this all the time. I think it's such a good point. Then the children naturally, they say, so we could dig a hole to the other side, bro. They immediately don't. They don't believe it.
I never believed that one or even thought about it because I always thought about the molten core. How are you going to dig through something like that? You can't. You get to the middle and go into the other side. It's a death. It's a death dig. That's what I thought.
But
Impossible.
the 5-year-old's still right. If he's talking to a Harvard professor now, right? Because like to really actually verify the distance and what's there, you'd have to go through it.
Right. I agree with that. But back then, I didn't think I was still at the stage where I believed the model to some degree. You know what I mean? I thought we had a molten core. It was hot. And so
Yeah, I feel you. I'm talking about like kindergarten or something, right? Like it's in kindergarten, and they first show you the globe in the classroom. Like I don't know, maybe most children, certainly now, they already have been sold a lie. It's even worse now. Children now are sold a lie by their parents, like when they're really young. Like parents actually equate to how quickly their children learn the lie to like giving them a head start in life, like lay in your bed and there's the solar system over top you. My son was 3 and knew the whole solar system.
yeah. Yeah, and he knows how to build a rocket because he's got 10 model rocket kits already.
Oh, what's even worse, people teaching them kids like how to recite all the presidents. That just makes me sick to my stomach.
Yo, brainwashed idolatry.
I got one. My wife, I showed her the problem with the curved adjacent and how to acquire an angle from it, and like she started drawing all these like dotted lines every which way, trying to get an angle from it. She said, so right here it would be 20 degrees, and right here it would be 21, and like I was like, well, yeah, honey, that's the problem. It's a constantly changing angle, so you can't get a single angle from it, you know. And it was just she was dumbstruck, like her mind wouldn't accept it, and she was like, well, you could use calculus. I was like, to what? Pull a measurement?
No, you can't use calculus because as you get progressively smaller, the angle just keeps getting progressively smaller. So infinitely small, infinitesimal segment is going to be an infinitely small angle.
What if he carries
Well,
a
no,
clevin?
that was my point. Like, you got to pull the angle measurement first, right? So you need a flat Earth to do that. But she was really trying to flatten out this curved line in her mind so that she could get an angle measurement from it. But like she keeps on getting different angle measurements depending on where she drew her dotted straight line too. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey, want to not
she
get
wasn't.
laid for a month? Have her draw a Selenium eclipse.
Yeah, I'm screwed, man. Like, I think she's
no,
mad
you
at me
won't be
over this.
screwed. Have her draw a Selenium eclipse. That'll just blow your mind. I love having Gulbers try and draw it. It's always hilarious. Fire up paint. Draw a Selenium eclipse. Tell us how this is possible. And they always draw a dude who's like as tall as the radius of the Earth. See, it works.
So then, of course, when everyone's young, they also think like instinctively you think it's pretty crazy when you first are told that the Earth's spinning, and then someone shows you the globe and spins it, and dude, it does not compute in your mind at all as logical. Like
right.
no one ever actually puts together that logical progression of reality, Earth, ball, spinning. I live on that.
I always thought water would fly off like you spin a wet tennis ball and it just flies off. And so when the spinning part come along, that's what hit me. It's like, how does water not fly off? I mean, because we're talking high speed here. A lot of, what's that called? Centrifugal force that would send the water straight off. I mean, that part got me too.
Well, what's the Glober's response to that, right? They say, well, the weight of something will vary by latitude, and that is the centrifugal force, right? But here's the funny thing. That experiment, when it was done with the garden gnomes, showed that is not the case. I showed that to Matthew Learns, and he was like, I'm still going to believe the model in face of the data. Like, he literally just said, I don't care about the data. I have a model. I'm sticking with that. Even though the model does not represent reality.
Well, the model's been falsified now. Like, what the hell's wrong with him? Why would you hold on to a model that's been falsified?
You'd have to ask him.
It's the learns. Matthew doesn't learn, and he doesn't want that name to be changed to Matthew doesn't learn.
It's because I'm going to give her another chance. It was only that one weekend, guys. The other 50, she wasn't cheating.
She was really chilling with her mom every week, and the other 50, I promise. But he's at least honest about it, though.
It's like everybody. It's like you seeing your parents putting the presents under the tree, seeing the receipt where they bought the presents, and then still saying, you know what? Santa Claus did this. I ain't falling for this trick.
Like the kid who says, I think I know where Santa lives. And the parent says, oh, yeah, where? And the kid says, according to these gifts, China.
That's hilarious. Oh.
But,
we should come up with like a classification system for Globers.
Yeah,
like
no
different
shit.
types of just a classification system. Like, what kind is this?
Well, I would do that, but as soon as you do, and one of them changes their position within it, they'll claim that's evolution.
Like, imagine if they told the children on that, and then they were like, here's a picture of the Earth. Though this isn't an actual picture, but it's just a painting, effectively. It's like it's a piece of artwork of how it would look like. The children would see through it.
What do you mean by that? You think because it's a piece of artwork, they wouldn't believe it to be true? I'm not quite getting your point there.
Yeah, like if day one of school, they just taught you about the Earth and where you live and what it's supposed to be, and then they showed you this ball, all the children would be like, why don't you fall off? And they'd be like, oh, magical gravity. And then you're like, well, we could dig to the other side, right? And like, oh, you can't actually do that. And then you're like, it's also spinning. I'm like, what? Yeah, but you just can't actually feel it. And then they're like, here's what it looks like from space. But that's not actually what it looks like from space. You could never successfully convince one of the lie like that. It takes like the gradual lies built on lies, and now we have adults that are indoctrinated. They're effectively dumber than the children.
Yeah, goners. No sense in even trying to retrieve them back either. It's a waste of time because you could spend your time much more efficiently educating someone else that's more receptive, for sure.
There's a reason they put billions of dollars into brainwashing kids. You know what I mean? Get them while they're young.
Yeah, that is the real battle. And they had that actually legally shut off. Isn't that funny?
Anyway, I was gonna say, like, we have these intermediate Globers, right? They're like almost anti-flat earthers, but not quite, and they think that the heliocentric model matches the predictions of all phenomena, right? They think the heliocentric model predicts eclipses. They think the heliocentric model predicts Coriolis effect. They think, all these things, right? They think that these are observed in reality, and the heliocentric model predicts that they're observed. They don't know that the actual observation doesn't match the heliocentric model in reality. They have just been told it does. That's why things like I showed Matthew Learns, this is the stuff I think that we got to show them. We got, okay, you have all these ideas about the globe. Well, listen, curvature doesn't match reality. Coriolis effect, motion doesn't match reality. Like, none of these things actually match reality. Eclipses doesn't match reality. Doesn't match the predictions of their models. Like, none of this stuff does. Like, not even like a single thing. Like,
Yeah,
what
no
can they actually
measurements.
predict, right? Yeah, what can they actually
Well,
predict?
they can't even take measurements on their model. Their model has no measurements, right? They can't pull
Exactly. Yeah.
an angle measurement from their fucking model. It doesn't exist. All they
Yeah,
have is a conception in their head, and that idea has destroyed all their common sense, logic, and reason. That's
yeah.
all
No,
it's done.
no matter many times you show them that the model does not match reality, doesn't match up in any way. You use the model, try to find any part of it in reality. It can't be done, and so that's just so hard for me. Why? How can people ignore that? How can they ignore that not one part of that model can be matched up to reality?
Well, did you
I mean,
listen?
that's huge.
Yeah, that Highlander guy. Has anybody talked to him? He come on Nathan Oakley's show the other day and was telling Nathan Oakley how flat Earth is, and then saying that he didn't say the Earth was flat. That's what it causes. He was like, the ground under the mountain is flat, but you think it's curved. No, the ground under the mountain is flat. Like, it's insanity.
I mean, there's so many, like the tides, right? They think that the gravitational theory of tides matches reality. It doesn't. I mean, we could just go on and on. Like, everything they come in here and say, they'll be like, well, explain this, right? And then they think that, like, that thing that they're saying that we need to explain is what is actually observed in reality. They really do. I like deal with this like
Yeah.
all day long in the lobby. They'll say, explain XYZ. Like, hold on. XYZ doesn't happen. Oh, what are you saying? XYZ is fake? No, I'm saying the observation of reality is not that. It's something else. It's this.
They're
And
the
then they
ones that
get
need
you
to
out to
do
something else, right?
yeah,
That
they're
explains
the
this
ones
other
that
thing.
they're the ones that need to do the explaining. You're saying that this well
Exactly. When they say explain eclipses or they say explain the ISS, I'm like, you're the one that needs to explain it because none of it matches what your model predicts.
Right.
You explain it.
Dude, we're breaking the code, India. From now on, we're just gonna flip the table and be like, wait, you think flat Earth is fake?
No, we should do that, right? You think measurements of flat surface is fake?
Enlighten us, right?
Well, I was thinking as a question to that would be, so how many flat planes are on a sphere? Does anybody know the answer to that, really? I mean,
there were
how
some
many flat...
there were some surveyors that said it looked like a golf ball, thousands of little flat spots everywhere.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, fuck.
That's silly. Right. That's just silly.
That's what they said.
Like, their claims are just insanity at this point. Like, I don't know if there's anything you can say to them that will bring them out of it when they're that rooted in.
A golf ball has little concave spots in, so yeah, they're derp.
Oh, the disco ball Earth, the tangential planes that you measure that they say
There you
don't.
go. There you go. Sure.
Yeah. Right. They say that the angles of this tangential plane doesn't match with the angle of that tangential plane, but they're both planes.
So are
Like,
they saying that the black swan, for instance, one little incident, that every single incident that we spot where it's all flat is one of the little mirrors on the disco ball?
That's right, man. And if it doesn't match, just add mirrors.
Add mirrors. Add another one. Refraction.
yeah, this whole model was built on one false assumption, and that was that you could draw a tangent line to the horizon. And that's what everything else was built on, that the horizon's Earth curve. It's a physical obstruction, you know, that you could measure. The minute that that's gone, the delusion should go with it, but it's not. I don't know how, I don't think you can fix these people.
Do you know how long we've been beating on ships over the horizon, man? We've been beaten like that thing has been falsified like 7 different ways, so many times. Like I want to just like end it. I want to kill it. I want to be able to make like a 2-minute video that so destroys it that I can just show anybody and it's just all over. So I'm glad Sky Free is making those videos which demonstrate it being done on a flat surface, because that is going to help in the long run.
Hey, Indio. Did you hear my argument for refraction that kills it? It's over. Refraction is over with. Here's how. Real quickly. You know the black swan at 1 foot observer height. The geometric physical curved edge of the horizon on their ball can be no further than 1.22 miles. They cannot claim refraction anything beyond that. Here's why. Isn't everything from the apex of that top of that ball dropping downward, lowering of elevation, altitude drop? Isn't it?
Well, yeah, but they're claiming.
So wait. You're missing the point. Don't miss the point. This is important. This is the end of refraction. If everything is dropping away at an exponential rate from the top of their ball, they cannot claim refraction is doing anything beyond that geometric limit, period. It's a hard stop. Refraction's over. It's done. That's my argument.
They should also have to show some sort of observation that actually shows light bending, like a laser from the side view or something, some kind of an observation that absolutely shows the light curving, because it can't be done.
Well, they can't do it, so therefore their geometric limit still applies. The horizon is only at the geometric limit based on the size constraints. They cannot claim. So if you're at a height where you can see 7 miles, then anything beyond that is off limits to refraction. Sorry, they're done. It's over.
Hold on. What they're effectively claiming, though, is that the angle is changing, causing an increase in observer height through refraction.
Too bad.
Well,
they can't show it. They can't show it because, listen, refraction affects only above the horizon.
Hold on. No, that when they say that, their dip angle is out the window. They can't use that anymore.
I don't care. It's
the
over.
measurement is gone.
I'm sticking to my guns on this. It's over. This is my argument. I'm gonna stick to it till my last dying breath.
Refraction does not affect the horizon whatsoever. You're right.
So if it's beyond their geometric horizon, they're out of luck. The islands in Santa Barbara at 30 miles, they're fucking out of luck. It's not going to be affected by anything they have to say, because all their effects have to be within their geometric limit of their physical ball. That's 1.22 miles. Sorry, done, over with. So
hey, you know what I think is brought up about it? So they're basically claiming that this magical refraction does its cape on and then brings up the distant objects or landmarks up to the observer's view. But so it's not only lifting it up, it's also lifting it forward.
Yeah.
And they claim it's also lifting the observer apparent view. Like, what the fuck?
See, so what this really does is, all they can say is, so you know where those surfers are surfing in Santa Barbara at the Black Swan? A little bit past them, all the effect would have to be right there. And so,
well, here's another thing they don't talk about. So, if you stick a penny at the bottom of a glass of water and look down on it, the penny appears at a different distance away, right, than what it really is. So it appears closer, right? If you look in a glass of water, right? Just stick something in a glass of water and look at it. It'll appear closer than it really is.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So if things are being refracted, you should have the same thing. Like the optical path will be longer than a straight line, right? So if it's 20 miles away and it's being refracted, it should appear as if it's 25 miles away. So that 10-mile away horizon, physically 10 miles, should appear as if it's like 20 miles away. Understand? Because it's a lens, right? It's supposed to be a lens, and lens distorts the distance, right, based upon the optical path.
Well, and a curved line is longer than a straight one. You're right. It's going to have
Yes,
to be
exactly.
It's going to have to be lengthened. You're right.
It'll appear farther. So the Chicago skyline, for instance, if that's being refracted up, it's going to appear like it's further than 52 miles. It should appear at like something like 80 miles away. And if it appeared as 80 miles away, it would be even smaller and you wouldn't be able to see it, barely, right? So the angular size should change. Because they're claiming it's a lens. They're claiming that air is literally like a lens in a camera, a lens in your eyeglasses. I mean, if you got eyeglasses, right? So take your eyeglasses off and just like look at them from far away, right? You'll see the text of something get smaller.
Once I get home, start eating.
Until they're on your face. And then they're the regular size. I'm serious. Just take a pair of eyeglasses, take a sheet of paper, put it on the desk. Take your eyeglasses, hold them halfway between your face and the sheet of paper, and that text is going to be tiny. The point is like we should observe all sorts of optical effects the same as what we observe when we look through any normal lens, right? When we change our distance from like if we're looking out at the horizon, if we move, right, the image should change, right? Because the focal length is changing. Just like if you when you take a camera and you put it into focus, right, the lens itself is actually moving back and forth, right? So your relationship to where the light is being refracted is changing at distance. So the focal length. We should be observing this, right? So if we're on the shore, right, if we're right on the shore looking at something like Chicago skyline, it should look one way. But if we back up 100 yards, it should either get bigger or smaller depending on where we are in relation to the gas that's refracting the light. We don't observe any of this stuff. Never.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make earlier. There's got to be some kind of an observation for this stuff. There is not. There's no observation.
Exactly. There's no lens-like observation. All they're saying is, oh, it just picks stuff up, so it's visible when it wasn't visible. But that's not what lenses do. Lenses change the size of objects, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to do something just to see if I can get my point across. I'm going to step back in time to the original argument, and try to make it from a globe perspective, if that's all right. Okay. We have our plumb, right? And our eye line, if we draw a straight line 90 degrees to our plumb out into the distance, the horizon will appear slightly below that. And if we draw a line from our eye to the horizon, we can then assume that those 2 points converge and create a triangle that we can use tangential geometry to acquire the radius value. That's the initial claim, the positive claim that's in effect. If it's refracted, what are you measuring?
A hologram.
You're measuring a hologram of Earth curve? That's
Yeah.
that's how silly it's gotten. Like, well, the initial claim is that you can do geometry.
Think about it like this. Imagine like you took a Fresnel lens, set it up on a tripod, and you viewed something in the distance through it. And then you took a ruler up to that Fresnel lens and started measuring stuff through it. That's what you're doing. That's what you'd have to be doing. Measuring through a lens, which obviously we know is inaccurate to say the least.
I definitely think it's time we need to step up our game and stop accepting these things like refraction and stuff. Make them, show us. Don't just say the word show us how this works. Show us an observation. Prove to this that these things are working like that. Just because they can't, show us curvature. If you say it's there, show it to us. Produce something. Quit running your lips and
Yeah.
show us some fucking evidence.
So my idea is to remove them from the equation moving forward in 2022 from like my content perspective. So like say you do a video, you show the black swan and other observations, and then you say this is impossible to explain the math. Like it's to someone that's new to the subject because that's who you want to reach anyway. And then you're like, the only response you'll get back is refraction, and then you fully break it down by saying their argument the best they can and explaining why it's wrong, explaining the best they can come up with for their side, and then explaining why it's wrong. Because then, no matter where they go from that pursuit, they will not find an explanation better, and they're going to already know what's wrong with it. So that's all that matters, right? And then just lay those blueprints out. That's kind of how I'm thinking. Because I don't really care. I now know firsthand, dude. Almost no one knows anything about it. So
Yeah, I agree with that. And
I didn't realize that.
Another reason why they shouldn't be, using it because there's so little known about refraction. You're talking about refraction, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Refraction, you would
Yes.
just their answer back to being able to see things way in the distance that you just literally couldn't see on a ball is always just this word, refraction.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's cover refraction, and then you teach it accurately. So, because like, dude, they don't even understand it, right? So like, why rely on them to make their side of the argument?
That's true.
Right. Yeah, you got a really good point there. It's just that they just think that the word is a fix-all. I mean, and they all do it. Well, refraction, we all know that it's being refracted. Okay, we know it's being refracted, but show. I mean, yeah, you're right. We need to lay it out exactly what takes place in
Yeah, I'm
refraction.
thinking like children book or coloring book, pop-up books, scratch off stickers that do that. Because they'll just make them so mad. But what is that out of?
You're going to have to give you a kindergarten book for you to learn. That's you're probably right. It's going to be the only effective way because they're dumbed down to that degree. Seriously.
Yeah, or even like digital versions of just like all animated, simple, concise, like their children. And that's not even me trying to be mean or whatever. Like, I think that I was in a childlike state when I used to still believe some of these delusions. Although, like, really at 13, I realized that pretty much everything the government said was BS. But we're all different. Like, I'm saying, like, the things I overlooked, you know what I'm saying? I still had a very rudimentary misunderstanding of these things, as if I needed to be taught at a child level to relearn the basics. And so that's why it's not even like I'm not trying to really like.
Well, it's because we were never taught the basics. We were never taught them. So yeah, of course you have to go back to the beginning.
Yep.
So to speak. Yeah.
That's what we should do. I really like the 3 points. I think there's all kinds of different things you can mix in with that type of approach. Just the basics, like okay.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that very thing. What I've been trying to do. You're right, and there's a lot of opportunity there to go beyond the 3 points. You can mix in all kinds of good stuff.
I wish we had some Glovers in here to experiment with, but like yeah. So, do you see the name of the server? Flat Earth. Okay. Well, what is flat? Flat is horizontal or even throughout the surface of something. It's a description of a surface of something. It's flat. Okay. So flat is not a shape because you could have a table that's flat, but it could be a circle, or it could be a rectangle, or it could be a square. So sphere is a shape. I'm being serious. This is actually how people need to hear it. Dude, all around the U.S. This is the case. They actually have to. You have to actually fight the cognates from their childhood.
And it's deep, and it's prevalent. You're right.
Yeah, and I try to do it like loving, right? As loving as possible. I try not to be like condescending, which I get. It's super frustrating and hard to do, but
Well, it makes it much easier when you got someone willing to listen, for one thing. But
yeah.
when they don't listen to anything you say, just obfuscate to the next question, that's really frustrating for sure. For me, it is anyway. When you
So a
know they
sphere.
haven't listened to anything you said.
Yeah, how could I? I'm trying to think how I could get some Glovers in here and experiment. Like
I don't know.
a sphere is a shape. Okay, so we have something called geometry. That's the measurement of shapes. So if we're going to test if the Earth is a shape with certain measurements, we're going to use geometry because that's the measurement of shapes. And a sphere or oblate spheroid is a shape. So when we use geometry, we're going to measure this shape. Like, I know it's really probably painfully redundant for this room, but I actually think that's kind of the approach.
Oh, I remember doing that in school with paper. We would make a cylinder and we would make certain things and then do geometry on it. So maybe we have to use paper and make shapes. And I don't know.
I agree, God Rockin'. I like the pace, actually. I think it needs to be that slow.
Yeah. Then when they build their confidence up to try to act like you're stupid and play you, like in my situation, that's where I just like hyper speed intellectually eviscerate them for like 10 seconds and then just get back to how they're running away from my point.
Yeah,
because
we all started doing it too. We like gotten better and better talking about sharpening that blade. They get like, they come in here, they get like just sliced to pieces. I call it sliced and diced.
Yeah, we need to slow it down and not cut them up so bad. That's my
I think there's a place where someone needs to be knocked back down though.
Oh yeah, for sure. But if you cut them up to pieces the whole time, they're going to be uncomfortable with all of it.
I agree.
Then they probably won't come back because of that.
And I think a lot of people in here, maybe they take their frustration out from their real life where like their parents or family or friends or whatever, colleague, they won't listen to them right. And so then the person comes in here and kind of gets the result of that.
Same treatment. Yeah.
Yeah. So many times I've been in here and I could tell the dude was super arrogant, probably younger and just cocky, but blatantly ignorant. But I knew I could break them, and I had to fight for them to not get muted, or not really that. It's more so like when you start real aggressive at them, like they're just in defense mode. And dude, I've broke them, and they come in different ways, like how you broke them. But oftentimes you'll never see them again. But they'll just get really, really quiet, and you can like feel it. you can.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah, I've experienced that as well. Rather than break them down quite to that point, you need to stop and save them somehow. Slow it down a little bit. Maybe that's. I just can't. Too much, too fast. They're never going to get it. They're just
yeah,
not.
yeah, yeah. I do. I have to work on that for sure. But like, um, my point is that you'd be surprised. Like up until that moment of silence that broke them, after they were broken, they were just quiet. Like you would have never thought that they would. They weren't being serious. They were just trolling. Dude, you just hit them, like hit them in the soul, dude. I do that even in Gamma Panda server. It gets quiet. Hit
You
hit
know,
them.
what
Soul.
about coddling them when that happens? You know, when they're broken, rescue them,
Well, yeah.
coddle them.
Once they're to that point, it's like, dude, it's all good though. We were all
Yeah,
there. We're all figuring it out together. Like they lied is pretty massive of a lie, but you'll realize that's actually a good thing that you found this out in so many ways. You know,
yeah,
they need that as well. You have to walk it all throughout. It's actually like dude, it's like we deserve an award in a way, right? But it would be contradictory as to what the purpose should be, which is to actually just try to help people out. Like if you have the ability to connect to that person, kind of interpret it like that was set up bigger than you, and you're supposed to reach that person if at all possible.
right. I agree with that for sure. And that's going to take some coddling at that point. Really, it is. You're going to have to, you know, like you said, Tom, it's going to be all right, or whatever the conversation allows you to coddle them in and bring them back to it's going to be okay, or however you do it. I'm not quite sure how to explain it, but you're going to have to, once you break them to that point, you're going to have to rescue them so they don't run away.
And just kind of let them know what's like big bro them. Like let them know what's going to happen. Like you're going to go to the internet and try and look up proofs that the Earth's a ball or how we know the Earth's not flat. And then, every single thing you can find is easily debunked and refuted. And it's going to be really hard for you to find the real flat Earth information, etc. Like your friends and family are going to think you're crazy when you first tell them. Like just put your big boy pants on, etc.
Been doing that for a while now. Really, you almost have to with your family,
Well, that's
especially.
why it's so hard for everyone, man, to do it. Like so, some of these people to embrace the truth.
Yeah, oh, I agree with you.
Yeah. I feel like we're actually kind of a rare breed. The people of us, like those of us who like very quickly just went and told their family and didn't care what they thought, like very soon after they found out or heard about it. That's really rare. Like I was
Yeah.
already labeled like the conspiracy theorist from like 13 up, so that meant nothing to me. But that's rare.
Yeah, I did exactly that though. I did. I went straight to the family and told them exactly what the truth was, and yeah, it was very difficult at first, but I did it anyway. I went
Nice,
straight
yeah.
to it.
Yeah,
And
like I
now,
think family is bigger than everything, right? You always gotta like, if possible, like hold that down.
hmm
So I think the best way with that is to just let them know. If they ever have questions, tell them, but don't force it on them. And just like when time passes, they're like, oh, this isn't like some fad. Like he just knows. Like he feels like he knows.
yeah,
And your confidence of silence will do more to wake them up than beating them over the head. Right? Like where they can't help but poke a joke at something, but then your response, they're just like, oh, damn, every time. But then you just let it go. Cause I went to try to tell. I don't think my parents have even like listened to like how I would do like the same spill in these different cities, like just a little changed up or relative to what was going on. I don't think my parents have ever even heard that. I did that so many times, like hundreds of times all over the U.S. I don't think my parents even have heard it, like
you
that
don't
spill.
you don't think they've watched any of your streams?
I think they've seen a few minutes of something, I'm sure, but no, I don't think they've ever heard my spill that I was doing around the U.S.
Oh, that
Like
seems odd
mom,
to me. You would think
face,
mom and dad would want to watch what their son's doing.
yeah.
That's You would think. I don't know.
Yeah.
Even at first, even if it's out of concern, like, why is he doing this? He's got, he's making himself look crazy and stupid, and out of
Well, yeah, they
concern.
probably did do that, bro. They probably did that, right? And it's just
Yeah.
like, that's it. Because I sent them the first Glowbusters I was on.
Yeah, because I noticed that a little bit with my parents. They were, at first, I could tell they were concerned that I had lost my mind or whatever, was gone a little bit over the edge. And so, yeah, it was a tricky moment at that point. You can't let it get to you. And yeah, you gotta let them know that that doesn't bother you, because the truth is, it's real. I mean, it was pretty hard at first, but I actually think my mom actually listens to everything I say now. She really does. My dad, he's a knucklehead. He won't listen to anything. He knows it all.
Oh, but why does it matter?
It doesn't. But I'm just saying that's
No. When I'm talking about, how they say, like, why does the shape of the Earth matter?
Yeah, exactly.
But you tell them the Earth is flat, and they're immediately questioning your sanity because it doesn't matter so much.
Yeah, right.
They don't even see like their hypocrisy. Like, people don't even see like how hypocritical they are by their own reaction.
Yep.
That's a great point.
Yeah, it was. It was a very, very true point.
Well, imagine with it, if you went up to your parents and said, "Yeah, I think Bigfoot's real," right? They wouldn't care. Even if you went around and talked about Bigfoot or talked about aliens or talked about things we know are fantasies, right? Unicorns. But you talk about this, and all of a sudden your sanity's in question over this topic. And then when you probe them, as we all know, right? And when you probe them, like, what do they know about the topic? They don't even know anything at all to even form a judgment of whether you're sane or not, or whether the information is something crazy people believe. They're actually the crazy ones, right?
Check this out.
Listen, it's like you should be questioning your own sanity for the fact they're trying to question my sanity.
Check it out. My brother and sister are both Bigfooters. They believe Bigfoot exists, and they want to justify it somehow with these new pictures of these like dark shadows in the trees and whatnot. Can you see him? He's right there. And then so, because they do it so much around the house, now my mom is starting to think that Bigfoot is real. It's like, it's weird. I went through that exact scenario with my family.
Oh,
I'm still going through it.
Dude, wait till they catch Bigfoot on satellite, man. Then it's a wrap.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out how come they jump on board with the Bigfoot with my younger brother, who's obviously an idiot for many other reasons, but they're buying into this Bigfoot thing, and the flat Earth thing was so much harder for them. Even though I was using more, intelligent terms, more, they know I'm much smarter than my younger brother. He's a meth head, smokes meth, and sits in the bedroom all day long at my parents' house, and they allow it. But yet they're listening to him about Bigfoot, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? It's a trip. I don't even know.
Bigfoot ruined my meth cabin. He stole all my meth. Bigfoot's out there in the woods getting high as fuck on my shit. Crazy, man.
Yeah.
Like that's what it boils down to, right? It's like they literally don't have any knowledge about it, and we all know this firsthand because we had to go learn. Like, dude, before you found out about flat Earth, you did not know about this sequence of military operations from 45 to the 60s, where they clearly went and explored the Antarctic region and said no one can go there, then lied about space. You didn't know they don't know that. They don't even know those things. They don't even know the true story. They don't even know like the historical record leading up to what they hold to be true.
Right.
So it's insane to say that someone else is insane. Like when you're literally completely ignorant of the information, you're basically trying to decide if they pass your approval of sanity, right? But you don't, just like you said, you don't even know what it is that you're making a judgment on. Like, it's just so baffling. I don't know.
I know. It's fucking crazy, man.
That's hella weird. Like, I don't know. It's
It is, man. It's like the ones that are so sure that the Earth's a globe, and then they come in here, you start questioning them. They're like, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Like what? Like what?
exactly. Individual.
I don't know. I don't know how to do geometry. I'm not a quantum physicist.
Yeah, like do you think the Earth's flat or a ball? Oh, Earth's a globe. Okay, who measured curvature? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Like what? Okay, what scientist did it? I don't know that either. Well, then how do you know they measured curvature? Well, thousands of scientists. I just asked you what scientists. Like, what are you talking about? You just said you don't know the scientists. So what does it? Like, you're in this like loop of ignorance, man, where they just keep trying to convince you. It's like if you're trying to convince me you're stupid, yeah, that's working. But if you're trying to convince me that there's a ball, that is not working.
It's just this, dude. It's literally just this spell of this idea of a superhero group of scientists that have everything figured out. It's just like an idea.
And nobody knows who they are. Nobody knows who these scientists. Like, where are these guys?
Yep. Because it's not Bill Nye. It's not Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's not because they throw all of them under the bus. It's not people like Andrew Thomas Young, the ATW. It's not any of them. They throw every single one of their. Whoa, that was high pitched.
Oh, sorry, man. I'm drilling something. Thought I was muted.
Try to imagine my situation. I walk into the house, and my brother, who they know clearly is high on meth all the time, but they're actually sitting down watching a Bigfoot video with him.
Hey, God Rockin', you need to write a punk rock song about that whole scenario. That is going to be a hit. Great, the whole story. Write it down. Think of Green Day or something like that. Write the whole story, man. Come on, I urge you.
I'll think about it.
Yeah, like the Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Only
Just write it down. Just write it down right now. Grab your sheet of paper. Write that shit down. We'll make a song together about it.
All right, I'll try to come up with some words.
No, just honestly, my suggestion is just write the story in a relaxed way in your own thought process, in your own hand. Write how you see that whole scenario. That'll be good enough.
It's even got my sister Bigfoot video. Now I have to watch her too. See, I'm like in the house and she's like, see, look at these pictures. You see these shadows back? Doesn't that look like him? Can't you see him? And I'm like, God.
Maybe if you embrace Bigfoot, maybe they'll embrace flat Earth.
Johnny was in his room. Ooh. He knew he was going to see Bigfoot.
Boo, wait a minute.
Bigfoot soon.
Well, not really, but you know what I mean. Like,
I know.
See eye to eye to maybe cross the gap. You know what
I mean? I get you. I believe me, it didn't go over my head. Maybe I just need to show them that Bigfoot's a flat earther. So.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, integrate.
Yeah.
So, Stu was bringing up this idea that someone had of doing like a freestyle battle. One person's globe Earth, one person's flat Earth, like the whole ordeal, like 8 Mile type vibe, or just like rap battle. They're all over the internet, but globe versus flat in detail, but dope. And then you have a crowd there that hypes it up. People have been brainwashed with just if they hear a crowd react, they automatically have to agree.
Yeah, that might work.
Yeah, bro, it would work. If the bars were super hard and both people are like spitting, like really spitting bars, like it would work.
But you got to find somebody that's globy enough to actually come up with something on that side, right?
I think
Well, no, someone just has to
can
take the
simulate
L.
it.
Both
Yeah,
participants are flat earthers.
we just take that position.
Yeah, like one person obviously loses.
I got
you. Whatever. I'll take the loser role if I have to. Maybe.
You take the loser role, you might win.
I'll take the loser role if I can get somebody that's dope at rapping, like just really dope.
I'm really good at rapping.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah.
Fit a couple bars.
All right. Okay. Here we go. Hold on. What's the what category?
Flat Earth.
Okay. Yeah, I'm rapping with Stack and making it happening. From the east to the west, I'm the best.
Wow. That was fire.
Thank you, bro.
A little short.
East to west, that's circumnavigation. How do you have a vacuum that's vacant with pressure adjacent?
With no damn presentation.
Does anyone else hear that sound, like that crusty mic sound in the background? I keep thinking it's my mic, but when someone mutes the mic, it goes.
No, I made it up.
So you wanna, you will understand if I'm talking to you in the form of rhymes, then, since you're such a really good rapper.
Who, what, where?
Since you're such a good rapper, you should be able to understand me if I talk to you in the form of rhymes. Then,
Yeah,
right?
I can. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, a spherical necessitation is north to south continuation or circumnavigation, but private exploration is forbidden with the cooperation of every major nation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yeah. Have you ever wondered what space is when they say that it's empty vacant with pressure adjacent? That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Only sometimes.
So you don't actually understand them, do you?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, yeah.
No, you don't.
You get beat like you're married to Tina and Ike for dropping the mic.
You don't even understand what your claim is. Right? So conceptual dilation, physical privations, or conceptual reifications. Take a concept, give it physicality, you misplaced it. So that's called a reification.
Do you know what the word privation means, Ned?
Sorry?
You know what the word privation means? You just said.
No.
So have you ever wondered what space is? They claim it's empty vacant with pressure adjacent, but you don't even understand what your claim is. Conceptual dilation, physical privations, or both reifications. Space-time reifications. It's where you take a concept, give it concreteness, meaning you misplaced it.
Mm-hmm.
And a privation is emptiness. It's the same thing as a vacuum, basically.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, but then I forgot to say it.
Privation is an idea. So like nothingness is an
Right.
example.
Yep.
Yeah. So shadow is a privation because it is the absence of light.
And there really is nothing there. You're right.
So what
It
is an absence of anything? Nothing. Yeah. So okay. So how do you have a place with nothing in it, near perfect vacuum, adjacent, sitting next to?
Yeah, I know what adjacent means.
Pressure.
Mm-hmm.
How?
You can't.
You're right. Because the second law of thermodynamics says that's impossible. It's a violation, brother.
Yes, sir.
60 mil a day in payments for paintings and computer generating animations.
I like that when you had those two people on the computers talking about them doing their graphic art for the scientists. Took them 6 months to create a picture that they were happy with on a computer. That was a great stream. I liked that part.
That's hilarious.
Those were literally real employees, right, of NASA.
Yes.
Were on that. Yeah. Yeah, that was amazing. They sat right there and admitted what they were doing.
They have a whole news segment on how the picture's fake.
Yeah. And nobody, none of the Globers get that. I mean, that should have been just a major eye opener for them. Anyone that seen that would have been like, "What?" I mean, but they don't. They don't. They don't see it like that. I don't get it. What causes that? I mean, really, what really could possibly cause them to ignore such an obvious fact, blatantly laid right out in front of your face?
Yeah, so let's bring it back. You when you spit your super dope bars and said east to west, right? East to west works perfect on a flat Earth because we use what's called a compass, and the center is north, and so you update relative to the center or north, and you go east or west, and so you would come back around as you update to the center back to where you began. Now, what wouldn't work is doing that north to south. You couldn't do that on a flat Earth. Never been done, though.
And like I said, I said this to you once before, and you said it was a good point when Admiral Byrd said on the other side of Antarctica. It's like, the other side is the Indian Ocean. What do you mean? There's a landmass the size of the United States on the other side of Antarctica? Are you fucking kidding? I mean, that's made no sense whatsoever. I mean, the other side on the ball would have been the Indian Ocean. There's no landmass there. So, what did he mean by the other side?
I just want to hear what this Ned guy's got to say. So
Yeah.
you brought up east to west, right? And you heard how I explained how that works perfectly on a flat Earth.
Wait, what?
Oh my gosh.
Well, sorry, I was just on my phone, so I just lost track of where we were.
Okay, do you know what circumnavigation is?
No.
Okay, it's where you go all the way around the Earth and come back to where you started.
Yeah.
You do a circle, right? Circumnavigation.
Yeah.
Right. So you can do this on the Earth, but only east to west. Or west to
I get
east.
you. Yeah.
Right. So on a flat Earth, that works perfect. Okay. You could also do it on a globe.
Oh yeah.
Right. Okay. So there's only now if you went the other way instead of east to west around it, you went north to south. So from the North Pole to the South Pole, back
North Pole, like a circle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could only happen on a globe,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because yeah, you're not gonna do that on a
I get
flat.
you.
That's never
Listen,
ever
your bars
been.
are clean.
That's never actually been done before in the history of all mankind.
Something that should be very easy to do on a globe. You just go around a circle in this exactly the same way. You just keep going around and back up around, keep going around and around and around. But it's never been done, like you said. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Can you tell me why? That's impossible on flat Earth.
Sorry, what was your question?
Why is that impossible on the flat Earth?
What?
To circumnavigate north to south.
Because it's not possible. It's literally not possible.
Why?
Because it's just not physically possible.
What would happen?
I don't know. Because I've never done it. Maybe if I try it, then, I can give you answers, but this moment in time, I can't.
Okay, so are you new to the subject? You know the title of the server,
Of course.
Yeah. So, are you new to this idea?
Well, what you stated here, I don't have a vast knowledge of.
Could you answer the part about are you new to the server? Answer the last question, please. Can you do that?
Well, I've been here for about a week, yeah.
Okay, cool. So, no worries, man. But so if you had to decide right now, right, like if it was super important that you got the answer right, say you win $1 million if you get the answer right.
Right, go on, sorry.
Is Earth flat or is it a globe?
Flat.
That's what you'd answer in real life?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Ding, ding, ding. We may have a winner.
So why would you say that?
Because it's what I believe in.
Okay, so here we don't really like to use the B word with belief.